Welcome to our Kentucky Derby Day coverage of America's Day at the Races. Live look at Aqueduct Racetrack here at South Ozone Park, New York. Opening weekend, Belmont at the Big A with a couple of stakes on the grass. Christophe Clement, big chances in both. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper. Andy Serling here to kick things off on this Saturday afternoon.
It's always an exciting day. Derby Day is always a big deal, obviously, and so much attention being paid on the big races down in Kentucky. We've got some good races here as well, and we're excited to be bringing you those races until 6 o'clock today, and then you'll still have an hour until the Derby.
Indeed. This first action we'll bring you here from New York. Race 2, it starts the early pick 4. Everyone for sale in this race for $30,000. Claiming race, it's nom-winners of 3 lifetime. The favorite outside Paxational with Dylan Davis, who took the opener on the card.
Yeah, I think he's a bit of a dicey favorite. I know he's dropping down a little bit. Potentially he's the speed, but I don't love where his recent form has been headed. He's off his best races for a trainer who's been a little bit cold lately. I prefer the horse inside of him, No No Joe, off the claim for Michael Pino. Michael Pino off the claim in dirt sprints over the last 3 months. He's 10 for 17.
Amazing
I'm going to go for 11
number.
for 18 is my goal.
Indeed, and No No Joe, yeah, both of those last 2 starts, even the defeat prior to that, when he's with a different barn, he's been in different barns the last 2. Third barn, last 3 starts, but both those efforts seem like probably the best races in this group, don't they?
I like him, and I also, my upsetter would be the 2 Charlie's Express, who I think is a little bit interesting coming off a freshening for a barn that's been very hot.
Having said that, now down to even money on Paxational on the outside. Tried to do it on the front end last start, weak and late. That was on a muddy sealed track. We'll get fast going today on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York. Set for race 2. Let's send it upstairs for the start of this pick 4. Here's Chris Griffin.
Next in will be 6 Kings. 6 Kings moving forward here. Katie Davis aboard. 2 out. No No Joe. No No Joe. And Kendra Carmouche and Paxational. Last to load to the outside. Early pick 4 begins here on this Saturday afternoon program. Paxational's in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside here from Charlie's Express, and Christopher Elliott hard set, wanted to get to the front and is now up by a half length with Paxational now stalking from second. At the rail, tightly enticing Prospect is traveling in tandem with Dillinger. Joining them 3 wide is No No Joe. The trailer is 6 Kings. They work up the backstretch and Charlie's Express is in front. Charlie's Express approaches 4 furlongs left to go, went 22.45 for the opening quarter mile. Paxational, Dylan Davis is in pursuit, and here comes Paxational. 3 wide is No No Joe. 3 across the racetrack now as here comes No No Joe. Just in behind this trio is Dillinger. Losing ground was enticing Prospect. The trailer, 6 Kings. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go, and Paxational still in hand as they've got a quarter mile left to go at the top of the stretch. Charlie's Express is all in. No No Joe is trying to cut into the margin of Paxational, who's in front. Trying to catch them all is Dillinger, and the pink silk steps to the outside. Paxational needs to find a final furlong. Here comes No No Joe to the outside, trying to run this leader down. Dillinger is not out of it either. Inside the final 16th, it's Paxational in front. Paxational up by a half length. Paxational wins it. Charlie's Express battle back there to grab second over No No Joe. And Dillinger in 1 minute 9.73, and that's a riding double for Dylan Davis.
Yeah, first 2 on this Saturday card go to Dylan Davis. Paxational wins as an even money favorite.
Now, the public was right, and I was wrong. It seems to be the case quite often. This horse was able to stalk, aggressive ride in the 2, coming back at the end, Charlie's Express. It almost felt like they were sort of running in place down the stretch, didn't it?
It did. Paxational, stubborn, forward here, not giving up that slight advantage. Wins for the 3rd time. 15 career starts. All those wins have come here.
Yeah, a real hang job by the 5, No No Joe. Looked like he was just going to blow on by top of the stretch, and he was actually 3rd with the 2 Charlie's Express, showing that speed and coming back at the end. We've seen horses run well on the inside in the first 2 races. Don't think it's a big pattern, but always worth pointing out.
Well, Dylan takes the first 2 on the card. His sister with a big chance to take the 3rd on the card. She'll be on Go Irish in a race that unfortunately was somewhat decimated by scratches.
Yeah, obviously that race is a bit of an eyesore, to be honest with you, when you have 4 out of 6 scratches and you end up with 2. I mean, I don't know what else to say. You're not going to lie up here and say that, oh, it's a really interesting match race. It is what it is.
Well, here in this second, chalky beginning to this pick 4. Paxational with the win, 6-2. 5-3 finish. Of course, all eyes in Kentucky with what's happening in Churchill Downs today, and not just the biggest horse race in our sport, but one of the truly big sporting events in the entire world that happens. Everyone gets involved. People that never follow this sport any other day of the year, they're watching today.
No, it's a huge day. It's a real Americana. You know, the Derby's a real event. And I'm sorry the weather hasn't been that good. I just talked to a friend who's there. He said it's just sort of spitting a little bit. Doesn't look like anything major, but some damage was done to the racetrack. Doesn't take away from a big day, though.
Began on the app. We're heading over to FS1 right now. It's Kentucky Derby Day from Churchill Downs. Who will take the 151st run for the Roses? We'll have complete coverage coming up. Santa Anita Derby winner. Journalism is the favorite. How will the added unknown of a likely wet track affect his chances? Here in New York, it's opening weekend of the Belmont at the Big A meet with 2 turf stakes. Christophe Clement has major contenders in both, including Carson's Run in the Fort Marcy, where this Grade 1 winning millionaire is all set for his 4-year-old debut. Deterministic is hoping to steal the spotlight from that stablemate after 2 close in-the-money finishes behind him. Will the third meeting be the charm? And we're in the home stretch in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Closing day includes last year's Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan, back for his second start of his 4-year-old season. All that coming up on our Saturday coverage on Kentucky Derby Day and opening Saturday of this Belmont at the Big A meet. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Wolf. Welcome to our coverage here on Fox Sports 1. Good to have you with us. Keep it here. We'll give you everything you need to know leading up to that 151st running of the Run for the Roses, including what this wet track means for everybody, but specifically the favorite, Journalism. How might he handle this added extra unknown as we take a look at the field and the current odds? For those who weren't following all week long, we did have a couple of late scratches in this race that allowed Baeza to get into the race. And Baeza, incredibly intriguing because of how close and what a battle he gave our Derby favorite, Journalism, when they met in the Santa Anita Derby. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you here on Derby Day.
Good to be here with you.
Journalism, we've talked about all along, even long before Derby Day here. He's a deserving favorite. How do you feel about him going into today?
I think he's extremely solid. I mean, anything can happen. It's horse racing, and, you know, it's a big field and everything, but he is the absolute deserving favorite. He's run fast in his races. He's overcome some trouble. He's a horse that can put himself in position. He doesn't need a fast pace to run his race. If the pace isn't as fast as some of us think it may be, he'll be a little bit closer. If it is, he'll drop back. But the interesting thing, you mentioned Baeza. If I'm right, like a lot of people, that Journalism's way the horse to beat, Baeza has to be considered a strong contender because of his last race.
Already a wet track we're dealing with. Sloppy conditions right now in Louisville under the Twin Spires in here. What does that mean for the Derby favorite facing what will be something he's never been on before?
Even if you have a horse that's 5 for 5 on wet tracks, if that horse is the favorite, you never want it to rain. You don't want to throw a monkey wrench into things because weather and track conditions are going to play no favorites. Horses like wet tracks or don't like wet tracks where their long shots are short prices. Now, in my opinion, for the most part, most horses handle it. And the good horses, they will handle it. So I don't worry about it that much. And the reason I don't worry about it is, Greg, I don't know how you can handicap it. You know what I mean? You can just sort of say, well, I feel as though it increases the randomness factor, therefore I want to play more against the favorite, which I get that line of thinking. My problem is you've got a favorite that's very solid. So, yes, maybe the wet track will hurt him. but I don't really think it's something you can quantify. He has a pedigree to suggest he'll handle it. Look at the favorite in yesterday's Kentucky Oaks. She certainly had no problem with the wet track. I don't really know. You don't like it when a horse is the favorite, and it probably makes him a little bit less likely to win. But I still think you're dealing with a horse who's very much the one to beat, and the question is, what price will he be?
It is a racetrack, Churchill Downs. It can dry out very quickly. So if there is a break in the weather at all, it could be a different kind of racetrack that we're seeing by the time we do get to that Kentucky Derby. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale now and talk about how journalism has been doing in the morning leading up to this Kentucky Derby.
Well, Greg, with the thought of the wet track in mind, too, you could say that trainer Michael McCarthy might have his reservations about running on it today, because he definitely had his reservations when journalism was meant to put in his final work for the Kentucky Derby, actually rescheduling from Saturday to Sunday. Poor jockey Umberto Rispoli had to catch the red eye from California for nothing. Go back, ride the card on Saturday, and then catch another red eye to be aboard him on Sunday morning, in which he covered the 5 furlongs in a very easy 101-1, and a horse that looks as though he's just loving life right now. Very respondent to his rider's cues and ears up, and just, effortlessly. His stride is really what makes him the best, at least as of now, of his generation, because he just moves with such efficiency and covers so much ground. Now, that's to my eye, but let's find out what the guy that works with him every single day has to say about the talents of journalism. Here's Michael McCarthy.
As you can see, he's got wonderful mechanics. I thought his work here the other day was very, very good. It was pretty evident early on that he was getting ready a little bit faster than your average 2-year-old. He had a couple of things that kind of started niggling at him. We backed off of him, and it's been pretty smooth kind of 5 months, 6 months since. He's a special talent.
Also in his mind, too. He just looks as though he takes everything well within himself and finds it easy, too.
Yeah, that's one thing we've really worked on with him, is just trying to keep him kind of relaxed in his space. And he walks onto the racetrack and takes everything in stride. His first day here, kind of looking around a little bit, but he's kind of back on his game, and looking forward to having a nice, stress-free, no surprise kind of week with him.
I like that. I was just going to ask you, how have you been doing, considering you've been around this type of environment before, being Todd Pletcher's assistant, winning a Preakness, but to have the favorite?
Yeah, a little different this year than last year when we kind of came in through the back door, but it's a good position to be in, and just really trying to enjoy it, and these things don't come around very often.
Michael, the one thing that I think is his biggest attribute, obviously, is his stride and the length of it. But that also can be a detriment sometimes in the Derby, because there's so much traffic. For you, ideally, is this a horse that we need to see get to the outside so he has clear running room, or is he a little bit handier than we think?
I don't think so. If you saw the Santa Anita Derby, he got in a little bit of trouble about 3 furlongs from home. Certainly happy that it happened 3 furlongs from home rather than at the quarter pole or what have you. We might not be having this conversation, but he's a fast horse in his own right. He can start and stop. As you know, 20-horse field, things are going to happen. I was glad to see him kind of work his way out of trouble with 5 horses, because if he can't do it with 5, he's going to have a hard time doing it with 20. But he's a fast horse. He's tactical. I'll leave that up to Umberto and journalism.
And yeah, Umberto Rispoli, that's his rider. It'll be his 3rd Kentucky Derby, and he'll be on board, of course, the favorite this time. Favorites, how have they done? Well, it's been a lean streak after the last coming with Triple Crown winner Justify.
That's remarkable, though. You always 8 of them hit the board in 19 and 20 horse fields. Feels like the favorites are overachieving in the
Pretty
Derby,
amazing,
doesn't it?
actually.
Because they're not, keep in mind, these are not, I mean, even Justify paid $6 and American Pharoah paid $7. These weren't 4 to 5 shots.
Well, let's head out to Hot Springs, bring in Richie Migliori. We'll get your thoughts on a race you were there for, been stationed out there most of the meet in that Arkansas Derby. But first off, your thoughts on journalism.
Well, I think he's a very strong favorite. He's a horse that's shown that he can overcome adversity, even though it was a small field. He got a big field's worth of trouble in the Santa Anita Derby. And when he got stopped at the 3/8 pole, that's a critical juncture of a race. That's when a race is really taking shape and starting to move forward. And he had to go backwards while Baeza was able to go forward, and then he was able to run him down. So I don't have much concern about him handling a big field, even though he hasn't run in a lot of big fields, because of him showing the ability. Michael McCarthy said it best. He can stop and start, something not all horses can do. And I think that really makes him use his ability to the best of it. That being said, he is getting on a muddy track for the first time, or a sloppy track for the first time. And although I think his mechanics and the way he strides, it should not be an issue, it is something that you have to think about and factor in, I believe. About it when we talk about the Arkansas Derby, and I was here, I just feel like this Arkansas Derby was run in a fashion that the Kentucky Derby kind of looks like it's going to be run. If you look at this race on paper, the Kentucky Derby, a lot of speed. Obviously, there was a ton of speed on here in the Arkansas Derby, too fast a pace for the distance, which I believe we'll see today in the Kentucky Derby. And a closer like Sandman is going to be helped, aided by that hot pace. He's a long striding son of Tapit. He makes a long, sustained kind of run. And I've always been of the opinion horses that win the Derby are like journalism, can stop and start, make multiple moves, or make those long, continuous moves like Sandman can do. So those are the two that I'm going to lean on heavily, journalism and Sandman. I also think that the other horses coming out of the Arkansas Derby are a little bit interesting. Cole Battle's going to have to show he can do it, but he's also 2 for 2 on wet surfaces, and a horse that's already been an overachiever.
Well, as for Steve Asmussen, he'll bring in 2 horses trying to get his first Kentucky Derby. One of them is a maiden, that's Publisher. He'll have the Louisiana Derby winner, Tistastic. It looked like back in 2022 that Derby was all but wrapped up until a horse who was entered the very last second was able to get in because of a late scratch of Ethereal Road from D. Wayne Lucas, drew into the field and provided the second biggest upset in Derby history.
If Steve ever wins the Derby, and I doubt it happens this year, he'll really continue to be haunted by that beat. Because that was. I mean, first of all, it's always a nightmare to lose to a horse that gets into the also eligibles. You know, you need a horse for a score, and the horse sneaks in off the A's and beats you. And to have it happen in the Derby, especially in that manner. But, you know, Epicenter proved by the end of the year he was the best 3-year-old in training. Gunrunner, he wasn't really that good then. You look at Gunrunner, and some might say, how could he not win the Derby with Gunrunner? Because Gunrunner didn't get good until November when he won the Clark. He was always okay before that. And Curlin was making just his 4th start. Steve's a great trainer. Whether or not he wins the Derby or not, I don't really care. It doesn't take away from me his incredible accomplishments in this game.
Still has quite a few victories. The winningest trainer all time, North American history. Real quick, back to Cole Battle. 2 for 2 on off tracks. Maybe take that with a grain of salt. Those were incredibly slow races. He won his debut at a lower league racetrack where the favorite had come in with a 32 buyer. He won his stakes race over a wet track as well, where the second choice was a horse who couldn't compete in New York. So not quite the fastest, even though he won those races and beat those fields, different level of competition here.
How the wet track helps Cole Battle is that he's a long shot. And, you know, long shots, if you like a long shot and the track comes up wet, you're kind of supposed to be happy because maybe it makes your chance a little bit better. The problem with Cole Battle is he's just not shown to be good enough. It's a great story. It'll be a fun story if he happens to be able to win this race. But I think the fact that he had so much trouble getting by Cornucopian last time out says to me he has some distance questions as well as some talent questions. Listen, the wet track, if you're Michael McCarthy, of course you don't want it to rain. He's the favorite. But I still think he's probably pretty confident that he's bringing the best horse into the race. And that's never a bad thing.
That is the position everybody wants to be in here. Even Mark Casse with Sandman said if there's one horse you could take out of this race, who would it be? He said journalism.
Right. When trainers say I wouldn't trade places with anybody, if they said that in this race, they don't trade journalism, they're lying.
Yes, indeed. Here's what's ahead presented by Claiborne. Belmont at the Big A, races 3 through 11. This is including our Fox Sports 2 coverage, which begins at 1:30 to 6 after we wrap up on FS1. And Oaklawn, closing day at Oaklawn today. And it's the start of a cross-country pick 5 in that 7th. Mystic Dan, last year's Derby winner, coming back today on this closing day card.
I hope that Mystic Dan can find a way to get his act together, because at this point, there's a real question of whether or not he's ever going to be competitive again. But listen, he was such a good story, and Kentucky Derby winners, they're a story for the rest of their lives. And I think it's kind of cool how the public knows the Derby winners, so I'd love to see him get back on track. It's tough to be confident.
Get signed up, play the Kentucky Derby, everything in between and beyond at Naira Bets. Derby 25, that code to punch in for new members at sign up. Get that $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match sign up bonus when you get started with Naira Bets. Christophe Clement, he has a pair in the Fort Marcy stablemates who know each other well. Will Deterministic get his turn today after Carson's Run has taken the first 2 meetings?
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all, including today's Kentucky Derby. Get signed up, started with the code DERBY25 for new members. Get a $25 free bet and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NairaBets.com. Feature later today. Grade 2, Fort Marcy in race 10. This will be seen on Fox Sports 2 later today. Mile and an eighth on the turf, 4-year-olds and up, and Christophe Clement with a pair of runners that know each other pretty well in Deterministic and Carson's Run.
By the end of the season, Carson's Run was making a case he was the best 3-year-old turf horse in the country, at least going longer. How good that means he is remains to be seen, and it'll be interesting to see if either or both these horses can step forward. I'm not giving up on Deterministic. I thought his return race was sensational at Keeneland off the turf, where he set a wicked fast pace, and he lost to a grade stakes winner in doing so, and the other speeds finished nowhere. I'd like to see him aggressively ridden, perhaps try to wire this field, and I think he can do that. But these horses need to step forward, because the 3-year-olds in the turf last year, the Colts especially, they weren't a very strong bunch. Can they step forward? Will they step forward as 4-year-olds?
You kind of can, would you say, expect to see, especially from this barn with horses like this on the grass, going a little bit longer, they can sort of grow into themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, 3 to 4, you're supposed to improve. One of the reasons we've had a dearth of good horses is so many of the best 3-year-olds in the dirt have been retired after their 3-year-old season. You don't get a chance to see them mature. They can absolutely take big steps forward. I think they might. I mean, you were mentioning to me, Greg, and I agree, the winner of this race last year, Masterpiece, who's 9, if he runs the race he ran this race last year, good luck to them beating him. Now, he's a real question mark. He tailed off the end of the year. He's a 9-year-old. He certainly has any upside. But he did run a race in this race last year that it seems almost impossible that any of the local horses are going to beat.
Yeah, that is Masterpiece. Also have an undefeated 9-for-9 horse for Bill Mott, making the state's debut at K-Army. Very interesting. Fort Marcy to come. Plenty more Derby talk when we come back. One of the best stories going into this Derby. 71-year-old Lonnie Briley, who very few had heard of. We all know his name now with Cole Battle. Can his charge step up on Derby Day?
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Hello, I'm Janice Dean here with your Fox weather forecast for the Kentucky Derby. The risk of weather impact is set to be pretty high today. We've got rain in the forecast all day up until race time and beyond that. So the horses are really going to have to dodge those showers, and I'm expecting a real mutter of an event. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, you can check us out on foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
JD, thank you for that. As we take a look at the current odds for the 151st run for the Roses, journalism. Right now, 7-2. We don't expect, or do we?
I don't know how
for
much,
him to stay there.
I don't know how much lower he's going to go. The Derby's a funny animal. If American Pharoah could pay 7 and change, anything's possible.
Well, Cole Battle, Lonnie Briley, 72 years old. By the way, I missed a recent birthday with.
I sent him a card. You didn't send him a card?
I should have, but we can say happy belated.
So self-centered.
Undefeated on the dirt until the Arkansas Derby last time out. Maggie Wolfadale had a chance to catch up with him.
Here with our good friend Lonnie Briley. And Lonnie, it's Derby week. Have you been able to enjoy it at all?
It's been different, shall I say. You know, it's pretty stressful and you know, and all the interviews, stuff you're not used to, you know. And, man, I ain't used to talking to these people. And at the end of the day, it's fun, you know, tiresome, but, you know, it's fun. I mean, I never, ever expected to be doing this, you know, but it's an experience, you know, at the end of my career, you know. And then to have this monkey show up, you know, he... you know, you go to a lot of sales and buy horses, but it's like you're not looking for particularly a Derby horse. You know, they kind of come around, you know, and this horse showed himself at Kentucky Downs. That's when I realized that there's a lot more to this horse. I'm going to give him a chance. And he just kept climbing the ladder, you know, and I said, well, here we are, you know. I don't know if we belong or not, but we're here.
Lonnie, you're obviously a loyal man, though you have been critical sometimes of Juan Vargas. Why stick with him, somebody that hasn't been on this stage before?
He won 5 races on him, made over $1 million on him. You know, he knows the horse very well. I've had 2 or 3 jockeys talk to me about, you know, maybe trying to ride him. But Vargas is a good guy, and he tries hard, and he's not a bad rider. It's just his first time with this marathon, and it'll be an experience for everybody, I reckon. But this horse breaks sharp enough. I think he can break, and the speed's on the inside, break and get on over and place him. I kind of hope to see him maybe 10th or 12th, you know, getting over, and then just kind of work his way up and just, like Corey told me, wait, wait, and wait. And he said, when you think you waited too long, wait some more, you know?
We saw Mystic Dan scoot up the rail. I mean, would that be kind of the dream trip for you?
Yes, like that, and like Mine the Bird did and stuff like that. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. That would be the plan, you know, if it would work. Hey, buddy, what's wrong?
One more question, Cole Battle. Have you given yourself a chance to think about what it would mean to you to win the Derby?
I don't know. You'd probably have to hit me in the head and say, hey, you just won the Derby. You know, I said, did I? You know, I don't know what I'd say. We'd love to win, but in all honesty, if he'd run in the top 3, I'd be happy.
Oh, we bring in Richie Migliore, and Mig, you had a chance to see this horse up close and personal through that comprehensive 3-year-old series. Maggie referenced him being a little bit critical of Jorge Vargas in that last ride when he felt Lonnie Briley maybe moved a little bit too soon in that race. Why could things be different for this horse in the Derby?
Well, he's going to have to take a step forward, no doubt. But, you know, he's a horse that's honest and shows up. And last year you had Mystic Dan get beat 6.5 lengths in the Arkansas Derby. Well, this horse got beat 7 lengths in the Arkansas Derby. And, you know, Mystic Dan rebounded. But Lonnie Briley, I think he was like a really good assistant coach. He was part of the team, you know, or an offensive coordinator. And now training this horse, he stepped up to being head coach.
Now, Juan Vargas, on Cole Battle. We'll see. Big moment for him, obviously, on a long shot. Has been a terrific story. Opener from Oaklawn. We're all set. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park on Kentucky Derby Day and closing day of the 2024-2025 season. Slow break from the back of the field from Wampus Kitten. Good beginning from Fine by Design, who's on the lead 3 parts of length. Take Her Back takes back to second in the early stages. Chica Arma is third with Southern Spite. They're pretty much together. Then Sending, Spin the Breeze to the inside, and a slow starting Wampus Kitten who's deep. Another length to Sabres, who's second to last, and Wildwood Queen can see them all as they go into the far turn. 7 or 8 lengths from tip to tail as they corner. And here's Fine by Design losing the lead to Take Her Back, who surges to a half-length edge. Fine by Design on the inside, behind in second now. Chica Arma getting closer, taking that second position away from Fine by Design. Wampus Kitten is shaken up third under pressure. Southern Spite being asked to pick it up as they come to the top of the lane. Take Her Back off the turn, clear by a length here. Chica Arma on the outside, bearing down for the final 3/16. Take Her Back has a response when Chica Arma came up alongside. Take Her Back extends stride, opens up 2 on Chica Arma. Sabres into the third position. It's Take Her Back coming to the finish clear. Take Her Back. Walter De La Cruz, gate to wire in the opener. Chica Arma was second, then Sabres, and Southern Spite was fourth.
Take Her Back, Walter De La Cruz. John Horan, 1 for 16 coming in. Gets the win. The entry is the 9-5 favorite. Get signed up, started again. Play it all, that code we've shown you. Derby 25 for new members to get the $25 free play and the $200 deposit match sign-up bonus right there, again on your screen at NyraBets.com. Back to New York and race 3. Dylan Davis has taken the first 2. This race has been a victim of scratches. We don't see this very often. Just
thankfully.
a 2-horse field going 6.5 furlongs in this non-winners at 2 live claiming race.
Do not mistake this field for Seabiscuit and War Admiral.
Thank you. Good point.
Obviously, an unfortunate series of events have led this 6 horses entered, scratched down to 2. Miles and Miles, in my opinion, I don't know that there's that significant a difference between the 2 choices and the 2 horses left in this race. I should say, Go Irish comes out of a race that came very fast against much better horses, and it was her first start in 9 months. I mean, I picked the 5, but I don't think the horse should be 1-4 versus 7-5 on the 2. Do you think they're that far apart?
Not at. I actually preferred Go Irish in here.
The 5 has more speed, which certainly helps in a match race, and she's the likeliest winner, but I think it's more of a coin flip.
And how do you ride a race like this? Jockeys never really put in this position where it's just 2 runners in here.
Fortunately.
See what happens. Little gamesmanship, some cat and mouse may be played. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the 3rd.
And they're off. Go Irish will get the first call. It's Go Irish with the head in front. Miles and Miles is going to stalk, and the match race is on now as they move up the backstretch. It's Go Irish who's in front. Just right there is Miles and Miles, and these 2 travel as a pair up the backstretch now as we approach that time for the opening quarter mile. Katie Davis and Go Irish. They've got the lead. Miles and Miles continue to not let that leader get away, and now Miles and Miles puts a nose in front, and they went 22.33 that opening quarter mile. It's the New York and the New Jersey bred tackling each other, and Miles now put a nose back in front, but Go Irish is not going anywhere. They're still shoulder to shoulder here, and Katie Davis looking a little confident here on Go Irish. Jose Lezcano with every chance to run by with Miles and Miles, but Go Irish is trying to get away. Go Irish is up by 2. 44.67 was the half-mile time, and Go Irish is now opening up inside the final furlong. It's all Go Irish. Miles and Miles is still chasing, but inside the final 16th, they're going to be smiling South Bend. Go Irish wins it. Go Irish over Miles and Miles in 1:16.4.
The Davis family has swept the first 3 on the card. Dylan the first 2. Sister Katie here takes the 3rd, and it's an upset, even though this one goes off at 4-5, beats the 2-5 favorite.
Katie did the one thing that she needed to do, which was be aggressive coming out of the gate. And obviously, Miles and Miles didn't run well at all. The public figured out the board was mispriced. She went down from 7-5 to 4-5 last flash. Still a second choice, but the easiest of winners.
So Go Irish. Maiden win came at Monmouth back in June of last year. Gets career win number 2 here for Jenna Antonucci of Arcangelo fame. Winner of the Belmont and Travers in that sensational 3-year-old campaign.
Gets it done quite impressively on a track that's playing very quickly right now. And we have seen horses with inside speed in the first 3 races, and obviously not a particularly competitive race that we just ran, but we have seen them do well in races.
Yeah, 1:16.4. Pretty sharp time, especially for this level at 6.5 furlongs. Churchill Downs, Grade 2 Distaff Turf Mile is coming up to post time shortly here. Mile on the grass. And a little bit surprisingly, how short a price right now Sacred Wish is for George Weaver.
Well, she is a Grade 1 winner, and I think people are looking at that. I'm not her biggest fan, but she could certainly win the race. The race has changed with the scratch of the number 10 Special Wand, and it potentially makes the 2 moving on up as the controlling speed in this race. Now, I think John Velasquez be well suited to be very forward on Sacred Wish in here, and also simply in front should be forward. I don't really have a strong opinion in here. I don't know how much give there is in the ground. I think it's well wide open. I would like tax implications if I thought there was more pace in here, but I worry about the lack of pace in the race. But I think moving on up, if she can transfer that form from Florida over there, she could have a big tactical edge on that field.
Sacred Wish, who is your favorite, has run well on a different course that had a little bit of give in it, so maybe that's part of the reason as well, but no 2 turf courses the same.
No, and you know, listen, I mean, she's been running in Grade 1s, right? And, you know, she's okay. Maybe she is the horse to beat, but it's not an easy race.
That's coming up in just a few minutes. We'll, of course, keep our eyes on Louisville here on Kentucky Derby Saturday afternoon back at Oaklawn. Take Her Back with the victory. Closing day. That jockey battle's kind of been back and forth. Late in the card yesterday, Christian Torres actually took the lead back late over Francisco Arrieta. He is not riding today. He's in Louisville. So Francisco Arrieta has got a little bit of work to do if he wants his jockey title.
How far behind is he?
One back.
One back. He just finished second. I'm guessing he'll at least share it by the end of the day. They're running 12 races today, I believe. We will not be on for all 12. The biggest question I have on this show is, what state will the MIG be in when the last race at Oaklawn goes off today?
I'm betting he's staying through the entire card.
I will take Tennessee and lay the points.
He's done a tremendous job out there.
Yes, he has.
Filling in last minute.
Very appreciative.
Heading to Hot Springs, and we have certainly missed him, but he's been tremendous. It'll be good to have him back, though, as we get back here to New York. Go Irish, and at 4-5, this is an upset, beating a 2-5 favorite in a 2-horse race.
Well, Katie knew that she had to be aggressive out of the gate, and really that's the only thing you could ask of her. After that, it's up to the horses, and this horse was much the best.
So again, the Davis family have taken the first 3 on the card after brother Dylan took the first 2. It's Katie's turn here. And 380 on Go Irish. Mandatory payout pick 5, beginning in the 4th, coming up next. 24 minutes to post. 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, all for sale in this field for $17,500. Horses who only have a maiden win, so non-winners of 2 life.
Yeah, I've taken the drop down, the horse on the rail who's going to be favored, Prince of Truth. He hasn't been in great form, but on the drop down, he may have found himself in the right field. If you think the track is a bit speed favoring or inside favoring, Cam Duke is probably the controlling speed in here. He's not a winning type, to say the least, at just 1 for 27, but he might have a tactical edge.
All right, we'll have more on that race coming up. Another look at that Distaff Turf Mile, Grade 2. Mile on the lawn. We'll take a look at the odds again. Still favoritism to a horse we have seen here in New York. And remember, it's sort of interesting when this horse, this filly moved to the grass, showed a lot of ability, and now, as you mentioned, a Grade 1 winner.
It's almost hard to remember that she was competing in some tough races on the dirt earlier in her career. She realized she ran the CCA Oaks. Does that sound right? Maybe ran second in it or something? It's a pretty good horse for George Weaver, right? But she's been okay on the turf. She's one of the ones, but I don't think that she has any demonstrative edge on these.
Was it behind Wet Paint, perhaps?
I think you could be right.
I think it was.
I think it was 2 years ago. Wet Paint, who ended up finishing second, I believe, the randomized, right, in the Alabama.
So this race coming up very shortly. And that Grade 2 Distaff Turf Mile. We're going to step aside for a timeout. We'll be back. A lot of things potentially changed in the Distaff division for fillies and mares yesterday. Good cheer. Many of us were skeptical. As short a price as she was, she remains undefeated. Now 7 for 7 after that Oaks win. Where does she fit into this division? We'll have that next. Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. So much going on in this sport, not just with the Oaks in the Derby, but in all these divisions. The big stars, the big names, they come out on the undercards in here. And, of course, we had one of those big races and a huge defeat, which we'll get to in a moment with our reigning horse of the year. But in terms of the Kentucky Oaks, Good Cheer, she came into that race, perfect record. We all felt not really overwhelmingly much faster than several in the race. She proved, though, she is the best 3-year-old filly in this group.
Well, in this race, there's no doubt about it. I mean, she got the same 91 buyer she got in her last race, so it's a little concerning that she continues to not run particularly fast. But I think you have to take this race apart a little bit and realize just how well she ran. She was wide the whole way, but she made a big wide move around the quarter pole, the 5/16 pole, in a race that completely fell apart. And the horse that breaks the race open often falls victim to that move later in the race, but she was able to continue to run well and easily defeat the others. The race fell apart behind her, so it's a real credit to her in how well she ran. No question she was the best horse in this race yesterday.
7 for 7 now. Obviously, she's only faced, as 2-year-olds, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds. At some point, she's going to tackle older company, which means maybe at some point, the reigning horse of the year was defeated yesterday in a huge upset, Torpedo Anna. But the other older fillies and mares in this group, is she right now, off this performance now, with that 7 for 7 record and what she did, the best filly or mare in the country?
No. I don't even know how much she's even in that conversation at this point. I just don't think there's any reason to get ahead of yourself. It's May 3rd. A lot can happen. Now, she may continue to improve. She's running 91 buyers. They could be 100 and 102 buyers by the end of the year. And with Torpedo Anna, who, make no mistake, she is still the leading filly or mare in this country. You don't just erase what she did in her career because of her bad race yesterday. And she does have questions to answer. She obviously didn't run so well in her wins down at Oaklawn Park. But she ran so badly yesterday. If she ran 3rd or 4th yesterday and was beaten by 3 lengths, I would feel more confident saying she's just not that good anymore, but I don't know what to say after the race yesterday.
Let's point out, too, she was coming back in 20 days.
Correct.
Incredibly short time coming back. She did get slammed in the race a little bit as well, so a little bit of concern about that. But I think, no question, we didn't see one of the most reliable fillies we've seen in a long time.
Well, one of the things that made Torpedo Anna so good last year was that she overcame adversity. She just brushed it off. So the fact that, and I thought maybe she was the cause of the bumping, but regardless, you can be the cause and still take the worst of it. You know what I mean? So she didn't run yesterday. And Kenny came back and said, maybe I ran her too quickly. And I appreciate the fact that Kenny is so open in his comments and he's willing to put the blame on himself. A lot of people are not that quick to put the blame on himself. Kenny has no problem doing it. He takes the credit, but he takes the blame as well. You can't write her off one bad race. We'll see what she does. Good Cheer can and may well develop, but I'll give people some food for thought. A horse named Shred the Gnar won the first race at Churchill Downs yesterday. She's a 3-year-old filly who's 2 for 3. She got a 94 buyer. Now, she did it on a fast track, alone on the lead, et cetera, but just to put some comparison there, and we're hoping these two horses hook up in the Acorn. Good Cheer is clearly the leader of that division right now, but a long way from being the best filly or mare in the country.
And then the one you mentioned, though, waiting in the wings, who might wind up being the best 3-year-old filly if she continues to progress. Yeah, she was impressive for trainer Brian Lynch in that opening race on the card yesterday. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale on this discussion. Maggie, congratulations. You like Good Cheer in the Kentucky Oaks. How impressed were you with that performance?
Yeah, as I said, I was eating the chalk yesterday, but I was really pleased to see, although during the running of the race, I was like, when she made that move around the turn, are you moving too soon? Are you giving up too much ground? But Luis Saez rode her like she was the best horse. And what I like most about Good Cheer, she's a yes woman. She just says, oh, you want me to do that? Okay, sure. And she delivers. And what's really cool is she was looking to become the first filly to win the Oaks whilst undefeated since Rachel Alexandra. Now, I'm definitely not putting her in that category, but let's give a little nod to both of their sire, and that's Medaglia d'Oro, who is getting up there in age, but continues to produce, especially fillies and mares that are at the top of the game. So I do have a lot of love for Good Cheer. She's kind of that, as we often talk about, Richie, that bring your lunch pail to work, show up, and get the job done.
Yeah, Maggie, and I'm full agreement with you. I thought around the far turn, kind of getting into it maybe a little too soon and going to be spun wide, but she just kept coming. She's relentless, and it really is remarkable what Medaglia d'Oro's done, particularly with his fillies. I thought it was a great race. As far as, she right now is obviously the leader of the 3-year-old filly division, but to talk about who's the best filly and mare at this point of the year, like Andy said, yeah, a bit early, but this was a stellar performance, really nice, and she's a filly that just keeps finding ways to get it done. As far as Torpedo Anna, guys, I don't think yesterday was indicative of her true ability, obviously. If she had run second or third, you would say, well, maybe she isn't quite as good as last year. I don't know what to make after yesterday. And the incident into the first turn, I think it was the inside horse with Johnny Velasquez, just did not corner well and came out into Torpedo Anna and put her onto Randomizer's hip. And there was a great still shot in one of the racing papers that, you could see Joel Rosario has Randomizer's head cocked out. He's not trying to take her ground. I think it was the inside filly that put Torpedo Anna in a little bit of a precarious position.
Yeah, Meg, I had seen that picture as well, and from that picture, it shows you that Torpedo Anna took a pretty good shot in that race. How much it affected her, we won't know, but I think with a little rest, I think we're going to see a different Torpedo Anna the next time she's on the racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, she has a lot of questions to answer, and a lot of it's because she didn't really run particularly fast at Oaklawn, and it should be a lesson for people that make those comments. They run as fast as they have to. And to be fair with Torpedo Anna, she did step it up when she had to in the Travers, so she did show that sort of rare quality last year. But I think it was also apparent she was not the same horse in her first 2 races this year that she was at her best last year. It could be early in the year. It could she didn't turn the corner. She didn't really run a particularly good race after the Travers, despite winning the Breeders' Cup. So there are some question marks about her. But the thought of erasing everything she's done because of one bad race really kind of annoys me. Because, I mean, I'm going to go from, and I've always loved Torpedo Anna. I was against her yesterday, but I'm going to the point where I'm going to defend her now to anybody that says, oh, she just can't run anymore. And maybe she won't, but I certainly hope she's not retired. The game is better for having Torpedo Anna in it.
No question. And again, there was pause for cause as quick as she was coming back.
Yeah, right.
We all hope to see her. And there was even talk about her facing the boys again later in the year. We'll see if that happens or not. But we're all excited to see the reigning horse of the year return again. Look at the Kentucky Derby odds. Race 12 later today. And right now, what would be a sloppy racetrack. We'll see if that weather conditions continue throughout the afternoon. Journalism, a very, all of a sudden, enticing sort of 7-2 on the board right now.
The favorite in the Derby is often a bigger price than it should be, and I'm amazed looking at the last 10 Derbies. 4 favorites won, 2 seconds and 2 thirds. In my opinion, that's dramatically overachieving, especially given the field size.
A lot of enticing long shots, including Baeza, who gets into the field, and the runner-up from the Louisiana Derby. Maggie had a chance to catch up with Chunk of Gold's trainer.
Here with trainer Ethan West of Chunk of Gold, a.k.a. also his exercise rider. Ethan, you get on a lot of your own horses. Talk a little bit about what insights you can give us as far as Chunk of Gold / how much of an advantage is that for you to feel those horses underneath you?
It's nice. I mean, I would say it's the best part of the job. It's what I enjoy the most. I get paid to ride horses, essentially. It's fun. I don't have to rely on someone else telling me. I get to feel it and see it myself, so it's nice.
Chunk of Gold, what's he like to ride?
Oh, he's all class. He was a little keen today, a little more than usual, except for here. He's wanting, I guess.
He wants the limelight.
Yeah, he's wanting to be on camera. Every corner he has to stop and look out. But that's just him. But no, he galloped great today. So, I mean, he's usually just kind of sits right there against the bit, and when you ask him to go, he goes.
In a career that started back in 2018, you were just telling me you just kind of came into this industry and business. To be in the Kentucky Derby in such a short amount of time, what's that like for you?
Oh, it's hard to put into words. It's cool. It's unreal. It's awesome to be here, be in the limelight, all cameras on you. It's very enjoyable.
Did you grow up watching the Derby?
Oh, absolutely. Who didn't?
Yeah, exactly. If you're a fan of this game, of course. But tell us a little bit about his chances. I thought, a really game race in the Louisiana Derby, probably sitting closer to the pace than the winner was. For you, ideally, how does the Derby play out?
There's a lot of speed and there's a lot of closers. And hopefully we're somewhere in the middle of that, kind of in our own little bubble. I mean, in a perfect world, we've got 9 of them up front and 10 of them behind us, and we're just sitting right there. And then when Jared pushes buttons, he goes.
How about Jareth Loveberry? He was second in the Derby a couple years ago, and only his first ride. Now his second. How much confidence do you have in your jock?
Oh, 100%. No doubt in my mind he'll put the best ride possible on him.
Well, Ethan, best of luck, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Well, an enticing long shot as we bring in Mig, and he's one of several trainers in this game who, as we heard in that interview with Maggie Mig, gets on his horses in the morning. Is there any sort of advantage to doing that?
Well, I think there is. I mean, obviously, it's not a prerequisite for a trainer to be successful. There are a lot of Hall of Fame trainers that never rode horses at all, let alone get on their own horses to exercise. But I think there's little subtleties, little nuances that you can pick up from a horse's back that you can't always identify from the ground. And also then having an exercise rider or a jockey, whatever the case may be, being able to communicate to you exactly what they're feeling. Sometimes I can feel something and I can't articulate it as well as I'd like. If I was training the horse, well, I know what I mean, and I wouldn't have to worry about how I explain it. But yeah, I mean, I think for some trainers, there's a lot more comfortability being able to get on their own and firsthand know exactly where they're at, especially coming into a big race.
Chunk of gold, 30-1 morning line for Ethan West. And again, Jareth Loveberry will be aboard. You can play the Derby, all the races prior and beyond with NYRA Bets. Get that $25 free bet, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code at sign-up Derby25 at NYRABets.com. It is time to give our selections, and we'll start with Andy Serling.
Well, I'm talking it out with journalism. I think he's the horse to beat. His races are too good for these horses if he runs his best race, and I'm not really trying to beat him. I am interested in Chunk of Gold. He's my second choice. I'm going to try to get him into the Exacta and try, primarily with journalism 1-2, but I think they've got a favorite that's going to take a hell of a lot of beating.
Let's go to Maggie.
I like journalism as well. I haven't been wowed by a horse in quite a while like I have been with him. But Meg, you're going to keep the journalism train rolling here?
I'm keeping the journalism train going, although my picks lately could stop a freight train. I like him a lot. He's shown the ability to overcome adversity, and he is an athlete. He's just a runner, and hopefully he gets a good trip.
I like Sovereignty quite a bit in here. He won a graded stakes over this Churchill Downs racetrack as a 2-year-old, and I love the big jump he made from 2 to 3, and also the fact of late that he has really woken up in his morning workouts. He used to get outworked by a lot lesser company horses. He's now shown a lot of activity in the mornings for Bill Mott. We will see you on FS2 right after a break as our coverage continues.
Club American Oaks.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Big Cap, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's the first Saturday in May, the day that we wait for so many months, and it's finally here at Churchill Downs, the home of the Kentucky Derby, who will add their names to the history books this afternoon. And maybe this year, it's as simple as don't overthink it. The favorite, journalism, a worthy favorite coming into Kentucky Derby 151. Plenty of good racing here in New York, though, at Aqueduct Racetrack. Trainer Christophe Clement with strong runners in both of the turf stakes today, including a 1-2 punch in the Fort Marcy, the 4-year-old debut for multiple Grade 1 winner Carson's Run, and the second race of the year for Deterministic, who gets back on the turf after a game effort at Keeneland last time out. Closing day in Hot Springs, Arkansas at Oaklawn Park. We'll hear from Richard Migliore as always and bring you that card coming up. We come to you live, though, from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York. Thanks to our viewers on FS2 for staying with you. I am Acacia Clement, stepping in here. Pleased to be joined by New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. And Andy, of course, I mean, it's kind of like Christmas for horse players, so to speak, as we get into the Triple Crown season. It's a race that we talk so much about for so much of the year leading into it with the Kentucky Derby and the days here.
Yeah, I mean, Derby Day is a fun day. It's obviously a different day for a lot of people. The Derby itself, not exactly a huge thing at the track for racing fans in the sense that it's just Americana and people love going to it and wish the weather was a little better for all the people that went down there. But for racing fans, we spend so much of the early part of the year focusing on the Triple Crown preps, trying to figure out who the best horses are, and then you get a chance to see it in the racetrack, which is always why it's a little disappointing when it ends up raining, because you'd like to see it on a fast track. But the reality is, we look at some of those results. Orb won the Kentucky Derby. He was the favorite. It was a sloppy track. So we'll see whether or not it has a say in the outcome. Journalism remains the worst to beat.
He certainly does, as he has been very impressive since stretching out in distance. Here's what's coming up on today's show, though. We have races 4 through 11 still to come. Belmont at the Big A. We're fast and firm. Those 2 stakes, as mentioned. We'll show races 2 through 8 on closing day over at Oaklawn Park, a good main track over there. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. Kentucky Derby Day is here. Bet on the biggest race of the year with Naira Bets. Get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up now. This offer ends today. Sign up now with promo code DERBY25 at nairabets.com. We get right into live racing action with race 4 here in New York coming up. This is a claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life, and it's even money right now on Prince of Truth. Andy, who is taking that drop in class for Linda Rice? Yeah, I sort of begrudgingly picked him on top. I didn't really have any strong feelings with others. Linda Rice has good numbers overall with her substantial drop downs, though even money a little bit short for me to take. I think a horse like the 2, Mr. Mendelssohn, is a potential thorn in the what do you say in the ointment? Whatever, fly in the
ointment here. Thank you, something like that. Thank you, Acacia, and has a chance. But I think Prince of Truth might have just found the level where he's better than these horses.
Looks like he might have found his friends, so to speak, as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us. Maggie, of course, Prince of Truth has that lovely pedigree, but maybe sometimes it's just by nature of finding the spot where they belong on the racetrack.
Right, and you often, when you see that on paper, it often is reflective in the way that they look as well, Acacia. As Prince of Truth, he just kind of stands above this group that he meets here. He's a bigger type that has a lot of size and scope to him, and furthermore, he's just really well turned out. Throughout the winter, he just did not have a great coat to him, and now, you know, as the weather has gotten warmer, that nice, rich, hydrated appearance has come out in him. The thing is, though, is I think Kendrick Carmouche has a job to do, and that is to get this horse out of the gate. Get him forward position, because he is a little bit of a one-pace type that just wherever you stick him early is generally where he's going to end up late. So I think just ride him like he is the horse that to beat and put him forwardly. As number 3 is Strand Road for Rick Dutrow, coming in off the claim, comes back as a new gelding. Now, he's a horse that I didn't necessarily notice a need to be gelded, and back in the paddock, he did seem a little bit nervous. He was kind of shaking, yet washing out a little bit, which you sometimes see with horses, and sometimes it just makes no difference. It's not an ill effect, in other words, as he is a massive price up there. But he's inconsistent. So we'll see if Rick can turn his life around a little bit. Maybe that's why the gelding has taken place. Gimme Gimme, the other horse in here, as he's turning back. And, you know, Brad Cox does great work, but he was with Dave Duggan and Linda Rice prior to that. So very capable trainers. He's one that I just wish looked stronger across his top line. And the fact that he's a 3-year-old facing some older horses is very evident, at least in the physicality of this group. He is a bit smaller, but yet again, he did get a very big warm-up, as if Louis Rivera has it in mind that this is a horse that could potentially be outpaced with the cutback in distance. At least he's drawn outside, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see how it plays out here in the 4th race. We have a pick 5 kicking off here. Prince of Truth continues to be the favorite, of course, out of La Verdad. Such a great racehorse, and I always love looking back on any of her big races on the track.
Yeah, she had an amazing season. She won a rare Eclipse Award winner that never won a Grade 1.
That's right. Very interesting. Well, 3-4 now on her son, who could just be finding himself in the right spot today. Race 4, Belmont at the Big A coming up. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Messi the Magician had speed, so does Cam Duke in between horses, and now Cam Duke will assert is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. At the rail is Prince of Truth, is now a chasing second, shares that spot with Strand Road in between horses. Out wider, there's Messi the Magician, who broke on top, is now back to 4th. The 2 at the back, Mr. Mendelssohn with the trailer, Gimme Gimme. They're chasing Cam Duke with the speed, and Cam Duke 22-4 for the opening quarter mile, doing it all on his own. Cam Duke and Eric Hansel go into the far turn, and they're up by 2.5. Strand Road has moved to the outside here. Prince of Truth, who's got to pick it up, is back to 3rd. He's trying to keep up with this leader, Cam Duke, who still travels well enough, approaching a quarter mile left to go. The 3 at the back, it's Mr. Mendelssohn, an all-in Messi the Magician, and Gimme Gimme. They're chasing Cam Duke to the top of the stretch, and Cam Duke turns for home. Cam Duke is still up by 2.5. Now Prince of Truth starts to commence that rally, is in the clear. Cam Duke, they're just slowly getting to this leader who's still in front. Cam Duke, Prince of Truth is trying to get there, approaching a final 16th. Cam Duke is almost there. Prince of Truth keeps trying. Mr. Mendelssohn late. Cam Duke will take him all the way. Cam Duke wins it over Prince of Truth and Mr. Mendelssohn at Strand Road in 1:11 flat.
Bit of an upset here. Cam Duke, another class dropper, gets the job done, able to hold off Prince of Truth late.
And I think it's become abundantly clear that we're dealing with a track that's biased towards inside horses and speed horses. This is a horse that's 1 for 27 that is quitting races because somebody sneezed in the grandstand, and he kept on running in here. And you even see the way the 2 came up the rail. I think you want to be inside, and I think you want to be a speed in this racetrack. We have a bias.
Well, Eric Hansel did the right thing with Cam Duke, a horse that has speed, as you mentioned. I mean, this is a horse with 1 win to his 6 seconds coming into here, so I think that kind of perfectly illustrates it, and able to hold on this track. Just maybe not the right position for Prince of Truth. The way this track is playing, second best in here today as your 3-5 favorite.
Yeah, I have no idea how this horse was 3-5. I mean, there's just this sort of odd assumption to be betting on a lower level claiming horse dropping down off bad performances at 3-5. I don't know where that gets you. I picked him. I expected him to be the worst to beat, but 3-5 is ridiculous.
Cam Duke with the win, though, gets the second victory of his career with Eric Hansel in the saddle. Bring you prices in a moment. Turning our attention over to Oaklawn Park as we have race 2 coming up next for the Arkansas Breds, a 1.16 miles, non-winners of 2. Closing day over at Oaklawn Park, so last big opportunity for a lot of these Arkansas bred runners as well, as we welcome in Richard Migliori. And Richie, just want to say, I know all of us feeling the same way. Tremendous job throughout your time at Oaklawn Park and all of the insight that you've brought us.
Thank you so much, Acacia and Andy, everybody. You know, we're all part of the same team. I came down here, you know, and it's been a great experience. But, you know, we're all in this together. We are a team, and we're trying to bring the best possible racing telecast we can put on a daily basis. And that includes everybody behind the scenes. We know how hard everybody works to pull these shows off. So thank all of you, because it's a pleasure and a sense of pride for me to be a part of this team. Now let's talk horses. The 2, Time and Beyond, stretching out for the first time for Ron Moquett. Ron's had a tremendous meeting. Most wins he's ever had at an Oaklawn stand. Previous was 29. This meet 34. Has runners in today, can add to those totals. But 76 of his horses have been in the money. So, you know, they're all running well. If they're not winning, he's just had a tremendous meeting. And looking at Time and Beyond, he just gives you the impression that from a physical standpoint, he may appreciate stretching out. You know, it took him a while to break his maiden, but now he drops down in company here against Arkansas Breds, and I think he is a major player here. The 10 Task looks good. He had one race off the bench where he sprinted. Now he stretches back out. He broke his maiden impressively here last year, late March, going 2 turns. And I have to give a little shout out to one of his owners, Robert Tucker, Dr. Robert Tucker. He's a dentist. I had an issue with a tooth last week. He got wind of it, opened up his practice to me after hours, and it's not easy for me because of my neck to have dental work done, and he just was such a gentleman and more of the warmth and hospitality that I've been afforded since I've been here. And then you've got the 11 Point Blank, who makes a lot of sense. Tough post, a horse that doesn't break too well, but it looks like some horses, sprinters stretching out, could set up for him as far as enough pace to see him get it done here. Kelsey Haar riding back, a horse that's, to me, looks a bit difficult to ride, but she does a good job with him.
Richie, thank you. As we see a current 2-1 favorite right now with Where's Randy? The question over the next 24 hours or so should be, where's Mig? As he's going to make his way back up to New York. We can't wait to see him.
I hear if you use the promo code MIG25, you get a 20% discount at that dentist. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's the rumor going around.
He's an influencer now.
He really is. When I think influencer, I smoked out the favorite in this race. I thought the 5 and 10, the 2 favorites, were the logical horses. Maybe the 2 if you're looking for a slightly better price.
6-1 on Time and Beyond, stretching out in distance and dropping in class for Ron Moquette. Loading in Arkansas Breds on a good main track here at Oaklawn Park on closing day. We welcome in Matt Ditterman, ready for the call, the final day of the meet.
They've loaded Max Dot Socks. Task has gone forward, speaking loud in Where's Randy, the gray horse. And 2 more runners to round out the field here after Point Blank, who just went in. So there's 2 back. Outlaw Rod and Double Check. Here's Double Check coming up to the gate. Go again, we're ready to go. That's number 2, Time and Beyond, who the rider, Rafael Bejarano, was unseated there. Got right back on his feet, though. A couple of them have been a little bit rambunctious there. The rider's going to hop off Max Dot Socks, and they're going to back out here Time and Beyond just to take a look at him and make sure he's okay, our attending veterinarian. Of course, the health of our equine and human athletes of the most importance to us. Always a veterinarian by the horses and our EMT crew as well for the jockeys. The rider has hopped off Time and Beyond. Stand by. We're going to have a change here, folks.
So as you heard from Matt Ditterman, and it looks like they are backing out the remainder of the field now after the 2 Time and Beyond acting up in the gate, backing him out to be inspected. Rider Rafael Bejarano off, and at least, as I said, looks like, yes, they are backing the rest of the field out one by one. Let's go back to Richie for an update.
Yeah, there is a late scratch here of the 2 Time and Beyond. It was backed out of the gate. I can't see from my vantage point, guys, Rafael Bejarano, and if he's okay, but there will be a late scratch. They're going to take these horses out of the gate and reset, guys, so it will be a bit of a delay right now.
Richie, thank you. We will keep an eye on what is taking place over at Oaklawn Park with that late scratch, slight delay. Back over Belmont at the Big A, though, as Andy touched on, looks like today on this main track, you really want to be forward and on the front end, and that's exactly what Cam Duke did to wire the field.
Yeah, and I see trainer Jimmy Wyerson in the winner's circle, and a horse that I'm sure has been frustrating at times, but we talked about this even after the match race we ran earlier, and I said Cam Duke's a tough horse to take because he's 1 for 27, but he is going to have the run of the racetrack in here, and he did, and a very good job by Eric Hansel rode this horse, right?
He did.
Yes, Eric.
Yep.
Doling out his speed, and you see the way the 2 rallied up the rail. And listen, the 2 was my second choice. I'm not surprised he ran a little, but I do think he benefited from being inside. And it's not just inside, it's speed. Horses are not picking up ground on this racetrack.
Yeah. Something to keep an eye on throughout the remainder of this card. Maybe adjust your handicapping a little bit. And as we take a look at the prices, $8.40 winner over Prince of Truth. Andy, how important is it to follow the way a track is playing throughout the afternoon, wherever it is you're playing?
It is important, but it's also important not to jump to conclusions. And to be fair, we're not exactly seeing sort of outrageous results in this card. We had a 2-5 or 1-5 and even money. This horse a mild upsetter, but it's the way races are being run. It's like the second race. The way the number 2 horse re-rallied up the inside to narrowly get beaten after he looked hopelessly beaten top of the stretch. Felt like the track was carrying him a little bit, but you have to be careful with that. I mean, you're not going to increase your liking of a short-priced horse because you think the track's in his favor unless you're absolutely sure it's a bias. Whereas if you have a horse, even like a Cam Duke or a horse that you didn't love, but you think that horse can be loose in the lead and is a little bit of a price, maybe it'll encourage you to bet a horse you didn't normally like.
Keep an eye on how the track is playing throughout the rest of the card in New York. Back over to Oaklawn. Park horses making their way back over to the starting gate for take 2 here for the second race. Again, late scratch of the number 2, Time and Beyond. Favoritism still on the 5, Where's Randy, while the 10, Task, also taking some attention. Loading back in, we'll go one more time up to Matt Dinnerman.
And Chrome Runner. Speaking Loud coming up. Chrome Runner's got it. Where's Randy? Post position 5. Max Dot Sox. Post 9 walking forward. Then Task. 2 back. Point Blank. And Double Check to the outside post. Start of the early pick 4 here. We're ready to go. And they're off. Gino Hollander leapt in the air at the start just a little bit, then taking up after the start was Outlaw Run. Task, forwardly placed in the first quarter mile, does not have the lead. Speaking Loud on the inside, firing through to have a share of it as they go into the first turn. Stuck in Snow alongside of him, but Speaking Loud now takes control, leads by a length from Stuck in Snow. Task in third with Gino Hollander, then Double Check. The gray Where's Randy is next with Point Blank, who's tugging a little bit. He's running 5 lengths off the lead. A gap of a length and a half to Storm Strategy, then Outlaw Run, Chrome Runner, they're side by side, and Max Dot Sox is at the rear as they swing up the backstretch. The Pacemaker, Speaking Loud, in the first leg of the early pick 4, leads a length and a half from Stuck in Snow. Gino Hollander down on the inside third. Task placed well, 3 lengths off the pace. Another length to Double Check. Where's Randy patiently ridden on the rail with Point Blank? They're still side by side. They're 2 better than Storm Strategy. Another length and a half to Outlaw Run. Chrome Runner still second to last, and now Max Dot Sox is being asked to make a move on the outside of horses. Takes the second last spot going into the turn. Speaking Loud around the turn. 3/4 of a length ahead. Now it's a half length. Stuck in Snow. Getting a lot closer in second. Task is third. 3 deep sent along. On the inside, Gino Hollander loses a spot in fourth. Where's Randy? Searching for racing room. He's got some horse here. Trying to get out a little bit, turning for home, but he's mounting a rally as they come down the lane. Task got the jump on Where's Randy, and Task goes to the front. In the second spot is Stuck in Snow. Where's Randy? Grandstand side trying to reel in Task. Task on the lead. Where's Randy? Outside coming with a charge, and he takes the lead here with a 16th to go. Where's Randy coming to the finish? Neck in front of Task, who's coming back. Where's Randy? And Task photo finish. Oh boy, it was tight. Where's Randy? Task on the line right together there. And then Storm Strategy, Gino Hollander. Photo finish of the second.
Well, a formful finish to race 2 between the 5, Where's Randy, and the 10, Task. A tight photo finish, Andy. My first thought was that it was the outside, Where's Randy, who got the bob just in time, but game from these 2.
Yeah, it feels like the outside was far enough ahead that it didn't really matter that much. But one thing I would say, and it does seem like he won, is got to be careful with the angle at Oaklawn because it's not exact on this finish line. It is not facing it, and sometimes the inside horse has a real edge.
Absolutely, but they certainly made a low-level claiming race exciting with Where's Randy and Task. Game down to the wire, 5-10, 10-5. coming down in the final strides. One more look. They still have not posted the photo just yet. Taking a look again, Task the 10 was on the front end. Took quite a bit of time to switch to his outside lead, and then seems that he did re-engage when the 5 Where's Randy came by. And in fact, it was the 5 Where's Randy who got the bob.
Yes, he did. As we said, they looked like the right 2 horses as the 2 favorites, and they were.
Got the win there. Well, back over at Churchill Downs, time for kind of one of the big races on the card, so to speak. The Pat Day Mile coming up next, a race, Andy, that you see a lot of horses who maybe didn't get into the Kentucky Derby or couldn't handle the distance of the Kentucky Derby, cutting back to the mile here. The favorite, currently Matticat Road, who we last saw finishing 4th in the Florida Derby.
Thanks for reminding me so I could rev up my Naira Bets account. I like the number 2 in here, Built, who's like a crazy 6-1 at this point, and I'm going to use him in exactas with the 3 California Burrito and the 5 Gate to Wire.
I like it. I thought Built is a really big price. I mean, this is a horse who was trying and hoping to get into the Kentucky Derby field. Ended up going here instead, but we're in a huge race at 7 furlongs to break his maiden. Has run big races before against some good company and a horse with tactical speed as well, Fort Wayne Catalano.
Well, I think if you like Chunk of Gold because he moved prematurely into a pace that collapsed, you're supposed to like Built in this race, who was right on top of the pace going too far. I love the cutback for him. I think this is a tremendous price on him. I never thought I would get this price. Come to camera, but I am.
No, that's okay. You can stay on your phone. He's betting. He's allowed to be on his phone now.
Yes.
I can confirm he was actually placing a bet there.
Matticat Road is okay, but I think he's just okay. The cut back to a mile may help him as well. But, I mean, he's 5-2. I don't think he's any bargain. I really like the number 2 in this race, Built.
5-2 on Matticat Road right now, again, who opts for the Pat Day Mile instead of the Kentucky Derby. As we take a look at the current odds for Kentucky Derby, 151. Journalism now 4-1. And I know as you and Greg Wolf were discussing earlier, Andy, you don't normally see field sizes like this. When often a horse is the favorite of the Kentucky Derby, they're not going to be the typical short price favorite we might see on an average day.
Because, well, one of the things that happens is, and it's really started out with Giacomo winning, when the long shots win, is a lot of the public will be betting too much money. It's the longer priced horses that are the underlays, and it elevates the prices. Right now he's 4-1, which is frankly ludicrous, considering his position in this race. I don't know exactly what price he has to win, but I think he's better than 20% to win this race. And I don't think that you should make that much of the smidgen of trouble he had last time. Maybe it cost him a half length. And you could argue, well, Baeza maybe was moving too soon, and that hindered him a little bit. But at the end of the day, it just showed how good journalism is, that he's able to start re-rally when he stopped a little bit. But I think we knew that beforehand, and I think there's an argument that the 102 buyer this race got could be a little on the light side. Frankly, it might have been a little bit better race than that. I see nothing about him to fear him being the best horse. Obviously, a wet track can be a monkey wrench into it, and there are other good horses in this race. But based on what they've done on the racetrack, this is the horse to beat, and it's not that close.
You know, some years it feels like you have a very flawed favorite. You feel like people kind of default into one horse. This year, this is probably one of the more well-rounded favorites we've seen in recent years, I think.
I agree. And the other thing about him is he's not pace compromised. If they're going too fast, he'll be fine. If the pace isn't that fast, he'll be within hunting distance. So he's not a horse that tactically is compromised by the potential dynamics of the race. I think he can adapt to whatever the circumstances are.
There's a look at the current odds for this year's Kentucky Derby. We'll take a quick time out, and when we come back, we'll take a look at some of the stakes action coming up today in New York in the Fort Marcy. Trainer Christophe Clement with a strong 1-2 punch between Carson's Run and Deterministic, who have faced off against one another before, will make their return to the grass this afternoon.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
America's Day at the Races is sponsored in part by Gun Pilot, new to 3 chimneys. We'll take a look at the field of the Fort Marcy coming up a little bit later on today in New York. Mile and an eighth on the turf. And this is an interesting race, Sandy, because you have 2 horses who were good as 3-year-olds. Fort trainer Christophe Clement in Carson's Run and Deterministic coming back, and wondering if we'll see either of them take a step forward now as they're facing older horses.
I certainly hope there are some of last year's 3-year-old males can take a step forward, because to be honest, it wasn't a very strong group. And Carson's Run makes an argument that he was the best, if not one of the best, in that division. Can he step forward and run fast enough to start running with some older horses? It'll go a long way to whether or not we can shore up the older horse division. Personally, I'm going to remain loyal to Deterministic. I hope he gets an aggressive ride today. I thought he ran super, albeit in a dirt race and an off-the-turf race at Keeneland, where he's involved in just an insanely fast pace, where the others that were close to pace finished absolutely nowhere, and he hung in well to be second to a proven graded stakes winner. So I'm hoping Deterministic can turn it around this year. But frankly, there is nobody in this 5-horse field that can't win.
That's the Fort Marcy. Coming up a little bit later on, horses are on the on the track for race 5, New York breds. There is the 1A on the track right now, 9 and 4. Here's the 2, Rodolphe, who has the railer.
I like Rodolphe in here. It comes out of a race that a lot of horses have come back and run very well out of it, and I think he has a chance to be aggressive inside and get at least some good position with Katie.
There's the 3, Sittin' Chili.
First-time star for Wesley Ward is guaranteed to take some money, but he's not getting bet off the board.
There is number 4, Man from Malta, comes back as a gelding.
Did have some trouble. He was slammed last time at the start. The problem is his theoretical...
I should say, I'm sorry, this is Good Moments. We're not at Man from Malta yet.
Okay, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I got too excited. I'm sorry.
Good Moments is exciting as well. He ran okay first time against a very bad field. He can run better. He's a price if you like him.
8-1 right now. Now there's Man from Malta.
This horse could get an aggressive ride, and don't think he's good enough, but maybe he's the speed.
Keep an eye on how that track is playing. Does have that speed, as Andy mentioned. And there is the number 6, Swept.
Yeah, there's little to recommend. That's why he's a big price.
6-5 on your favorite, Magic Beach, knocking on the door.
I can't think of a worse horse to take 6-5 on than this horse.
He does have some speed.
He does, but so does the 5. And Wesley Ward first-timers often have speed as well. And I just think he's been running at this level, and you've got a horse like the 2 who's been running against much better horses dropping down, and even the 1st or the 3 that I'd be more afraid of. I think he's a horrendous 6-5 shot, and he better get absolutely loose and take every advantage of a bias to win this race. I think he is way, way, way overbet.
The Kentucky Derby is here. Bet on the biggest race of the year with Naira Bets. Get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up now. This offer ends today. Sign up with promo code Derby25 at nairabets.com. There's a look at Magic Beach. We'll take a look at his last race. We're 9 and 4, who's the 1A in here, and is 9-1 versus 7-5, finished 3rd, and they will rematch out of this effort from April.
Yeah, this to me was a very bad race, and I realize he's had the experience. 9-4 seems to have lost any good form he has. He was 7-5, had an easy lead, and just sort of stopped. I guess he ran his best figure ever last time out, so maybe it's a good sign he can move forward. To me, I would prefer to take Strangers in this group than a horse like this who has proven form and it's just not that good, and now he's even money. I just don't get it. Game has passed me by occasionally.
Short price favorite right now as we check in with Maggie. What are you seeing from the favorite on the track?
Andy, the game has never passed you by. Come on, man. Because I think people going gung-ho with Magic Beach in here because of the potential of this bias that we're seeing. Now, watching any kind of, inclination that I have or Jose Lezcano tipping his hand as to what he's going to try to do with this horse, well, he's not showing it, at least in this warm-up, as he stayed with the pony, hasn't really gotten out of a medium to slow type of canter with the pony. But in his past races, he has shown intent. He has hustled this horse away from the gate. Now, he doesn't look bad. He's kind of your typical Linda Rice horse. I will say he did get awfully hot and washy back in the paddock. He's cooled down a bit since hitting the track. But I agree, to take a short price on this horse just does not seem like a wise decision, as we'll move on to some lesser experienced rivals, including number 2, Rodolphe. And let's hope that the rail is good, because Rodolphe does not have that much speed. Now, this is the first time he'll be on a fast track, though, and I think with coming back off of a layoff, he has had some trouble pairing races back-to-back here. He does look incredibly fit. He is really well turned out, arguably the best turned out in this field. So I'm going to land on him. And furthermore, going back to that good track that he got in his first try at a NYRA racetrack, he just never looked to be traveling over it. You know, kind of head up in the air, never really into the bridle with Kai Barkoa aboard. Katie Davis will be aboard this time around. am getting word that we do have a late scratch here with number 4, Good Moments, as Chris Griffin coming over the PA here in-house to announce that Good Moments will be a late scratch. Really does not have any impact on this race, given looking at it from a pace perspective, as he had no early speed. Now, Sittin' Chili, what do we do with him? Son of Frosted, who does strike at 12% with his first time starting 3-year-olds and older. The dam did win her lone start. First time out off the turf race, I believe, for Wesley Ward. Lone sibling, though, is 0 for 7. Bit of an awkwardly put together horse, kind of a little too long. Looks like he has that extra rib that shouldn't be there. That usually doesn't equate to being that powerful, having that lasting, punch that you want to see. Also, really long kind of drab coat on him as well. He does look fit, though, I will say that, and I don't think he has to be any sort of superstar to take down this field. I just wish he made slightly a better impression if I'm going to take a short price on this first-time starter. But also, Acacia, I get being attracted to the ones that aren't exposed in these maiden claimers.
Can sometimes be quite appealing. Maggie, thank you. Sittin' Chili, who's 2-1. And again, as Maggie mentioned, late scratch of the 4 Good Moments coming out of this race. Andy, if I am not mistaken, though, you landed on the 2 Rodolphe.
Yeah, I like Rodolphe. Comes out of a race that I think is much better than it looks. A number of horses in there. Raul Sorans came back and ran much better. He got caught very wide in there. I think he has actually the speed to be in contention here. Whether or not he will be remains to be seen. Unfortunately, he's really come down in price, and 3-1 doesn't do a whole lot for me. But I don't like the even money shot. I thought I could get a better price.
Wow, 9-5 now, too, on Sittin' Chili.
The first money, there's just nowhere else to go. I mean, it's one of those things.
On, it's kind of the, has the least amount of excuses in this
is
field.
He really bad, or is he really just taking money because there's no one else to take?
Good point. 6-5, though, to the outside on the number 7, Magic Beach, who is currently the short price favorite. We'll see if Linda Rice and Jose Lezcano can take this group every step of the way. Moving towards
slowly towards the gate.
Slowly, but
slowly
surely.
Making their way on Derby Day. And the good news is, guys, it's only 5 hours to the Derby.
That's a long day being there.
I've been there 3 of the last 4 years. It's a lot of fun being there, but it's a long, because you get there early too. You get there. Listen, we get there early too and stuff.
Especially if you try to park or whatever. I remember.
I've had pretty good accommodations when I've gone to the Derby, so
excuse me.
those things haven't been a real problem. For mere mortals, perhaps those are a problem, but for me.
They open up the velvet ropes when Andy
They're the regular
walks
people.
in.
To me, an irregular person.
6-5 on Magic Beach, loading in to the
I think a lot of people take buses, right? They park over by the stadium for Louisville, which is close right by, and they take buses.
Over.
Yeah. They do a great job at the Derby. They have their acts together, that's for sure.
They have the system down. We're finally just about in the gate for this 5th race, Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
Swept has gone in, and Magic Beach to the outside. Magic Beach going in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for 9-4, the early trailer. Hard sent his man from Malta. Christopher Elliott wants to be on the front end, has a neck advantage, but here comes Sittin' Chili. Sittin' Chili's going to apply the pressure, now puts a nose in front. It's Sittin' Chili to the inside of man from Malta. They're a clear 1-2. Magic Beach is settled off of them in third, and Rodolfi moves through at the rail, has taken a shared third and fourth. Is in behind them is Swept, who's in fifth. The trailer, 9-4 with less than 4 furlongs to go. 22.35 for that pressured opening quarter mile. Sittin' Chili has got a neck advantage still from man from Malta. Here comes Magic Beach. It's just ranging up on the outside, is 3 wide and approaching the leaders. All in is Rodolfi, has moved to the outside. Not making up ground is Swept, and from the back 9-4. They're 3 across the racetrack here, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Sittin' Chili is all in here at the rail, but Magic Beach has now pounced, and Magic Beach has taken the lead. Sittin' Chili just won't go away. Rodolfi is making up some mild ground from the back 9-4. Sittin' Chili keeps battling on, and Sittin' Chili is opening up the margin again. Sittin' Chili is back up by a length and a half inside the final 16th. It's going to be Sittin' Chili to get the victory. Sittin' Chili over Magic Beach, Rodolfi, and 9-4. And 1 minute 11.59 seconds.
Sittin' Chili, first-time starter, gets the job done and was able to control things on the front end, Andy.
Yeah, inside speed wins again, and you just can see the way the 7 pulled outside of her. Now, obviously, Magic Beach is not a great example in the sense that it's a horrible, horrible 6-5 shot in here, but the fact that she sort of made the lead like she was, or he was going to go by and win quite easily, and just couldn't finish at all. And my number 2 horse, maybe he was uncomfortable inside, and so I get why Katie went outside, but once he went outside, it completely stalled his run. You have got to be inside on this racetrack.
That's 3 for Dylan Davis today?
I have not paid enough attention, but I'll take your word for it. Let's see.
I believe so.
He won the first. He won the second, so that would make 3.
That would be 3. 3 for Dylan Davis today. Coming back after a nice trip over to Churchill Downs yesterday. And 8-5 shot gets the win here with Sittin' Chili going gate to wire 3-7 to 1A. First time starter went off at 8-5. We'll bring you prices in a moment. When we come back, we will turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park. Race 3. Horses making their way out of the paddock. We'll hear from Richie. Get more on Oaklawn after this.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Over at Oaklawn Park, we'll meet the field for race 3, $12,500 claiming race. And a nice, easy group of 12 to come forward here. 5-2 favorite on the number 4, Vivir con Alegría, who is now your favorite. We'll meet the field, though, starting off with the one, Mad Adam. Andy?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you never want to just completely dismiss Chris Hartman at a price, but I preferred others.
Here's the 2, Hey Boss.
Yeah, his lack of speed bothers me as he figures to be far back early.
On a spree, last out winner.
Comes off the claim for Lindsey Schultz, I thought was dangerous. I agree with the public here on the 3 and 4.
There's the 4, your favorite, Vivir con Alegría.
Thought this horse was the one to beat, potentially the lone speed as well.
5-2, big price on the 5, Reve Valley.
Big price for a reason, just looks too slow, but does have some speed.
Number 6, Right Tone, slight drop in class.
Took a break and then drops down during the Oaklawn meet, not a good sign.
One that tends to come from very far off of it as well.
Yep.
Here is the 7, Dual Monarchy.
He ran a good figure last time, sort of an outlier for him. Can he run back to it?
There's the 8, Lucky Boss, another deep closer.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like he was good enough.
Steve Asmussen sends out the number 9, Wartime Hero.
Same with him. He just seemed a little bit slow.
Second off the layoff for this one, Son Keith going to be in the saddle. There's the 10, Tricky Trucky.
He's not a little slow. He's very slow.
Stretching out in distance the first time in quite some time. There's Candy for Carmel.
Another horse with no speed and an outside post.
And big price getting in off the also eligible list, Frost Alert.
Tough post. He could be forward. I just don't know that he's good enough.
Does have some speed. Well, that's the field for race 3. We'll check in with Richie.
Yeah, guys, we'll start with the 3, Honest Spree, who would be my top selection. He's in good form. I thought he moved very aggressively and slightly prematurely last time and was able to see it out. He's in good form. He's making his first start for Lindsey Schultz. And he just looks terrific from a physical perspective, a horse that's in good form. I think he sits a trip as well. I agree. I think the 4, and I'm not going to say it nearly as nice as you did, Acacia, Vivir con Alegría, if I'm saying that properly, has speed, but Reveille Valley has some speed right outside. Sometimes that makes horses kind of get hooked up a bit. The horse that drew into the race on the far outside, Frost Alert, has some speed and did pick up Kelsey Haar, who's not afraid of allowing horses to show speed. So even though he's obviously a major contender, I don't know that he's going to get as good a trip as the 3, Honest Spree, who I think will be sitting just off of them. Horse that I have to mention, guys, at a big price because physically he just kept talking to me is the 2, Hey Boss. He is a closer. You know, he needs things to heat up a bit on the front end, but at a big price, he just looks too good for Tom Vanberg. And he gets Joey Belmier, an apprentice that I just really like a lot. Kid's got a great attitude. He's a hard worker. He was injured earlier in the meet, but he's bounced back, and he's had a couple of winners since returning. And I just thought he was a little bit interesting at a big price.
Richie, thank you. Hey Boss, 17-1, a nice price indeed. More on Oaklawn in a moment. Back over to New York. Race 5, Dylan Davis and first-time starter Sittin' Chili head into the winner's circle, holding up 3 fingers. Third win today for Dylan Davis.
And on the same spot, that inside speed position, and Dylan ran up inside the 5, who not surprisingly showed speed. And listen, the favorite who loomed up the outside is who she is, but I mean, he hung badly on the outside, and it's partly because of the horse that he is, but if you don't think this track played a role in this result, then you're really not paying attention, in my opinion.
Another horse using inside speed to his advantage. First-time starter Sittin' Chili getting the win to break his maiden at first asking. $5.50 winner. The favorites run 2-1. Firster getting the job done. We'll take a look at the live odds for Kentucky Derby 151. Taking a look at the board, just with a quick glance, Andy, of course, we talked about journalism. Doesn't really seem like there's any big surprises thus far.
No, well, I think it's preposterous that Sandman is 5-1 and only a point off journalism and 4 points lower than Sovereignty.
Yeah.
If somebody told me I could bet Pick'em Sovereignty beats Sandman, I'd do it every day of the week.
Agreed.
It's ludicrous. They are very similar running types. I would actually argue that Sovereignty can maybe put himself a little bit closer And I just think he's a better horse than Sandman and not completely as pace dependent as that one. Sovereignty has put in his runs even when the paces haven't been so much in his favor. So I don't understand what the thinking is that he's 9-1. I just think it's a lot of people betting Sandman that shouldn't be betting him. Maybe Sovereignty should be 6-1, but Sandman then should be 12-1.
Well, last year we saw the Japanese runner Forever Young nearly win the Kentucky Derby. This year, Japan sends in another UAE Derby winner, and that's Admire Daytona. Now, obviously, he is not on paper the caliber of Forever Young, who I think was kind of a rare talent on top of being perhaps the best Japanese runner we've seen to come here to face the Kentucky Derby.
No, I completely agree with that. And I think people need to be careful because UAE Derby winners have not run well.
Right.
I mean, Mendelssohn, who was one of the shorter prices, finished last. And, you know, a lot of these horses were inferior. It was one of Brendan Walsh's greatest moves, bringing Pluka Parfait over there for a big purse. A horse that couldn't compete in the Kentucky Derby. In fact, he was 10th as a credit to Brendan. So in general, I don't hold against him. It's a bad prep race to use as a prep, in my opinion. I just don't think Admire Daytona is good enough. He's also a horse that can be forward. You don't want to be that in this race. And frankly, he got easily beaten by Luxor Cafe the time before that. And while he got left a little bit, it wasn't significant. Luxor Cafe also came out of that race a win with a far more impressive win in his next start. So if you want one of the Japanese horses, I don't think it's even close between these two.
Couldn't agree more. Luxor Cafe, who's won his last 4 races, including that win at a mile and an 8th last time out by 5 lengths. And he just looked, watching that race back, like the winner every step of the race in there.
Yeah, he was a commanding winner. It's hard, you know, when we watch his races, because unless you sort of know they're running against, you want to be a little careful getting too excited about him.
Yeah.
But it was a very good effort. I'm kind of rooting for him to do well. His dam, Mary's Follies, ran for owner Paul Pompa, the late Paul Pompa. She's the dam of Regal Glory, who was a tremendous racehorse for first for Paul. Then Peter Brandt bought her after dispersal. And I love the idea of these horses running in the memory of Paul Pompa, who will always be one of the great gentlemen of this sport and somebody that so many of us knew, and you'll never find a person, at least I can't find a person, that has anything but kind things to say about Paul. And I just like this horse carries his memory a little bit.
Yeah, very, very well said. Also has the Magic Man, João Moreira, in it to ride, who was aboard last time out as well. They were getting to the starting gate for race 3, Oaklawn Park. Favorite continues to be the 4. Any final thoughts, Sandy?
No, I'm 4s and 3s. So I'm, last race I was with the public. We were right. This race, I'll stay with them. My opinion's elsewhere that need a little help.
We'll see how it plays out coming up in the 3rd race, Oaklawn Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Tricky Tracky, post 10 for the Johnny Ortiz barn. Johnny won the opener on Kentucky Derby Day at Churchill Downs with Fountain Lake, owned by Shortleaf Stable, who, of course, competed this winter all winter long at Oaklawn. They've loaded Reveille Valley, Candy for Carmel, 2 back, Right Tone, post 6, and to the outside post, Frost Alert. With new jockey Kelsey Haar, who picks up the ride. Another mile in a 16th race here, ladies and gentlemen, and we are ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful break. Vivir Con Alegria on the lead right away from Reveille Valley, who takes the 2nd spot. Lucky Boss put into play, taking 3rd early. Frost Alert Park Deep as they go into the first turn run. Vivir Con Alegria leads the way by a length from Reveille Valley. Lucky Boss in a tight spot there, has to tap on the brakes. Frost Alert trying to get over after losing some ground into the first turn, is rushing up to claim 2nd and comes after Vivir Con Alegria. Vivir Con Alegria, half length in front now. Frost Alert makes a dash to come and challenge that front runner down the back stretch, a half length back. Gap of 2 to Reveille Valley, settles in 3rd. Lucky Boss in the 4th position. Then Right Tone, he's between horses. Honest Spree's inside. Tricky Tracky losing position 3 deep. Matt Adams sent along. He's 7 lengths off the pace in midfield, 5 clear of Dual Monarchy and Candy for Carmel to the inside. Hey Boss is farther in on the fence, and Wartime Hero is last. They go into the far turn. Frost Alert is given way. He calls it an afternoon. It is plummeting back. Vivir Con Alegria still paving the way as they round the far turn. A length and a tail ahead of Lucky Boss into the second position. On Esprit tries to get going in third as they round the far turn, and then Right Tone sent along. He's 3 wide. Reveille Valley backing away. The others need to get going as they come to the top of the lane. Vivir Cone Alegria turns for home with a length and a half cushion. Now it's 2 as he tries to give this field a slip. Vivir Cone Alegria, Right Tone on Esprit chasing second and third. From the back of the field, Hey Boss is coming on with Du Monarchy, furlong left. Vivir Cone Alegria starting to struggle a little bit, needs to find more. On Esprit's coming, and so is Hey Boss down the grandstand side. Vivir Cone Alegria just keeps fending off the challenges, and Vivir Cone Alegria gets it all the way under Ramon Vasquez. Hey Boss second, On Esprit third, Du Monarchy finish fourth.
Number 4, Vivir con Alegría getting the win to live with happiness. And I would imagine that the Connections are quite happy with that victory over at Oaklawn Park. Churchill Downs, though, underneath the Twin Spires, who will take home the Run for the Roses in Kentucky Derby 151. That is the big question of the day. More on that after this.
And clear off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2. It is a gorgeous spring day here with live racing from Belmont at the Big A, as we do have horses here in the paddock for today's 6th race. It is a New York bred maiden special weight for the fillies. We're going to mount a 16th here on the turf course, and we'll start with the second-time starter who is getting to the turf for the first time. Number 3, Mommy's Turn. I like that. Mother's Day is fastly approaching. But a daughter of Mendelssohn, the dam, now she was a multiple stakes winning New York bred dirt sprinter, but the half sibling was a stakes winner sprinting on the turf, making my move, and also Gotta Go Mo was stakes place on the turf, going 3 for 10 on the surface. This gal has a massive turf hoof, as Chad Brown opts to switch her in only her second start. As she is also coming off a layoff, she looks primed and ready to go, though. I think she is very dangerous in this spot. As we'll take a look, though, at a big price. That's number 4, Sky Runner. You know, I love my Freuds on the turf, and this one, one of the half siblings did win a turf sprint first time out, and the second dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, and this filly really looks like a turf horse. And I know it's only been a month since her last start, but she has put on weight, her coat's gotten better, and too, thinking about watching her warm up in that last start, she was such a good mover that often equates to horses liking the turf. Watch for her as a big bomb to possibly like this surface change. And then I got to give a love to number 5, Rad Llama, a horse I liked in the debut. She's been away for a long time, but I like her here yet again. She's done well moving from 2 to 3, and George Brever brings her back looking ready, Acacia.
We'll meet the field starting off with the 1 right into it. Here is Sassetti, first-time starter.
Plenty of turf pedigree here. The Factor, a war front. The Dam, a good turf horse. Produced 2 good turf horses. Big pedigree.
The 2, Starlight Dancer off the layoff, has the rail.
I thought that she's gotten the right kind of trips when she's done well on the turf, but obviously she's run okay. It's a big price, right?
Yeah, she is 14 to 1. Wow. There's Mommy's Turn, your favorite. Plenty of turf pedigree.
Yeah,
on this
I
one.
picked her and regret it. I should have seen that she'd get way over bet here. She does have a pedigree to improve on turf, but she was also in a turf sprint the other day, and now she's entered going long.
Here's Sky Runner, big turf pedigree in the second generation, as Maggie touched on.
Maggie mentioned she likes the horse a little bit in the pedigree and the way the horse looks, so I didn't, but I respect her opinion. The horse is 40 to 1.
Rad Llama off the layoff.
We'll see. One of a number of horses stretching out off one race last year as a 2-year-old in a turf sprint. George Weaver has horrible numbers stretching horses out on the grass from sprints to routes.
First-time turf for Houdini's Bride.
Not a lot of pedigree to speak of for turf on this one.
There is Karain. Tried the turf last time out.
No, Willful Mama.
Oh, sorry. Willful Mama.
I think Willful Mama's okay. And the 2 turf races last year were decent.
5 to 1. There's Karain. The 7 was last.
You just got excited.
Totally threw me off.
You got excited because you thought the 8 was white. Was
no,
gray
I
or
know
whatever.
Karain is gray.
I'm just teasing you. 1 and 2 for Christophe, and both of them seem like they have a chance.
Je t'adore.
There's a little bit of turf pedigree, but I think it's more dirty.
The best horse in the family was Listen to Your Heart. It was a dirt sprinter. Here's Backcheck off the layoff.
Yes, Listen to Your Heart. I agree.
Yeah.
I thought this horse ran okay first time out and thought could run better here.
And there's the 7, Purest Performance.
Just had so many chances, Acacia, you know.
Gets back to the turf today. Had a little carryover from yesterday in the pick 6 as well, which does kick off here.
We do in the pick 6, and starts out with a tough race. It's not, I guess, Seas Get Degrees will be one horse that they'll lean on a lot in the sequence. Probably the biggest lean in the pick 6 sequence.
You can bet that pick 6 with Naira Bet's account and also bet the Kentucky Derby. As it's here, bet on the biggest race of the year with Naira Bets. Get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus when you sign up now. This offer ends today. Sign up now with promo code Derby25 at nairabets.com. Taking a look at the number 8, Willful Mama. This is a horse who she's the half-sister to both Rodney and My Main Squeeze, who've been very good dirt sprinters for Mike Maker, but she did switch to the turf and run 2 solid races on it last fall.
She did. She's a better turf horse than she is a dirt horse. But she also had extremely good trips in these races. In this race, she stayed on the rail. Rail was the place to be, I think, both times she ran. So she's had good trips in those races. But, you know, those are 2-year-old figs, and she ran 60 buyers. Those could turn to 70. She could be competitive here. I think both she and the 2, with their experience, have a little bit of a chance here. I don't know why the 2 is 15 to 1. I didn't particularly like her, but I think she's kind of an overlay given she has experience. I mean, all the rest of them, we're sort of guessing. The sprinters will get better, or, you know, a horse like the 3, but the 3 is just over bet on the Chad Brown factor.
Willful Mama, though. Maggie, what do you make of her getting back onto the turf today?
Obviously, this is her preferred surface, Acacia, but there's just been no development for me for her, you know, getting another year under her belt, going from 2 to 3. She has not filled out whatsoever. I would have loved to see her carry a bit more conditioning than what she is, and she just presented herself as a nervous type back in the paddock. So I respect her on those 2 turf efforts, but I wish she did a little bit more for me looking at her in the paddock. Now, number 9, Karain. striking. I mean, she is nearly white, which is a bit odd and unheard of for a horse that is only 3, and especially with Authentic on top. I guess the Unbridled Song really coming through, and Strike It Rich as well. But she is big too. I appreciate the size that she's showing me too, and she's one that kind of got a little headstrong, kind of wanted to run off with Joel Rosario when they last hooked up at Tampa. And instead of fighting her, as Joel often does, he just put his hands down, and she assumed the lead about halfway around the first turn. Ears went up, but the damage was kind of already done, so to speak, in that she just gone a little bit too quickly for herself, coming back off a bit of a layoff. So she looks incredibly fit here. She's one that looks as though she has really taken a step forward from 2 to 3. I am curious to see what she does. She's really made a great impression on me, as Christoph's other horse in here is number 11, Back Check. Now she'll get Lasix. Now I wonder what happened last time out, because she was very slow away in that debut. No one really changed positions in that race, but on the gallop out, she blew by the rest of the competition, and it looked, when they got down to the backside again, Dylan was pulling her up, and then she got a ride home in the equine ambulance home, and obviously now she's coming back for only her second start. She does look incredibly fit. Maybe she needed the Lasix. I just wish she was saying she looked fit. She also just looks very lean, and that she might want to strengthen up a little bit with a race under her belt. And we'll see how she negotiates the stretch out. For me, it was more of that wait and see approach with her. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. We'll see what Backcheck can do coming back in here today. And yeah, unfortunately, when you do get a ride home from the equine ambulance, you are immediately placed on the vets list for caution. So you follow protocol before you're able to enter again. So all things have been good with Backcheck coming back.
And so people should understand, with only 5 weeks of turf racing after that race, there was never a chance for this horse to get back in. And she's a New York bred. You're not going to be racing her down in Florida. So basically, honestly, she's basically running as soon as she possibly could get into a race.
Good point. They are 6-1 right now. Number 3, though, that first-time turfer, Mommy's Turn, still a short price.
She's an underlay. I shouldn't have picked her.
2-1. Wow.
I regret picking her. I should have gone 11, 3, 9. I'm just, 3-1 a first-time turfer, Chad Brown or not, is just sort of silly to take. And it also worries me a little bit. He entered this horse in a turf sprint, and it was rained off the turf just last week. She's really kind of bred more to be a sprinter, and I think that's what Chad was probably thinking. And then this race came up, and he ran. Now, for all I know, he would say to me, no, I actually wanted more distance. That race came up. I don't know the answer to it, but kind of pedigree and the fact he entered makes me think that maybe she wanted less distance.
I don't know without looking, but sometimes if you want to run against restricted New York bred company, there's not as many options if the race comes off the turf. So this might have been kind of the only option.
Well,
and like I said, I don't know without looking.
There was a Chad Brown horse that got scratched when another horse acted up next to the gate in a turf sprint, and they ran the horse back in a route next time, and the horse won. So, it wouldn't do a lot for my theory. It's not a theory. I'm just pointing it out. I should not have picked this horse at 9-5. I would never bet horses like this at 9-5.
Certainly could win, but a short price to take on Ophelia doing something for the first time. Loading in for race 6, our first turf race of the day, as we'll see how it takes place. Kicking off the pick 6. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Speed towards the middle there from Rad Llama, and Rad Llama will quickly cross over, gets over to the rail. It's Rad Llama who's in front and chasing is Houdini's Bride. It's in the purple cap here towards the outside. Very wide is going to be Purest Performance. It's trying to save some ground, but nowhere to go. Is going to be out in the center of the course. So it gets set to move into the turn. Rad Llama's got the lead. Rad Llama is up by 3/4 of a length, chased by Houdini's Bride and out wider, 3 wide, but now in the 4 path there was Purest Performance. Karain is settled in behind them as in 4th, is now challenging for that position with Jet Tador, who's back to 5th. Wolful Mama's now in 6th, and 7th at the rail is Sassetti, is followed by Sky Runner, who's trying to get out there and now straightens up a little keen and also on heels. Here comes Mommy's Turn. Jose Lescano there on the move in the red cap. Jose Lescano's got a handful as Mommy's Turn is right in behind that leading pack. The 2 at the back is Back Check with the trailer. Starlight Dancer. Tightly bunched on the front end as they slow things down to a 49-second half-mile time. Rad Llama is in front. Purist Performance is well settled in second. Corain is at the rail, saving all the ground. Sky Runner's being eased out a bit, moved towards the outside. That's Sky Runner just being eased at the back end of the field. They're into the turn now, and here's Rad Llama, Purist Performance. Corain is towards the inside looking for room. Willful Mama, Mommy's Turn has wanted to go throughout. Is still very keen here. Is going to be wide too as they reach the top of the lane. Rad Llama, Corain is the gray, is right to the outside, is trying to push on by, just does. Mommy's Turn is now cut loose, and here comes Mommy's Turn accelerating down the center of the course. Mommy's Turn is past Corain, and Mommy's Turn is trying to sprint clear. A 16th left to go. It is all Mommy's Turn to win it. Mommy's Turn, Corain, then came Sassetti for third, followed by Rad Llama at 1 minute 43 and 4.
Mommy's Turn gets the win, getting onto the turf for the first time, able to run down late and finish best of all.
Well, I have to admit, I was rooting with the home team a little bit. You know, of course, Acacia being married to the Clement family, and I was kind of hoping her and I would do well. We both thought she looked good, and then we both kind of saw the 3.
Yep.
We went, okay, she's not going to beat the 3. And as soon as the source got some daylight, she got it done. Jose Lezcano giving another good ride here, getting it done. But also a very nice ride by Dylan on Corain.
Very good ride.
I mean, you compare the two Clement horses. The other one got caught out in the 4-path and just had absolutely, I'm not saying the horse would have won, but had no chance whatsoever. Whereas at least this horse, got over, and Dylan did the best job he could have, just not quite good enough.
100%, just second best in here. Mommy's Turn, though, once Jose Lezcano got some clear sailing, had the best momentum. Closing here in race 6, a favorite to kick off that pick 6 sequence. Prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Bright Future indeed. Bright Future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright Future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright Future.
Bright Future, look at that. Bright Future, the class prevails.
Bright Future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 10th with a 12:50 first post. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Moose, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Observatory Garden in Central Park. Beautiful spot, especially now with some of the warm weather in the springtime. There's lots of hidden gems within Central Park.
You know, it's funny. I walk through Central Park anytime I go across town, and the weather's nice, but I live very close to the Hudson, so I spend more time in Riverside Park, which is also very great. There's a really nice pier that goes out around 70th or 69th Street. It's nice to go out. And, you know, because we have a different schedule than the rest of the world, our weekends are a little less crowded, so you go out there and it's just empty. It's really nice.
Which is always enjoyable. There is Jose Lezcano and Mommy's Turn heading into the winner's circle. I had to kind of wait for a little bit of room, kind of nearly tipping out and then opting to go inside and follow Kerrane, which turned out to be the right move once he got clear sailing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the 3 was much the best. Did not
Yes.
have the best of trips in this race, to be fair, and got it done. Well, the money was right on this horse. They were right, and, you know, my initial instinct was right. I still don't think that taking 2-to-1 shots on these horses is necessarily the great way to make money, but in this case, this horse was good today. Both the first 2. Put a lot of distance on the other ones. And the one also we mentioned with the pedigree,
First-time
Sassetti.
starter.
Sassetti ran fine here and getting
Yeah.
third. Another horse that was very, very interesting with a big pedigree.
One
Won't
to
be
watch
long winning.
moving forward. I know you and I feel the same way. Love the progeny of the Factor sprinting on
Yep.
the grass in particular.
Yep.
This one able to handle going long too. As we head back over to Oaklawn Park, we have horses leaving the paddock for race number 4. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Game Winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game Winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, Kentucky Derby Saturday, as we get closer and closer to Kentucky Derby 151. But first, we have the 4th race at Oaklawn Park. Almost the same.
When I got into work this morning, I ran to occasion. She said, I know a lot of people are looking at the Derby, but it's really the 4th at Oaklawn. That's the Derby for me. So I'm ready to hear what you think here.
You know what? You and I can talk about any race like it's the Derby. Gatlinburg went by. Here's Tiz Wicked Strong.
Off the claim for Cipriano Contreras, I had as my 3rd choice.
Infinite Luck gets a bit of a drop in class.
Yeah, probably needed one for our buddy Tom Amoss.
Fast Joker, another one dropping in class.
Maybe a joker, but he ain't that fast.
See if he can turn things around with this level of company. There's Dr. Storm, last out maiden winner.
I don't know where the last race came from, but if he can run back to that number, it was off the claim, he's got a chance.
That 79 Beyer speed figure sure does stand out.
It really does.
Here's Remember the Fear, blinkers on and stretching out.
I don't think anybody's fearing this horse.
You see what he could do at a big, big price. Stellar Vino, first off the claim for Jade Cunningham.
He has had no success off the claim in the Dirty's 0 for 11, but 5 hit the board, and I think this horse is an overlay right now.
There's Darrow, currently the favorite for Brad Cox.
He's no Clarence, but he does seem to be a big player in this race. He's not the speed. 4 to 5?
Yeah,
lay over him that much?
Very short. There's Darrow with Francisco Arietta. I'm sorry, Darrow went by. There's Halfway Tempted, and there's Mogo.
Mogo looks better on the turf. I don't know. It does drop down, so there are some things to say. This horse, he isn't the worst 23 to 1 shot you'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
I got to bet the 7 in here. I got to bet the 7 at that price.
Intriguing. Very short price on the favorite, though, as we head trackside to Richard Migliori.
Yeah, guys, we're going to start with our friend and colleague's horse, the 3, Infinite Luck. Horse just looks so good. I stand by the opening of the paddock when the horses are being saddled, and I just make notes on what I'm seeing, and then I'll go back and compare them to what notes I've made as far as handicapping the races on paper. And he was a standout from a physical perspective, just so dappled out, rich hydrated coat. Tom does a good job, and it shows in how his horses look. I think this race is interesting in trying to decipher how this pace is going to work out. And then I'm going to talk about the 6 horse in that respect. I don't like him as a win candidate or a contender, if you will. But this is a horse coming out of sprints and adds blinkers and a significant blinker cup. There's all different types of blinker cups. He has a 3/4 cup, which is closing him up, not completely, but a lot more than a lot of times you'll see either a cheetah cup or a French cup. And I just wonder if those blinkers aren't going to make this horse find a bit more speed back on the stretch out, although he's never shown speed previous on stretch out, but blinkers can have or help in that effect. The 8, your favorite, Darrow, he looks good, kind of a light frame son of Uncle Mo, dropping in class. I agree. I think 4 to 5 is just too short a price. A horse that probably didn't relish the way he was ridden last time, being up on the pace. Definitely think he's a horse that's a little more comfortable following. And the 9 horse at a huge price from the Steve Asmussen barn adds blinkers. Now, a lot of Steve's horses will run in those kind of more open blinkers with what we call a French cup. It's not a cheater cup, but all it does is basically inhibit a horse's vision directly behind them. A horse being a prey animal has the ability to see almost 360 degrees, to fend off a predator if they were out in the wild. So Halfway Tempted looks great, adds that French cup, more of an open cup, and I think he can be heard from at a big price here. He just looks too good for me to not feel like he can at least outrun his odds.
Richie, thank you. Blinkers going on. Halfway Tempted, 25 to 1 right now at a big price. So keep your eyes on this one. Kind of skipping a condition, though, a maiden running in this field, which is for non-winners of 2. He has not yet won 1 race.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing I think you point out there that people need to notice when these horses are running out of conditions. And I think one of the reasons you're going to see them running out of conditions at Oaklawn right now is the end of the meet.
Yep.
And people are just trying to get into whatever race they can get into. So you're going to see that. Some of these horses, they'll go other places, but I mean, this is a very lucrative meet. It's great, the purses are terrific. I'll say something, the purses are terrific, but man, it is tough down there.
Yeah.
I mean, every race is a war.
Darrow is the favorite for Brad Cox and Godolphin. Brad Cox and Godolphin won the Kentucky Oaks yesterday. Godolphin could potentially win the Kentucky Derby today, represented by both Sovereignty and East Avenue for Bill Mott and Brendan Walsh, respectively, I should say, as we see the current live odds.
There is a current odds on this board that you may not have noticed is a good example I was talking about bad betting on horses that are long shots.
Is it American Promise?
Judgment. Render judgment. American Promise at 12 to 1 is absurd. He's a 50 to 1 shot in this race. And Render Judgment's a 99 to 1 shot in this race. But because it's Ken McPeek, and I understand, because of Ken McPeek's notoriety from winning last year's Derby and having Torpedo Anna as well, but that's a horse even Ken McPeek would probably say, if I could book a little 16 to 1 as a hedge,
right?
I might take a few dollars on that horse. And I think even Wayne Lucas, as confident as he always is, might say 12 to 1's a little short for me on even my horse.
Yeah, some of the big names draw some attention on days like this. Well, loading in for race 4 Oaklawn Park. We'll send it up. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
12 minutes or so ago. Fast Joker coming up. Dr. Storm, Halfway Tempted. And to round out this field, Mogo. Here's Mogo and Abel Cedillo. We're ready to go. And they're off. An eventful break. Darrow right to the lead with Mogo. These two from towards the outside share the top spot. Infinite Luck running in third. Fast Joker right behind the pace on a hold going into the first turn. Stellar Vino and the yellow cap 3 wide as they corner. Then Tiz Wicked Strong, Gatlinburg, they're side by side. Dr. Storm, he's third last early. A length and a half clear of Halfway Tempted. Remember the Fear, they're together at the back. Darrow getting to the rail and the lead and really slows the tempo now. It's on the lead here. Darrow a length and a quarter ahead of Mogo, who's right behind on his tail running in the second spot. Stellar Vino, Fast Joker, Infinite Luck, they're all stretched across the track. Tiz Wicked Strong on restraint. He's 4 off the lead. Another 2 lengths to Dr. Storm passing Gatlinburg, who's now third last. Halfway Tempted, still second to last. And remember the Fear is at the back while under pressure and losing a little bit of ground as they hit the half-mile pole. Darrow with absolutely no excuses, cruising on the lead, and he's 3/4 of a length ahead. Mogo right behind in chase mode as they go into the far turn. Tiz Wicked Strong trying to get closer as they round the turn. He's passing horses. Stellar Vino into the third position. He goes as they round the far turn. Tiz Wicked Strong right behind the leaders, searching for racing room. 4 off the pace. Infinite Luck has come under pressure too as they come to the top of the lane here. Darrow, Mogo going at it as they come off the turn. Stellar Vino 3 pass off the rail trying to reel them in. On the extreme outside is Dr. Storm. Furlong to go. Darrow charging to the 8th pole with the advantage. Outside is Dr. Storm. He's into the second spot with Mogo, but it's Darrow still clear. And Darrow in the Godolphin Blue going to take him the distance under the meet's leading rider, Francisco Arrieta. Second, Mogo. And then came Dr. Storm and Tiz Wicked Strong.
Francisco Arrieta taking full advantage to rack up the wins on this closing day. His leading rider has that riding title wrapped up, of course, with Christian Torres at Churchill Downs today, but delivers on the favorite. Maybe drifting out a little bit, but well clear.
Yep. My 7 horse did not get the best of trips. Don't know if he could have been second there. He was a bit wide the whole way around the track. He blew 4th. The 10 Mogo was too big a price. Finished second. Ran pretty gamely, actually. Good effort by him.
The favorite, Darrow, delivers, though, getting the victory for trainer Brad Cox. Francisco Arrieta, leading rider in the saddle. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, it's time for some stakes action at Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at Nothing Better, making the first start, crazy to think, but of his 8-year-old season. The speedy gelding is back. More on the elusive quality after this.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear. 2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his Forgo, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Quality has just run a spectacular 3/4 of a mile in 1:07 2/5 seconds. Elusive Quality running a monster race here. 5.5 lengths in front with the furlong to go. Zaim is running in second. Valspris third. Fortitude fourth. Royalty is fifth. Spectacular victory here. Elusive Quality cruising under the wire. He crushed this field to win by 5.5 lengths.
Elusive Quality in the 1998 poker. Tom Durkin on the mic and dazzling in that effort.
And it's funny, you look at him, for those that aren't familiar, those are the Darley Silks, and back in those days, there were very few horses that ran in the Godolphin Silks in America. That'll change after Bernardini, and there was some talk the Sheik was annoyed that Bernardini hadn't run in those Darley Silks, and Bill Mott trained this one. And I think a lot of us forgot how much success Bill had with Darley in the back years. And I was talking to Bill when he first started getting Godolphin horses back. I think Cody's Wish being one of the first ones, actually. And I was talking to Bill about it, and he said, you know, I had, obviously, he said, I think you, like a lot of people, forgotten how much success I had for them. But when Tom Albertrani, who was, you know, a long friend and co-worker with he said, when Tommy was their trainer, I would never ask them for a horse because he and I are close. But then I started looking around and realizing half the training community, I'm exaggerating a little bit, had a horse with them. So I called him up and said, hey, you forgot about me. Well, it's worked out well for them as well as Bill, but I think for them too.
There's a look at the number 2 horsepower in the paddock, though, for the Elusive Quality, ridden to victory last time and will be ridden today by our friend, the one and only Rajiv Mirage, who's here in New York standing by with Maggie.
Yeah, I just told him how much we all missed him, as we're excited to have you back, but in a different capacity, in the irons yet again. Rajiv, how much weight did you have to lose?
Oh, man, 25 pounds since you last see me on TV.
Well, you've done well, and like I said, excited to see you back here with horsepower. About him, he's not the quickest way, so getting to the 6 furlongs, does that help his case?
Yeah, I really think that he's a horse that's going to relish 6 furlongs. Sometimes at 5, we have to really be chasing a fast pace. I feel like this kind of layout for the 6 furlong race here will get us into a good rhythm. So I'm really excited about trying it.
Are we wagering drinks again here on this show?
I'll take horsepower, and you could have all?
Field?
The whole field. Yes, yes.
That's a big...
That's how confident I am, yes.
Oh, that's a big wager. I like it. Well, Rajiv, as always, it's so good to have you back here in New York, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be here, and great to see you again, Maggie.
All right, we'll see. Rajiv out on the racetrack for this Elusive Quality horsepower. Will he have that today? If not, then we are drinking for free. Acacia?
Which is good news, you know, Maggie, because we had a drinks bet in Saratoga last year, and I was reporting that race, and Tom Morley won the race, and Raj never paid up. I never got a drink from Raj.
He apparently bought Maggie and Tom drinks at the sales. He announced, when I picked Boss Making Boss Moves in the show, he announced very loudly that the horse had absolutely no chance, and if he finished first or second, he would buy drinks. He won, of course. Once you do that, as I'm well aware of, the horse wins. He actually should have finished second. He got a little lucky to win. The second horse had a tough trip. But, yes, he embarrassed himself even more than usual, to be honest.
We love Raj, though. Great to see
Great
him.
Man.
He went back to riding. Not an easy thing to do after time away, and he's had success down at Gulfstream Park. It's following this horse up with Joe Orsino.
No, Raj is one of our favorite people, and he's a lot of fun, as is evidenced. You know, it doesn't take much to see how much fun Rajiv is.
Well, speaking of horses in the paddock that we touched on, Nothing Better before the break. He's back. Maggie, I don't know about you, but I looked down. It was hard to believe this horse is an 8-year-old coming back. What is he showing you in the paddock?
Oh, that's so true, Acacia, but that is not a record to scoff at. 11 for 31 lifetime. You know, winning a third of his races is pretty darn good. And with the randomness that can often occur in turf sprints, it even says more about who he is. But he's also a horse that has shown that often, off of layoffs, he needs a start, especially last year when he completely blew it by rearing at the start and taking himself completely out of his game, which is to be forward. Though I will say he did develop a new dimension last year as a 7-year-old, showing that he can rate, that he can win without the lead. So I always think that's a good feather in one's cap, as he looks strong as he normally does, especially in that hind end. I mean, this horse has a massive hind end to him, hindquarters that are just so well developed, but sometimes with these older horses, it really feels like they need a start. They need a start for that top line to kind of come up and get strong again, to tuck up underneath as well. So I respect him. He's so cool. But I just feel like a start might be needed, as number 4 in here is Apollo 10 for Christophe Clement, and he's up to his normal antics of being quite rambunctious. When he first walked in here, he was quite hot and washy. He's since cooled down since getting the tack on, but he's another one too that, while he is only 4, I always feel like he needs some racing to get truly fit. Now he has won off the bench in the past, but he just looks maybe a little soft around the edges. But I will say this, he's done well yet again, going from 3 to 4. And Acacia, I need a little bit of help here with number 5, 26 Black. I honestly did not cover any of his races. You, I believe, were in the paddock for most of them. And while he looks great here, maybe he's about 90% fit. A, he also got a shoe repair in the paddock. And B, is he always brought over with an iron halter?
Yes, that is typical for him, Maggie. That's so funny that just the way our schedules have been split. But yes, that is normal for 26 Black to have an iron halter to keep him settled, hopefully, in the paddock. More on him in a moment, but we'll take a look at the 1-0 better off the layoff. They actually wanted to run him in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, Andy, but he was on the also eligible list.
Be interested to see what kind of trip he gets with Fernando Hara from the rail, because he is speed. I don't trust him in this spot. I don't trust his recent form, but he is a pretty cool old pro.
Coming back for the start of his 8-year-old season. Next in the poster will be the 3 Shards.
Huge figure out of nowhere last time, and he has run well on the turf in the past. He's kind of a wild card in this race.
Here is the 4 Apollo 10.
I like Apollo 10 quite a bit in this race. I think he comes out of a very strong race last fall at Keeneland. I think he's supposed to be the main speed in this race. I like his chances quite a bit.
Here's 26 Black. He's off the layoff and holding as your favorite, which is a bit surprising.
It is, and he's a terrible price at 3 to 1. Listen, he's a neat horse that usually runs well in his races. He's been a little bit of cut below these. Maybe he improves, but I don't know why you'd want him at this price. He's got to go up in rods.
Here's Senbei, big price for him as well.
How is this guy 12 to 1 in here? This is nuts. I know Acacia's one of her favorites. She named Senbei, and when he's good, he's good. I mean, he's had some clunkers, but when he runs well, he runs well.
First time to turf in a while for Bold Journey.
Yeah, his turf races really aren't that good, even though he ran well in them. He had good trips in there, and his recent form not that good, but he's a big price. I could see taking a shot with him.
Big price on the number 8 Marcus Gift.
Yeah, I think he's an underlay at 39 to 1. This is a tough spot.
Coming in from the fairgrounds, there's a look at Alogon, a horse that finished up 2024 with a win.
He's not impossible. I always respect horses for Ned Howard.
See what he can do off the layoff. And another layoff runner, the number 10, My Boy Prince, cutting back in distance.
I think he's a bit dangerous. Not great numbers, Marcassi cutting back, but he's got a huge race on synthetic at 6.5 furlongs, so I'm not sure he can't be effective sprinting.
And last but certainly not least, the one and only Rajiv Mirage with horsepower to wrap up.
And it makes sense that Raj comes here and he's late coming out of the paddock and on the horse last. He was probably signing autographs, kissing babies, making bad bets, doing the usual, all that Rajiv stuff that we know and love.
There he is with the Joe Orsino trainee coming in from South Florida. There's a look at Apollo 10. I know you have some interest in him, Andy. He was excluded, stuck on the also eligible list in an allowance at Keeneland. Unfortunately, not able to run there. This is Keeneland in October. What I mean is for the spring meet as well. So looking to come back here, maybe the second choice as far as a comeback race, but a horse that really took a big step forward to the end of his 3-year-old season.
Yeah, this is a bit of a merry-go-round race. I thought his effort in the Mahoning was good, and I thought his effort here was very good. I like this horse. You know what's interesting? I don't understand why nobody in racing is talking about the fact that Cheyenne Stables and Everett Dobson, Everett's one of the owners of the Oklahoma Thunder, who poised to possibly be the NBA champion.
Cool.
I think it's a big story in racing, and nobody's talking about it.
It is.
He's also, Everett, for people who don't know, has been named the successor to Stuart Janney as the chairman of the Jockey Club, and I mean, I think it's great to have him aboard. He's a very smart guy, knows a lot about racing, and obviously you know him very well also, relationship, but we're lucky to have him in racing, and go Thunder.
Absolutely. This is a homebred for him, and certainly one of the kindest, classiest, and really well-meaning individuals that's in this game. Really, truly wants the best for the sport of horse racing.
I agree. I think he's he's going to do a great job as chairman of the Jockey Club. We're very lucky to have him.
Well, there's 26 Black. As we kind of touched on quickly before the post parade, he was a horse that towards the start of his career was really tricky to saddle, just tough to handle prior to his races, and he gradually has settled mentally. But Horacio De Paz has done kind of the same things with that iron halter, usually cotton in the ears, usually taking steps to try to keep him settled prior to the races because he can be a bit of a handful.
I mean, he's a nice, honest horse that always seems to run well in his races, and I'm a big Horacio De Paz fan. I didn't particularly like him here. I'm not going to be shocked if he runs okay. I just think he's an underlay. I mean, I know he was 5-1 morning line, so he's not that much lower. I even think 5-1 would be too short on him. He hasn't shown that he's quite good enough to beat these horses, and I just think there are others that have run much better. I don't understand the odds on Senbei. I mean, maybe he'll need a race, but when he runs his good race, he runs the race he ran in the Belmont Turf Sprint here in October, he's going to be a handful to beat, and he's 11-1. He's just being completely ignored.
An odd board right now, 7-2 still though, and 26 Black as we go back to Maggie.
And, you know, as we were talking about him and his development mentally, Acacia, the fact that he stood so quietly and perfectly for a shoe repair in the paddock, I think really just is a testament to the job that Horacio De Paz and his team have done with 26 Black and really moving well out on the racetrack. Yes, I too don't get him as the favorite, but at least he's giving the right signs as one. As we'll check in with some other layoff runners. That's why this race is, I think, incredibly complicated. And two, like I said, given the randomness that we often see at times with these turf sprints, and I don't want to say randomness, you know, as long shots went, just that they often take turns beating each other. You know, it's a real battle for supremacy that often doesn't come to fruition. As we'll take a look at Alagon, who has shown that he can be very competitive with the best of the turf sprinters. And to me, to my eye, it really looks as though Ned Allard has him ready to go here. And he's a horse that has shown that he appreciates this Aqueduct turf course and sprinting going the 6 furlongs. So I like what I'm seeing from Alagon, who does get Jamie Rodriguez in the iron, who I think is just riding really well on the turf. As number 10, My Boy Prince for Mark Casse comes back as a gelding. I've never seen this horse before, but they'll turn him back. And in his last race in the Commonwealth Turf at in the Bryan Station, which the race that I last watched from him, he just does a little too much in the middle, and so therefore he doesn't have much left in the tank. So I think it does make sense turning him back because he is a bit more of a compact build physically. So he looks ready to go as well for Mark Casse, but I'm going to land on the horse that has recency and take a shot here with Shards. You know, he's by Bucaro, who got better with racing. He's a horse that ran a lot, a sire that made a lot of starts on the racetrack and arguably got better as he got older, and I feel like that's true of a lot of his progeny, as I'm excited to see Bookham Dan a little bit later on this Churchill Downs card. He just looks like a turf sprinter to me, and maybe taking that step forward as a early 4-year-old hints at the fact that he's going to be better this year and that he could be better on the turf. Acacia?
He's a nice price too, Maggie, at 7-1. Thank you. Big buyer speed figure on synthetic last time out.
I think that he's a very reasonable horse to bet at 7-1. I've used him in this race. I didn't originally pick him, but the more I looked, because that race was legitimately fast. Now, it's an outlier. He's kind of a one-number horse at this point, but it is his last race, and though it was synthetic, he's run comparable races on the turf to his synthetic races. So if you want to take it at face value, he's a major player in this race at 7-1. And as opposed to taking other horses in the come, at least you're getting paid. I like the 4. I think 3-1 is a bit on the short side for him. I never thought he'd be this low when I picked him, but I do like his chances.
3-1 now on Apollo 10. There goes Senbei in. Graded stakes winner on the turf, but as you said, maybe sometimes not the most consistent, and we'll see if he's ready off the layoff here, but very wide open on the board as well. For those that like the puzzles of a turf sprint, I think this is a great one.
Yeah, other than the 8, who's, a massive outlier, 60-1, I don't think there's a single horse in this race that doesn't have a chance.
Absolutely. Makes it very, very intriguing. As, of course, we'll be watching Rajiv Mirage.
I can't believe the 4 is 5-2 in here.
Wow.
I'm becoming Mr. Obvious, I guess.
We'll be watching Rajiv Mirage on the number 2 Horsepower and wishing him all the best as they head towards the starting gate for race 7, the Elusive Quality, the first of 2 stakes on the card this afternoon. Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Here's 26 Black. My Boy Prince to the outside. 11th running of the Elusive Quality, $150,000. All set. And they're off. Nothing Better breaks well at the rail. So does Marcus Gift towards the far outside. Joining them, My Boy Prince is in the early mix, and Elegon. Those four across the course. Moving on through is Apollo 10, and now Nothing Better is in front for Fernando Jara's up by a length and a half. Sets the tempo as they work up the backstretch. Now tries to slow things down a touch with My Boy Prince towards the far outside. Elegon, tight hold there, is in fourth as they start to slow things down up front. 21.79 as they work into the turn now. Here comes Marcus Gift, is ready to pounce. 26 Black is going to be 4 wide. They're 4 across the course. Back there in 5th is now Apollo 10. Then Shards is moving through in between horses from 6th. Losing some ground was Horsepower. Starts to make up ground at the rail. Senbei starts to launch a rally from the back. Allegon's in a tight spot, nowhere to go. In the trailer, Bold Journey. They turn for home. Anyone's race as they reach the top of the lane. And the leader is My Boy Prince. My Boy Prince is cut loose. Marcus Gift is right there. 26 Black starts to roll down the center of the course. From the back, Allegon is in the clear, is rolling too. Same can be said for Bold Journey on the grandstand side. Senbei is in the mix too, but they're still chasing My Boy Prince for a final 16th. Can My Boy Prince finish the job? He will. My Boy Prince wins the Elusive Quality. It is a scramble on a 5-horse photo for place there. You had plenty in there. Senbei was in there. Allegon, 26 Black, Shards to the inside, and Bold Journey. But it was My Boy Prince in woman.
My Boy Prince on the cutback in distance, able to hold on late. It was a cavalry charge, closing for second in the Elusive Quality.
He was able to get that clean trip on the outside and get it done, and he proved easily best in here. Obviously, the 4 Apollo 10 had an absolute nightmare of a
Poor
trip.
Apollo.
And as I unfortunately said to Occasion before the race, I know the 4 is going to get left because literally every single horse I bet on gets left. And then, of course, it happened. And from then on, it was a total nightmare on a horse that might have been able to win, but never had a fair chance to run. The 10 was dominant. The rest hit the wire together.
Tight. Not sure who got up for second there. Might have been the number 7 closing outside in Bold Journey, but there was a line of horses that included 26 Black, who was your favorite, but it was 7-1 on the number 10, My Boy Prince. He'd only sprinted on the turf once before, and that was in the Palisades back last year as a 3-year-old, where he really didn't do much running at all, but has been gelded, cutting back in distance, and it did seem to work out well for him. Jose Lezcano picking up another win as well.
Yes, with a good clean trip on the outside and really unlucky with the 4.
We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll talk a bit more about the Fort Marcy still to come. Grade 1 winner Carson's Run ready to make his 2025 debut, reuniting with Dylan Davis.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Today, taking a look at Oaklawn Park. We have race 5 coming up, a maiden special weight. Here, as it is right now, the number 5, Fanatical. Back-to-back second place finishes for Mike Maker, who's currently your favorite at 9-5. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting off with the 1, Troubles Roaring.
He's one of the worst to be. He's just had so many chances that I couldn't really take him here.
They've tried turf, dirt, synthetic, all of it with them. Here's Skibbity Riz.
Yeah, he's in a little trouble in this field. That's why he's almost 30-1.
Cutting back in distance. There's a look at the 3, Texas Cyclone off the claim.
Cuts back in distance off the claim, but he's just not shown to be good enough.
Divino, long time away from the races.
Yeah, he's taking some money off of a 20-month layoff from Bob Baffert to Mike Stidham.
There's a look at Fanatical, your favorite. Pretty spicy there in the post parade.
I don't love this horse, to be honest. He hung a little bit last time. I think he's a questionable favorite.
Tom Amis, first-time starter, Guns and Ships.
From Crimson Frost, who's the dam of, excuse me, of Crimson Light, who was the 4,000th winner for Kendrick.
That's right. There is number 7, Drill Baby, second-time starter.
I'm trying to make a case, but I watched the replay, and horse just didn't do much running, though did have a wide trip.
Cannon, first-time starter for Norm Cassie.
No money for this one. Kind of a little more turfy on the dam side.
Lord Diamond, big jump up in class.
Yes, he's a long shot in here.
Another first-time starter debuting as a 5-year-old. Close call.
Taking no money. Cannon's Dam is a daughter of Harlington. You don't see many Harlingtons, do you?
No, that's true.
Todd Pletcher, I
That
believe,
is true.
right?
And Faust.
I preferred Faust in here. It's an outside post. Thought he was kind of the one I prefer. I like 12-1 the most.
That's the field for race 5 at Oaklawn Park. Let's head back to Richie.
Yeah, I'm on the same wavelength as Andy with these horses. We're going to start talking with the 1, Troubles Roaring. This is a bulldog of a horse. I mean, he is just so thick through his shoulders, his chest. And from the inside, I think it kind of simplifies things for Keith Asmussen. Go forward, right? Because, hold your position. Don't get shuffled back along that inside. And like all Steve Asmussen runners, looks amazing from a physical perspective. The 5, Fanatical, at no point last time did I ever think he was going by the leader. And not because I don't think he was capable. I just don't think he cared that much about going forward. He just was very content running alongside horses. And he comes out of the same race as Faust. He finished in front of Faust. But the problem is that he was never going by the leader. So if it comes down to him or Faust, he just seems like a very polite horse. He'll allow the other horse to have it. I prefer others over your favorite. The 6, Guns and Ships, Andy mentioned it, half to Crimson Light, 2 for 2 in his life, broke his maiden after a calamitous beginning last year. And so the mare has shown that she can throw a horse with some precocity. That's her only other foal, and that horse is 2 for 2. Thought this horse was interesting also because he has a really deep, comprehensive work tab for our friend and colleague, Tom Amis. Horse looked terrific, very professional too. Always watch first-time starters, how they hook up with the pony, how they're dealing with the atmosphere of the afternoons. Seems like got a good head on his shoulders, this horse. And I think Faust finally getting a post towards the outside. He's been drawn more towards the inside. Thought his last race was a step forward, but all his races are good enough. And he's the one I prefer over your favorite because I don't think your favorite really has that killer instinct and wants to run by horses.
I agree with Richie on that. I totally agree, which means he'll probably win.
There is a look, 8-5 of the number 5, Fanatical. Tyler Bacon has had his feet out of the irons the whole time. And this horse, it looks like he's kept him with the pony, but this horse looks like he's been kind of trying to jig-jog and pull away and get revved up on the track the entire time.
To be fair, last time was the only time he's been a relatively short price, so it's not like he's failed at short prices over and over again. So I don't think it's fair to give him that moniker of a loser at this point. But I thought his last race showed that sign, and I just prefer the 12-1.
See if the Steve Asmussen bookends can get it done in this upcoming 5th race, maiden special weight. Here, 8-5 continues on the number 5, Fanatical.
How about 5-1 in Divino off a 20-month layoff? Little
Big
Francisco
layoff.
Arrieta
this horse
money.
didn't even take money first time out when with Bob Baffert.
I agree.
6-1 first time starter at Del Mar for Bob.
I agree.
Price. Yeah.
Not my cup of
See
tea.
what he can do.
2-year
Some good
layoffs.
Magic. Yeah. Long time off. Maiden special weight, the 5th at Oakland. Up next, here's Matt Dinnerman.
Those two close calls, second to last. Hand to the outside, Faust. To round out the field. Here's Faust. We're ready to go. And Lyroff. Good start from Texas Cyclone, who sent hard for speed after breaking alertly. Here is a narrow lead on Fanatical, who runs in second. Faust on the far outside, sticks his head out to claim third, but there's a pack of horses right there as well. Close call, has to tap on the brakes, went in tight, is shuffled back here to mid-division with Skibbity Riz and Troubles Roaring to the inside. Davino also stalking the pace here, not far off, and he's only 2 lengths off the pace. We come back in the field to Drill Baby. Cannon is at the back of the pack as they go into the turn. Guns and Ships has passed a couple runners, and he's third last trying to produce a bid. We come back to the lead. Faust on the far outside gets to the rail and establishes command on the front end. Scampers to a 2-length lead. Texas Cyclone begins a steady retreat. Davino in the second position. Fanatical trying to move with him. They're second and third, chasing Faust, who swings off the turn to clear. Davino in second. Drill Baby on the far outside trying to run on here. It's Faust with a furlong to go. He's kicked away to a 4-length lead from Davino and Drill Baby, second and third. Faust, the gray son of Volatile, finishing strong for Team Asmussen, and it's going to be Faust to score handsomely. Davino second, Drill Baby third, and Cannon from the rear snatches fourth.
Faust gets the win. He ended up going off as your favorite, too, in a decisive move by Eric Asmussen, paying off as this horse, Andy, he was maybe one that took a little bit of time, progressing in the right direction, and was the best today.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we talked about it before the race. He ended up taking all that late money, and he won like he should have been about 3-5, and a no-show completely from the 5, with the 7 improving a bit, and the 4 actually running pretty well off the 20-month layoff.
Well, that will do it for us. First, we owe you some prices from the Elusive Quality, and it was My Boy Prince cutting back in distance, came back a winner.
He ran very well because this race kind of fell apart a little bit in the late stages. He was clearly the best horse in the race. I mean, obviously, we'll never know how the number 4
Apollo 10.
Apollo 10 would have done in this race because he not only got left, but as you see, Dylan completely had to eat him in the stretch. And he was really probably the chief rival, as it turned out. And the rest of them, they all ran about the same, closing for second, but the winner was best.
Linkett finished for second, but number 10, My Boy Prince, came back into gelding and cutting back in distance, got the win. $17.60 winner. Bold Journey on the outside up for second. As mentioned, that'll do it for us. I will be back reporting in a bit, but Andy, I know you are going to go watch the Derby from the comfort of your home, so who is your pick?
I like the favorite journalism. You know, we made the case for him. I think he's the best horse in the race. But I think Chunk of Gold is an interesting long shot to use as well. So my play will center around trying to get him into the exact and try, but keying journalism mostly on top and a little bit for second.
Well, best of luck. Enjoy it, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Greg Wolf, Sarah Al-Badwi coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Speaking of journalism, he's the favorite, and he's ready for the run for the roses. More on his chances and the field as we get closer and closer to Kentucky Derby 151.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Mage is coming down the center. Hit Show is there. Kingsbarns gives way. Angel of Empire with powerful strides down the center of the track, but there's 1 furlong to go. 2 Phils fights on, but Mage has taken the lead. Angel of Empires are rallying third. Time is running out to catch Mage. Mage digs down deep, urged onto the wire to win the Derby.
Mage in the 2023 Kentucky Derby, sired by Hillendale Stallion Good Magic. And of course, the damn Puka trying to keep that streak alive. Mage in the Derby, Dornick in the Belmont last year. Ken Baezo gets into the Derby, win a Triple Crown event this year. That would be quite an incredible feat. I look more and more at this pedigree. Puka had 2 huge wins on off tracks. Dornick won the Remsen in the mud. Even McKenzie, who Baeza is by, had some big wins on off tracks. May move up a lot on a wet track.
He might. He's still so lightly raced, and there is so much promise with him after that big run when he finished second to Journalism, who is going to go off as your Kentucky Derby favorite. And there is that little bit of magic around this pedigree, with Puka being the black magic and Mage being sort of the wizard. And so then we'll see what we get from this one going in, but certainly has had plenty of success with that pedigree and family.
Program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Greg Wolf, Sarah El-Badwi taking over. Good to be with you through the latter half of this card here in New York on Kentucky Derby Saturday afternoon. We'll talk plenty about the Derby still to come on that wet track out at Churchill Downs. Take a look at the current odds and Journalism. That price keeps getting more and more intriguing, up to 4-1 right now.
It seems as though he is going to stay closer to his morning line once we actually get to post time and the horses break out of the gate. But as that price keeps creeping up, he just seems like more and more the horse to beat, especially a better wager.
Santa Anita Derby. And, it says shuffled in there, bumped a little bit. I thought it was extremely minor, but he get boxed in a little bit and had to find a way out, and then won impressively when he finally got that room. But it shows that he has some gears.
Absolutely. We've seen that from him over several of his starts, and especially on display here. And look, trying to find some sort of chink in his armor might be that we want to see him face a full field. He's faced these more compact groups of horses out at Santa Anita in California, where he just hasn't run against this many horses at once. He hasn't had to handle an off track yet either. But it's just nice to know that he can overcome a little bit of adversity if he is stuck in behind horses, if he does have to get some dirt in his face. These are things that haven't been a problem for him as of yet.
I think that Derby, though, was a good case of it. A lot of times, and obviously a 20-horse field, no one's faced a 20-horse field and never will again, probably. But small fields, for some reason, you find a lot more traffic problems. He did in that Santa Anita Derby, and he's able to overcome it. So that's certainly a feather in his cap that Mike McCarthy has to feel excited about. Take a look at the recent finishes for Derby favorites, and even though it's been a bit of a lean streak going back to 2018, still remarkable success for the favorites.
Absolutely. We had some short prices that were successful for several years that spanned that period of time from right before American Pharoah through Justify, and then they've run well in most starts since, Fierceness being the one exception to that where he just did not show up that day. But we have seen favorites usually run their race, if not win, the Derby in past years.
Everyone envious of the position Michael McCarthy is in. He has the horse to beat. Here he is on his Derby favorite.
As you can see, he's got wonderful mechanics. I thought his work here the other day was very, very good. It was pretty evident early on that he was getting ready a little bit faster than your average 2-year-old. He had a couple of things that kind of started niggling at him. We backed off of him, and it's been pretty smooth kind of 5 months, 6 months since. He's a special talent.
Also in his mind, too. He just looks as though he takes everything well within himself and finds it easy, too.
Yeah, that's one thing we've really worked on with him is just trying to keep him kind of relaxed in his space. And he walks onto the racetrack and takes everything in stride. His first day here, kind of looking around a little bit, but he's kind of back on his game and looking forward to having a nice, stress-free, no surprise kind of week with him.
I like that. I was just going to ask you, how have you been doing, considering you've been around this type of environment before, being Todd Pletcher's assistant, winning a Preakness, but to have the favorite?
Yeah, a little different this year than last year when we kind of came in through the back door, but it's a good position to be in and just really trying to enjoy it, and these things don't come around very often.
Michael, the one thing that I think is his biggest attribute, obviously, is his stride and the length of it. But that also can be a detriment sometimes in the Derby because there's so much traffic. For you, ideally, is this a horse that we need to see get to the outside so he has clear running room, or is he a little bit handier than we think?
I don't think so. If you saw the Santa Anita Derby, he got in a little bit of trouble about 3 furlongs from home. Certainly happy that it happened 3 furlongs from home rather than at the quarter pole or what have you. We might not be having this conversation, but he's a fast horse in his own right. He can start and stop. As you know, 20-horse field, things are going to happen. I was glad to see him kind of work his way out of trouble with 5 horses because if he can't do it with 5, he's going to have a hard time doing it with 20. But he's a fast horse. He's tactical. I'll leave that up to Umberto and journalism.
This is the spot you want to be in with a horse like this. Mark Casse, who trains Sandman, the Arkansas Derby winner, was asked if there's one horse you could take out of the race. Who would it be? He said journalism.
I think that would be the answer for most if you asked them that question. I'd be very surprised if some of them had a different answer. But journalism is that tactical type, as his trainer speaks to. He's one that's likely to sit that mid-pack kind of trip, which might be key to having success in this race, as we see a lot of speed signed on, and we also see a plethora of those deeper closers as well.
Bill Mott has a Kentucky Derby. It came via disqualification back in 2019 with a huge long shot. This time with his 14th Kentucky Derby starter, he believes he's coming with the best, strongest, most well-balanced 3-year-old he has ever brought to that run for the roses with Sovereignty. We'll talk his chances when we come back.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. We're 13 minutes away. Race 8 on the card here, Belmont at the Big A. Meanwhile, Kentucky Derby, 151st running of the Run for the Roses. Look at the current odds. The favorite, Journalism, up to 4-1. And some great prices underneath. Sovereignty, second choice morning line, 5-1. Almost double-digit odds right now at 9-1 for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, a horse who's really taken a big jump forward from 2 to 3.
He has, and he's one that sort of showed towards the end of that 2-year-old season that he was going to be a major player going into those Derby preparations should he continue moving forwards, because he was able to defeat some of the horses he's going to be facing yet again, like Tistastic and Sandman and that Grade 3 Street Sense. We're taking a look at him winning the Fountain of Youth here, which was his comeback race, his 3-year-old debut. He's going to have to work out a trip from the far outside post, and he is one that likes to come from further off the pace. But he's really done nothing wrong, and if he works out the right kind of trip, he could be right there at the end.
And just seems like he's become a different horse, too, as we go to Maggie Wolfendale in terms of growing up maybe a little bit, too. He used to be very disinterested, Maggie, in the mornings, would get outworked by horses who were not his caliber. That's not the case lately.
No, and it's good to see that come to fruition with him, because, Greg, as I remember him beginning his career as a 2-year-old, he just was this kind of big, lumbering type of horse who definitely had the physical attributes, but now it's so good to see him put the mental aspect of, oh, the light bulb is going on. This is what I need to do. This is why I'm here. I am here to be a competitive racehorse, and really he and Journalism have been the two that impressed me the most with their morning regimes. He covers a lot of ground. He's a big horse. So will he be able to unravel that stride with 18 other foes in the starting gate and running the race with him? We'll see. We'll also see if he can get the pace to come back to him, and watching the races throughout the day at Churchill. Greg, even though it's a sloppy racetrack, it does feel as though it's incredibly fair. So that is good news for Sovereignty.
Bill Mott talked a little bit about, that win. It came via DQ. It's great to have a Derby win, but how much it would mean a whole lot more to get it crossing that finish line first.
You miss out on an element of the celebration and the party that comes with really winning and outright winning and crossing that finish line first, because if you end up being the horse that's put up via disqualification, whether it's immediately after the race or a couple of weeks to years after, you're just missing some of that fanfare as well, and then you have to deal with some people that don't really feel that it should have happened that way. Well, Bill Mott and Godolphin both looking for that Derby victory for themselves, and to do it so outright, where there is no sort of question or objection to it.
Again, 9-1 right now on Sovereignty. Looking forward to seeing what he does here in his third start of his 3-year-old campaign. Let's get back to our live action here in New York. You can play the Derby, today's Belmont at the Big A, and beyond, the entire Triple Crown, Saratoga, upstate all summer with NYRA Bets. Get signed up, get that $25 free play and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in Derby 25. That code at sign up for new members right there at nyrabets.com. So race 8, $25,000 claiming race, 6 furlong sprint, 4-year-olds and up, and that one right there. C's Get Degrees moved to quite a few barns of late. 9-time winner, and now Linda Rice just claimed him off Steven Shower, and coming off a second place finish, beat 2 lengths. Odds-on favorite here.
Yeah, overwhelming favorite, and likely works out to be the speed in here, because we did see the scratch of a Abaddon towards the inside, who can sometimes have that early position, sometimes not showing it quite as much. But C's Get Degrees is likely to be forward and comes in off of 2 good races over his last couple of starts that really would make him the major contender, and the betting public tends to agree.
3-5 with Kendra Carmouche, 5 of his 9 wins. They've come right here on this racetrack. You see those prices from Oaklawn. Faust kicking off a pick 5, $4.80. We have a pick 4 that starts here in this 8th at Belmont at the Big A. 3-5. Feel like that's getting a little bit short here with this one?
He's a standout over the last few recent races, but at the same time, I mean, you're looking at a horse who hasn't run in a little bit and has moved to a barn where we saw trainer Steven Schauer really take some horses first off the claim and step them up and improve them. And so, of course, you know, this is a capable outfit where Linda Rice is claiming the horse, and he's run very well for a variety of different barns. But at the same time, you just sort of wonder what he's going to show up with today, and also if he's going to be one that can oblige at a short price, because he was favored last time, didn't get the job done, ultimately finishing second, and there are a couple of others dropping in class.
And there's Linda Rice and Kendrick. I don't know if they're talking about the game plan here. They look pretty at ease. Even though he didn't win that race, he still ran a figure much faster than what most of these have done recently.
Very
if he
true.
can run back to that race, is it just too tough for this group?
In all likelihood, yes. I mean, he's one that he would have to show up with either his last race or the one before that. There are a couple of races in between that really would not make him the justified 3 to 5 price that he is right now. And some of those performances, he's beatable. But look, he's the one that's going to have all the pressure on him early. Everyone else is going to see that he's the shorter price. He should have forward position, and maybe somebody else wants to be aggressive and try to take things to him early.
Well, Kendrick Carmouche, she is never shy to be on the front end, and he has the inside position. He's got maybe the quickest horse in the field. We'll see if anyone can keep up with him early in this spot here. Odds-on favorite, Seas Get Degrees, who we've seen on the circuit for quite a long time. 7-year-old veteran of now making his 40th career start coming up.
It's pretty incredible, the longevity that he's had and how he's really shown up, and regardless pretty much of whichever barn he's in, just a very consistent type of guy.
Here comes our pace parade, so we'll start with him. And again, that runner-up finished last start, now with Linda Rice.
And the third place finisher of his last race did come back to win Cold as Hell with a 91 Beyer speed figure.
Next door, Joking Way, and Brad Cox taking over, claims this one.
This one hasn't run since last October, and he is stepping up slightly in class, runs for the waiver here as well.
Another one who was just claimed last start, Fernando Abreu with a 4 Jake Rocks.
Jake Rocks is one we've seen plenty of on this circuit, goes up to the new barn. He has the propensity to have some issues getting out of the gate.
Kunshin Bridge making his 6-year-old debut coming up.
He lacks early speed, which does work against him, but he has run well fresh on a multitude of occasions.
Hatch struggled the last few starts, getting softer company though.
He is. He's taking a class drop, but he is kind of going the wrong way, and he already had the tendency to finish second rather than win regardless.
And there's no match for Seas Get Degrees when they met back in early March. Here's Charging Arrow. This one just claimed as well.
This one did win last time on April 6th and goes for new connections here. They're 0 for 5 with 2 to hit the board. First off the claim here at NYRA.
Well, as we send it down to Maggie, Seas Get Degrees, odds on 1 to 2 favorite. Are we going to know very early on in this race if it's over soon?
Yeah, given the way that this main track has been playing, Greg, that's an excellent point, because it has been favoring horses that are forward, and Kendrick is tipping his hand with this warm-up that he is going to be aggressive with Seas Get Degrees. Now, I wish he was moving a little bit more effortlessly. You know, there's kind of that punching the ground type of action that he is displaying, at least in the warm-up. And you know what's funny is I didn't necessarily like the way that he looked for previous connections, but he ran very well in both of those spots. Now he looks like, you know, the Seas Get Degrees of last summer, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Like I said, I just wish there was a little bit more freedom in his stride watching the warm-up, and that's just a really short price on him. I respect him wholeheartedly because he is a gamer too. He is very game. He's got a big old heart on him, and I love horses like him, but no thanks at 1 to 2, as I'll take the horse right to his outside. Coming back off of the layoff, Joking Way here for Brad Cox. They protect this horse coming back here, and I have never seen this horse look this good ever. He's usually a horse that is really, at least as of his more recent races last year, really quiet and sullen, barely lifting his head up off the ground. Well, he was full of energy back in the paddock. He came out and thought about making a lover out of the pony. Luckily, Dylan just took him right away, and he's warmed up really nicely. He just looks like a completely different, happier horse. His coat, his flesh, everything. I'm going to take Joking Way in here as another horse coming back off of a layoff. Also protected is Kunshin Bridge. Now, Kunshin Bridge looks like what they sometimes do with, horses that they protect them. They don't enter them for the tag because they feel like they need a race. And it could set them up for a win next time out. That kind of looks like what's happening with Kunshin Bridge. Granted, he is a horse that does tend to carry a lot of weight and conditioning, but I just feel like a race will ultimately be needed for him. But hey, Greg, he's a big price up there at 11-1.
And maybe, as you brought up, likely a little bit pace compromised in this spot as well, with the fact that the two could just get loose here.
And that's the main concern for me with him, more so than the layoff, though, of course, always something to factor in. It's just that he doesn't show early speed. It's not that he ever has, but it's been a very long time since we've seen him have any sort of aggressive early position. But I will say that he's run well fresh, multiple occasions. June 7th was a day when he was second at a huge price. And that was the Belmont at Saratoga weekend, where saving ground as well as having forward position was extremely beneficial. And while he was no threat to your winner in that race, that was also a much better field than he's going to be facing in here. And if you take maybe the benefit of the rail, the disadvantage of the kickback, the honest pace that was starting to come apart, maybe all of those things equalize to a neutral impact. But what doesn't happen is that he was just facing much better horses for quite some time until that last race.
Now we have, and you see it there, the pick four pool, 67,000 and growing. You can play it right there at Naira Bets. You can also get the $25 free bet and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in Derby 25 at sign-up right there at Naira Bets. Looking ahead to this pick four, and the grade 3 Fort Marcy is part of it. What were your thoughts on that feature from today?
Oh, it's wide open. I mean, you could make a case for all of the 5 runners. I ended up going with K Army, the number 1 on top, a horse who is undefeated, but making his stateside debut for Belmont. Hasn't been seen in about a year or so, but I just like the versatility that this one has shown, really being able to handle different distances, sprinting, routing, 1.5 miles, 1.25 miles, the flat mile. I mean, he's been able to handle the right-hand course configuration, going left, dirt even. He's just very versatile. So I like that he's sort of been there, done that, and we'll see what he does with the class test he's going to be getting today, but it's wide open.
Multiple Group 1 winner in Chile, Group 1 winner on dirt as well. And yeah, no one has been able to beat him, but we'll see what he can do here coming to the States for the Hall of Fame barn of Belmont. That's going to be one of the big storylines on this card this afternoon here from New York, that grade 2 Fort Marcy. Here, we're set for the pick four momentarily coming up, and C's Get Degrees has been this very short price throughout. You have Joking Way next door. It just seems like everyone else is sort of going to be in chase mode in here. If there's anyone who maybe can put any pressure on this horse from the inside, who is it?
Well, we've seen from time to time that Jake Rocks, the number 4, is a horse that can have some forward position, but he's also one that he doesn't do himself any favors at the start of his races. He tends to get a little bit slow out of the gate. He can be a little bit sluggish, a little bit not as quick to break away from there. And you don't want to give anything up in these types of races where you're trying to establish some forward position. And Time From US has him in front of C's Get Degrees based on ratings, but I don't really see that playing out that way on the racetrack, given post position as well as who's riding.
Yeah, Kendrick Carmouche never won to let one with speed not be out in front, and he'll be aboard from that inside position. As we get a look at Kendrick right there. Linda Rice also so dangerous off the claim, and this one seeming just about every single barn he has gone to, he's continued to reproduce that form.
He has. I mean, there's really very little to knock with him except for the extremely short price that he is now. And I don't blame Maggie for wanting to go in the direction of the number 3 Joking Way at a better price, because he needs to take a step forward off of his last few races. But we've seen, first off the claim, Brad Cox, Sandy Goldfarb. It's been a winning move. Looking at the past 5 years here at Naira, first off the claim in dirt sprints, he's 7 for 14. He has a $2.09 ROI, 71% in the money. When he does dip in for these horses and spot them in places like this, they tend to show up.
Slight holding pattern, it looks like here, as the horses are behind the gate. And now finally they'll put in C's Get Degrees. And the speedster with Kendrick Carmouche, 1-2 favorite as we get set to kick off this pick 4. 6 furlongs here, $25,000 claiming race. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Kunchin Bridge. Hatch. Charging Arrow. Last to load. Charging Arrow. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Charging Arrow broke very sharply. Hatch is in the early mix. They line up on the front end as tight hold. Now going to take back their Seas Get Degrees. Seas Get Degrees all the way to the back end of the field is going to be the early trailer. It's Hatch who's in front, and Hatch is right there with Charging Arrow, who's a clear second. Kunchin Bridge is tracking from third. Then comes Jake Rocks, who's in fourth. Joking Way is second to last, and Seas Get Degrees, maybe by design, got all the way to the back end of the field and starts to rally on as the trailer. 22.78, the opening quarter mile. Hatch is in front. It's Hatch who's well clears up by 2.5, almost 3, and starts to get away. The big long shot up front. Charging Arrows still second. Here comes the run from Joking Way. Seas Get Degrees is trying to get it, also trying to get out. At the rail, there comes Kunchin Bridge. They're chasing Hatch, who's 34-1. Hatch is trying to run them off their feet, is doing just that, has a final furlong to get, and Hatch is still clear. Charging Arrow is now in sight, and here comes Charging Arrow after Hatch. A 16th left to go. It's the gray Hatch trying to hold out Charging Arrow. Charging Arrow making up late ground. Hatch is pleading for the wire. Hatch found it at 34-1. Charging Arrow second, then Kunchin Bridge and Joking Way. And 1 minute 10.33 seconds.
Wow, 34-1 upset here. It is Hatch Omar Hernandez Moreno with a huge upset score. And a bizarre early in this race. Keep your eyes on the 2 Seas Get Degrees. The speed doesn't break all that sharp early. And Kendrick Carmouche says we're going to take the lead anyway, and all of a sudden decides to back out of the inside.
It was very strange to see this happen because you thought that there might be some sort of traffic or something amiss or maybe something going sideways with equipment, but he guides this horse over to the outside and tries to then re-engage and have this one make up ground. That's completely outside of the realm of Seas Get Degrees' running style. We don't see him really have any sort of effective turn of foot from further back, and that allowed Hatch to be alone on the lead. Omar Hernandez Moreno was aggressive, and he pulled off the big upset.
Well, 6-7, 5-3. Let's go down to Maggie. Did you see anything? Was there a hole that was closing?
No, but I'm going to go back to what I said about Seas Get Degrees in the warm-up, in that I don't want to put, words into Kendrick's mouth, but I'm going to gander to say he didn't love the way that he was traveling and just felt as though he was in a safer spot to extricate himself from that rail position. And this is just another testament to what kind of track we're dealing with here today, with Hatch being able to wire the field on the front end. But also, we need to give a tip of the hat to Omar Hernandez Moreno, as he has brought home long shot after long shot, week after week of this springtime here at Aqueduct by being aggressive with his horses. So well done, Omar.
Yeah, if you've not been watching all afternoon, maybe just tuning in, being forward has been a big advantage on this racetrack, and we see way more evidence of that now with this 34-1 shot being able to hang on for the win.
And we've seen this rider, just as Maggie mentioned, be aggressive and pull off some big upsets just like this one.
To Hot Springs, race 6, $12,000 maiden claiming sprint. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and I'm going to talk first about the 7 horse who I don't particularly fancy, but sometimes horses are just well named. This horse is named Perp Walk. He's a thug. He wanted to, get on the pony. He's hollering. He's making noise. Perp Walk is a very appropriate name for this particular horse. Horse I really like that caught me from a physical perspective in the paddock is the 9 Tip Top Joe. He's dropping down to the lowest level he's ever competed, and I think it's just a very logical drop. He gets Joey Belmere. It's a young guy that I really like. I like the way he sits horse. I like the way he rides. He comes from a good racing family. Got hurt earlier in the meets. Been riding riding well. I liked him on a long shot early in the day, and he finished second, just missed getting up, but he did round up my exacta. So I do like Joey Bellemare a great deal. How about the 12 horse, guys? Paso Doble. This is a horse that's out of a mare that's had 3 foals to race. All 3 are stakes winners. 2 of them are debut winners. And this horse debuts for 12.5, and you know, he's taken some nibbles. He was about 18-1 earlier. He's half that price now. You get Rafael Bejarano. Looking at him from a physical perspective, I do think he'll be a little better for the, you know, the experience, a little bit fitter. But with that pedigree, the fact that the mare is such kind of a prolific producer, you know, a horse that certainly is going to get my attention, catch my eye, that no doubt about that. And then your favorite, the 3, My Kid Sid, looks great, looks speedy, doesn't have as much early speed, but you get Walter De La Cruz, and he seems to be able to get a bit more speed out of some horses. I prefer the 9 at 5-1, but I could see why the 3 is taking the money he is, and again, from a physical perspective, checking the boxes.
Now, both those two, the 3 and the 9, taking sizable drops in class, although the 3 had been facing primarily 3-year-olds, facing older horses here. That 9 is interesting, or sorry, the 12, first-timer. I'm with Mig. I thought it was very interesting. Some works that I don't know how he did it, but some works that showed maybe there's some life.
And the successful siblings, the 2 that did win first time out, one of them sprinting on synthetic, another one on turf. And his siblings have had plenty of success going a sprint distance, albeit on a different surface. But maybe this is one with that Tappert influence that could take to the dirt here. And just having that precocity and win early type of pedigree is a huge advantage.
Pick 4 from Oaklawn begins in this race. It's My Kid Sid. Career start number 8, the favorite with Walter De La Cruz. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
Position number 6, and Great Day for Vino will be coming up to the gate. Perp Walk loading in. And to the outside post. In my opinion, the best. In my opinion, the best. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful start. Getty's Revenge, the long shot, showing speed today from the inside. Knight in the corner trying to lug out here. Takes the 3rd position with Great Day for Vino, who's dashing forward. A Fixed is not far off. Knight in the corner straightens out, and Knight in the quarter up to challenge a Fix. These 2 together. Getty's Revenge right off of them, 3rd, 3 deep. A length and a half to Great Day for Vino. Tiptoe Joe is next in a compact group. In my opinion, the best. And Paso Doble, 4 and 3 wide going into the turn. Safe Bet was prominent early, has plummeted back to midfield. He's 7 or 8 lengths behind now. Gap of 2 to Lake of Fire is sent along from his position. Needs to turn it around. A length and a half to Perp Walk. Shuffled to the back of the pack with Phenomenal Dream. Coming to the top of the lane. Knight in the quarter. Goes on here. Getty's Revenge, 2nd under pressure. A Fixed is done. Dropping away as they come off the corner. Knight in the quarter. Just going strong here. Opens up 4. Now My Kid Sid comes out of the pack. Takes 2nd. Phenomenal Dream's getting going too. It's Knight in the quarter. Furlong to go. Strides are shortening, needs to finish here. My Kid Sid, a major danger, passes, and My Kid Sid and Walter De La Cruz drawing clear for a decisive win by 3. Phenomenal Dream picks up the 2nd spot over the weakening Knight in the quarter, and then Safe Bet, who is 4th.
One of the biggest class droppers in the field, the 3, your favorite, winds up at 9-5 in the end, and Walter De La Cruz rolling late.
Made a big move on the turn. You could really see this horse had a ton of momentum and energy to finish off this race. Wrong lead or not, just still going best as of late, and maybe just didn't really appreciate the going last time. Muddy sealed track, and just had been facing some better horses overall. So he gets the class drop today to win on closing day.
3-8. 1-4 in the 6th, the 9-5 favorite with the victory. These prices when we come back from a timeout. When we return, we'll look back to Friday's Kentucky Oaks. Went into the Oaks perfect, and good cheer remains that way coming out of it as well. For Brad Cox, 7 for 7 now. Just how good is she? And where does she fit into this Distaff division with a date with older fillies and mares to come later this year?
Grade 1
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice! Tap it twice!
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
This is my Oaklawn.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. 34-1 upset in race 8 when the speed of the speed checked out after a slow beginning from the inside under Kendrick Carmouche, and Hatch able to shock this field.
Sometimes you just have to be in the right spot and have things not go the way for some of the shorter prices. And that's kind of what's been happening with Omar Hernandez Moreno, because he keeps his horses in position to be effective if they're good enough. And he won with a horse that was breaking its maiden in Shock, aptly named for what we've seen him go on to do. He won with a big price in Screaming Uncle, and now adds Hatch at 34-1 to some of his big upsetters, and that middle pick 5 pays generously.
Yeah, 13,000 plus. I would think we have another carryover in the pick 6. Heading into Sunday, off that race alone, likely. We'll see what happens. Race 9, Mile on the Grass, allowance optional claiming field. Chad Brown with a couple in here inside with Ola Gata and Highland Light.
Highland Light a little bit more upside, trying just the second time to go and face winners. We've seen quite a bit more from Ola Gata.
Let's go back to Friday in Kentucky and what we witnessed in the Kentucky Oaks. And I think a lot of us felt there were several who could step up and give Good Cheer a real run for her money. She didn't seem to be that big a standout. She looked like a standout in this race.
She did, and she really ran well considering the kind of trip that she got, where in the very late stages of this race, we saw an honest pace start to come apart. You can see she's able to get some sort of position mid-pack there and sit quite a bit closer to those front runners than the horse that ends up finishing second, as well as the one that checks in third. And look, she just showed that she was able to step up to the task in class, able to get the victory, handle the off-going, which is something she had done before, and really just sort of power away from this group, as the horse that I liked gave me a brief fill, finishing second at a big price in Drexel Hill. But Good Cheer now 7 for 7, and we'll see what she does next, because she certainly stepped up in a big way for those of us that maybe doubted that she had a big edge over this class of 3-year-old fillies.
Well, impressive performance, 4 graded stakes wins in a row. And yeah, she's certainly on this day against that group. There's no question. She was the best. We'll see what happens going forward. But anytime you can get someone like this to put a record together, especially at the level she's been running at in these graded stakes and going undefeated, it's going to cause a lot of excitement the next time we see her.
She is, and I mean, looking at her and thinking maybe she hadn't had that big figure edge or hadn't really been tested in some of her races, well, I think that she really silenced a lot of those doubts with the kind of trip that she was able to pull off in winning that Kentucky Oaks. Extremely short price or not, to win 7 of 7 and then to do so on the biggest stage with a lot of adversity to overcome, says quite a bit about her, and we'll see what she does later on this year, but she's certainly very exciting.
7 for 7 at 3 different racetracks as well, several different types of surfaces. She's done it all so far. Very impressive in that Kentucky Oaks win. Still to come, of course, the big one. 151st Kentucky Derby, and Mark Casse eyeing his first ever. Can the Arkansas Derby winner Sandman roll from off the pace to get it done? Stay with us.
Gunite to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is fourth, then the chosen run. Elite Power to the front. At the 60 pole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular horses, Elite Power, I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back on our Saturday coverage on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2, closing day out in Hot Springs. Plenty more of their card to come, 19 minutes away from their 7th. And of course, that tremendous 3-year-old series they have out in Hot Springs. And the one who stood tall in their final major prep, that Arkansas Derby, that was Sandman, who right now, right around that 6-1 morning line. He's 5-1 on the board for trainer Mark Casse. We know he's going to come from very, very far out of it.
Yes, and he got the right kind of setup in winning this Arkansas Derby with a blistering pace where Cornucopian ended up holding on to finish 4th, and here Cole Battle able to run by him for 3rd. Publisher, the maiden, coming up for 2nd. But as you can see there, he's still green. He's still figuring things out. He's still a horse that shifts plenty of ground and just gets a little bit of that eagerness when he's coming down the stretch, when he doesn't have horses in front of him, to drift a little bit and be a little bit playful. So there might be even more of a ceiling for him to attain because he hasn't finished up that race running a straight line. So look, we'll see what we get from him. The talent has always been there. They've always thought a lot of him, and he should get the right kind of pace.
And it's been an issue, though. It's not just that, and we see that in the stretch there, even a win, but he used to have a lot of problems getting out of the gate, and that compromised him earlier in his career too. So at times he could be his own worst enemy.
Right, and that mentality of something that we have grown accustomed to is the Gray sons of Tapit. They just take a little bit longer to fully mature into themselves, regardless of the level of physical ability that they may have. But he took a big step forward last time in getting the win, and I think that it's helpful that he has that far outside post and not having to worry about being inside and in traffic.
Well, let's go to Mig with more on Sandman. How do you feel about Tatum? Have you seen him grow and mature through this 3-year-old series in Hot Springs?
I'm very high on Sandman going into this Kentucky Derby. I feel like he's had a truly comprehensive campaign into the Kentucky Derby. He definitely will stay the mile and a quarter. Obviously, from a physical perspective, I'm talking about. Definitely, his pedigree says he'll do it, but physically, I believe so even more. And I thought he lightened up a touch between the Rebel and the Arkansas Derby, and then he delivered that big effort. And then he kind of fills back in, and that tells me there's going to be a forward move here. And I think it's also important, guys. I know a lot of people have made the point that, yes, it was a blistering place in the Arkansas Derby. But I'm looking at this Kentucky Derby, and I'm seeing a lot of pace signed on, and I think it's important to establish what do you consider a fast pace for the mile and a quarter, the 10 furlongs of the Kentucky Derby? If you go back over the last 10 years of the Kentucky Derby, there was only one that didn't break 47, under 47, and there were several that were 45 and change. I easily could see today's Derby going in 45 and change early, and a horse's style like Sandman's is going to be very complemented by that pace scenario. So, yes, I picked journalism. I'm not sleeping on Sandman for a lot of reasons that I just stated.
Yeah, and we look at the Arkansas Derby winners to win this Derby. Of course, American Pharoah would end that long drought in the Triple Crown. Smarty Jones, Sonny's Halo, some pretty great names up there. Even with Rodriguez coming out, there's still plenty of pace in here. Citizen Bull, Neo Equos in there, American Promise for D-Wayne Lucas. Luxor Cafe on occasion shown speed. Obviously, East Avenue, Owen Almighty. Could still set up for him.
It could. I mean, I don't think we'll see quite the pace that we did when Rich Strike was able to upset the Derby in dramatic fashion when Summer Is Tomorrow was forwardly placed in there and set some blistering early fractions before fading. But look, we'll see if anybody wants to try to adapt their tactics that have been successful for them. It seems as though we have a couple that are confirmed need the lead types, especially Citizen Bull and East Avenue. So you have those two definitely knocking heads, as well as plenty of others to choose from as well.
Mark Casse has a Belmont Stakes win. Can he get a Kentucky Derby win with Sandman, another top trainer, winningest trainer of all time in North America, trying to get his first Derby as well? Steve Asmussen will have 2 chances at it. One of them with a maiden. That would be Publisher, and then the Louisiana Derby winner, Tiz-tastic. We'll talk about their chances in the Derby when we come back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners, Whitwater's Rand, Implicated, and Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser. Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon, closing day out in Hot Springs. We have race 7, about 13 minutes to post. Take another look at the odds for the Kentucky Derby as we inch ever closer. 6:57 Eastern start time for the 151st running of the Run for the Roses. And Steve Asmussen, he'll have publisher, Tiztastic, 30-1, 20-1 respectively. This is the one that has eluded the winningest trainer in North American history, and it seemed like he finally was going to have that day with Epicenter. As you take a look at his record, 0 for 26 in this race, Epicenter all but had it wrapped up, but not for a last-second defection of Ethereal Road in the second biggest upset in Derby history with Rich Strike. What could have been. Did wind up having a nice little consolation prize with that unofficial 4th leg of that Classic Series for 3-year-olds in the Travers.
He did, and you know, I think it's kind of like he probably is all set with hearing about how he has yet to secure that first victory in the Derby. It would be kind of fitting if he did so with a horse that's winning his first race ever in publisher. But look, he brings in 2 horses that are going to be much bigger prices than Epicenter was, but both of them have a chance.
2 horses, a little bit like Sandman. In fact, they may be back further back than Sandman early in this race.
Completely possible. And when this one did run against Sandman in Arkansas, he had a terrible trip that day, and he's just shown that he can overcome that. He got the pace to close into last time, getting that Louisiana Derby win over Chunk of Gold, who I like a little bit, who's a little bit more of a tactical type towards the outside. But this horse is talented, and he's sort of really always shown that ability. I think that finally he got the setup, kind of like Sandman last time, to really show what he can do, and he's one that will definitely be coming late.
He's gotten some big pieces of some big races, but then that breakthrough moment last time out at the fairgrounds. Stablemate here, little less highly regarded, but second to Sandman in the Arkansas Derby as a maiden.
He's had a lot of good finishes in some races that are more than fast enough to put him right in the mix in some of your exotics, especially if you want to put him involved in the Tri or the Super, because he just seems to show up and he should get the right kind of setup as well. I think once they put the blinkers on him, he ran very well last time out, getting the speed to close into and really getting that clear run as well. So I don't necessarily see him as a win candidate, but I'd be remiss to not include him in some of those exotic wagers, because he definitely should get the right kind of pace to close into.
Rad Ortiz Jr. publisher, Joel Rosario, Tiztastic. Be quite a surprise if one of these 2 were to step up, but we'll see. The distance, obviously, now this wet track, 2 great equalizers.
They are, and at least with some of these, they've had experience over a wet track, publisher especially, and he's been able to handle it. So we'll see if he takes to this one that he's going to have to deal with today.
When you look at this board, I mean, I see 10-1 on Sovereignty, and even the 4-1 on Journalism. As you see, big prices everywhere, but those 2 sort of stand out.
And I think it's good to notice who is it that's taking a ton of money. And the horses that stand out to me is that somebody really likes Final Gambit, the number 3.
Yeah, Luxor Cafe taking a lot of money too.
Citizen Bull as well. I think some just blindly betting Bob Baffert now that he's back in the Derby, but certainly a horse that has his merits as well.
Luxor Cafe, full brother to Cafe Pharaoh, who was a 3-time winner on wet tracks, including the Group 1 February Stakes. So certainly has a pedigree to move up on an off track. Don't forget, that's where you get signed up at NYRABets.com. Derby 25, get that $25 free play and that $200 deposit match sign up bonus to play the Kentucky Derby and play with us all summer long and beyond as we get back to action here in New York. Race 9, mile on the turf, allowance optional claiming field. And that is Scarlet Poppy, current 3-1 favorite. Wesley Ward, Adam Beschizza in town to ride. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Here, taking a look at number 2, though, Highland Light in the paddock, one of to Chad Brown horses. He just won the American Turf with Zulu Kingdom. We'll take a look at Highland Light, though, in the paddock, as she was able to get the job done at first asking down at Tampa, but I do think she was definitely with the flow of the race. We saw the pace kind of not incinerate, but just maybe evaporate in the latter stages there, and she ran on with a few other horses. But when she hit the line, her ears were kind of flicking back and forth, so maybe indicating that there was a little bit more left in the tank, in that she could run faster than that first race would suggest, in which she only posted a 69 by her speed figure. I like her here in the paddock. Granted, I do typically like progeny of Uncle Mo. They are bigger, kind of more robust types, and very athletic in their frame. But she just looks great coming in here. And the fact that a lot of the other short price types of horses, they do have layoffs to contend with, as we'll move on to one of those with number 3, Awesome Check. She did very well for herself as a 3-year-old New York bred last year. But I did think towards the tail end of the 2024 season, she was just kind of tailing off a bit physically. She definitely didn't look quite as good as what she did during the summer. Coming back, though, her coat's gone the right way. She's very relaxed here in the paddock, as she typically was, but I just get the feeling that maybe a start will be needed for her just to get totally race fit, as we've kind of seen from her in the past. Took her 3 starts to break her maiden, took her a start coming back off the bench, though coming back in the Wild Applause was a bit of a deep end of the pool type of scenario. So I do respect her. We'll see if she ultimately needs one, though, because I really do like number 4, Scarlet Poppy, your favorite in here as of now. Looking at her turf race, she last time out, she was bumped a couple times at the start. She kind of traveled mid-pack in between and really went on and kicked home quite nicely. And I had always thought, Wesley Ward seemed adamant that she wanted to go short, but I kept writing, I wish she would go longer. I wish, too, that she looked fitter. Well, another year under her belt, she looks fit, she is well muscled, and she is getting to do what I think she wants to, as she has proven in her last 2 starts as well, undefeated at this mile distance. I really like your favorite in here, Scarlet Poppy. As we'll also take a look at number 8, Ori, who has the credentials to be quite dangerous in here, running a 90 buyer in her last start in the Winter of Memories as a 3-year-old. So there's reason to believe there could be maybe a touch more improvement now as a 4-year-old. But looking at Ori here in the paddock, well, she's always kind of been a filly that, for Michelle Nevin, does look incredibly fit. She did come in here a little bit hot. Now she's cooled off since they put the tack on her, which I think is always a good sign. But just because of that, Greg, I always feel like a start might be beneficial. But I do respect the form that she comes in here with.
Stakes place last time that we saw Ori, and 4-year-old debut coming up. She's 7-2 right now. She likes to be forward. Is she going to be the one in front?
And that's what's most advantageous for her, and what I really like about her is having that good early speed that we've seen from her on multiple occasions. But I will say, last time out, her race went in the Winter Memories. That was when we first started turf season back up last year. You really needed to save ground and have forward position to be most effective. And John Velasquez, who was aboard that day, was able to do both of those things with her and guide her to that second place finish at over 40-1. She hugged the rail the whole way around the racetrack and used that early speed to her advantage, just coming up a little bit short in here. So I just kind of want to see it again from her, what we get from her over a fairer surface, with some other horses actually able to close in from further back.
Oh, it's interesting with Scarlet Poppy, stretched out, and she's obviously really taken to the mile, the favorite, the 4. And she's been sitting off the pace doing that. She comes in a little bit fresh, though, today, and she may inherently just be quicker than the 8. Do you think they may use that speed with the 4?
It's possible. I mean, they know that they have options, at least with her, to be able to be a little bit more tactical. And so having a position that's more to the inside of Ori, that you got to kind of judge how things are going early on in this race, and also see if anybody else wants to have forward position in here. But it's just nice to know that she's adaptable, and she's really been able to improve over her last couple of starts. She's 3 for her last 3. She's undefeated at this mile distance, just like Maggie mentioned. But she really only has 1 race, and it's the race 2 back that sticks out in terms of buyers, is putting her way above the rest of this group, or at least equal to some of the shorter prices.
3-1. She's favored right now, off since January 10th for Wesley Ward. And again, 2 for 2 since being stretched out to this mile distance. So what will tactics be with Adam Beschizza in here? Obviously, Ori wants to be forward as well. We'll get you back to this one in a moment for the post parade. We'll go back to Hot Springs. Race 7 on closing day. Mile and a 16th in this condition $40,000 claiming race. Coming up, it's the 11, 5-2 favorite right now. Gasoline, Steve Asmussen's son Eric aboard, second off the claim. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, and I'm only going to talk about 2 horses here, and they're both from Steve Asmussen's barn, ridden by his sons, Eric and Keith. The 11, Gasoline, he could not look any better in the flesh. He's dappled out, rich hydrated coat. All of Steve's horses look terrific. Horse second start off the claim by Steve, making just a good impression. Now, he is drawn towards the outside in a full field, and you always got to work out a trip into the first turn, but he's a horse that can kind of lay up. He's versatile, and he should be able to get some forward position into that first turn. And the 13, Systemic Change. If he had an inside post, he absolutely would be my top selection. I love the way this horse looks. And his last race was big, getting back on dirt after 3 consecutive synthetic tries. He is a horse that has won on synthetic. And he looks incredible. I mean, I don't know exactly how Steve and his crew, Darren Fleming, his main assistant here at Oaklawn, get these horses looking so good, but this horse could not look any better. He just has to work out a trip into that first turn. Like I said, if he had an inside draw, he would absolutely be my top selection.
This race just became much more wide open when Koufax, the 7, came out for our colleague Tom Amos. That horse would have been a huge and deservedly so favored in here. With that one out, there's several ways to go, I thought.
I thought so as well. I think that a horse that's kind of being overlooked right now, and I get it off the last couple of races, that's the number 10, Get Her Number, who did not run well last time or the start prior to that. But this horse has plenty of graded stakes efforts that would put him right in the mix. I thought that last race where Frosted Departure was able to go gate to wire, he just didn't really ever do much running in there after being in a little bit tight early on. At times, he can show sprint speed. I think that he's a generous price right now, dropping down at 7-1. And then even towards the outside with a horse like Systemic Change, like Richie mentioned, outside post, yes, but you have a speed right to his outside and Pat's Property, who's getting to run another time this meet as well, who has been effective when he's been in a level like this and is likely the speed of the speed all the way towards the outside.
That horse way too big a price, I thought, from that outside too. 13-1 right now. Touch of Glam, did you give any kind of look at inside? He's coming off a big effort last start. It was a softer spot.
I think he's running into some horses that if they show up with maybe even just their B+ effort, he's going to be a little bit outclassed in here, and he's a big price right now. But look, if you like him, he's lightly raced. He doesn't have to be a part of the pace. He is coming off of a good effort. He is going first off the claim for Todd Fincher, who's had a decent meet so far, and he's not for me because he would need to get a little bit faster, but I can see the intrigue at a big price.
Right-hand side of your screen, post parade here at Belmont of the Big A. We'll talk you through this one real quick. And we'll start with Ola Gata for Chad Brown.
She's had her opportunity. She tends to run a similar type of race most of the time. She's just not very enticing as 1 for 12 when others have upside.
Stablemate next door won the debut at Tampa.
It really is more of a dirt pedigree on the dam side, but she took well to the turf. I thought she was with that race flow as well, but she could improve second time going out.
New York bred stakes winner, making the 4-year-old debut. Awesome check.
She has the most consistent proven turf form, but she is coming off of a layoff.
Favorite Scarlet Poppy down to 2-1.
Looking for victory number 4 in a row, and we'll see what they do tactically. She is versatile.
Here is Annihilate, biggest price on second biggest price on the board.
She's capable of outrunning her odds on her best day, but these horses are better than what she's usually competitive against.
Next on stage, Ray Handel.
Wide verse and advantageous rail last time out on dirt. Has some good turf form going back.
Ori we saw go by.
She's the speed in all likelihood and draws outside of another potential speed.
Windflower 13-1.
Needs to get faster overall, but lightly raced.
And stamp of approval outside at a big price for Mark Hennig.
This one, first opportunity on turf for these new connections, did show a step forward when on grass, but she needs to get a little bit faster overall as well.
All right, so 4 minutes to post. That 9th at Belmont of the Big A's. We're back in Hot Springs. And 3-1 on this 13 horse, Systemic Change, also eligible. The draws in for Steve Asmussen, who also has Gasoline, who Mig gave rave report on in terms of how he showed up looking on the racetrack. They're both at 3-1.
Gasoline's been in some good barns, and this one is no exception. Able to run well first off the claim for Steve Asmussen. He's been with Todd Pletcher for the early part of his career, then switched over to Brittany Vandenberg and then David Jacobson, and just seems as though he's one that fits well with his recent form at this level of class. I don't even think the number 4 Huge Bigley is completely impossible. A horse that's currently 5-1 who should get a nice stalking sort of trip.
Matt Dinnerman with the call, mile and a 16th here in the 7th from Oaklawn.
And Huge Bigley, Gasoline, right behind them. They've loaded Dynamis, Rocket Sanders, 2-back, Systematic Change. And to the outside post, Pat's Property to round out the field. Here's Pat's Property. We're ready to go. And Leroff. Pat's Property on the far outside wins the start, takes advantage of it. Is Prominent still well off the rail here? Dynamis moving up to come and challenge. He's sent for speed. El Rey Dorado naturally quick coming out of sprints as well. El Rey Dorado quickest as they go into the first turn run and opens up about 2 lengths on Dynamis, who's happy to track. California Tiger moves inside of him, and Pat's Property who's 3 deep. Gap of 2 to Systematic Change. A similar margin to Huge Bigley and Rocket Sanders. They're side by side. Gasoline is next with Get Her Number. Own the field to the inside of that pair. They're 2 better than Touch of Glam, and that leaves Black, White, and Gold to trail the field. 15 lengths from first to last, and El Rey Dorado strings them out under Laren DeLorme. Leads by 2 1/4. Dynamis runs in second to the inside. California Tiger taking the 3rd position with Pat's Property. Another 2 lengths to Systematic Change, Rocket Sanders. Huge Bigley stays on the rail approaching the forward turn run. He's 8 lengths off the lead going into the turn. Gasoline sent for more as they go into that turn. A gap of 2 lengths back to own the field. Get Her Number is plummeted back to the second last spot, and Black, White, and Gold is yet to pass a runner as they round the far turn. Still on the lead, El Rey Dorado length in front of Dynamis, who's a clear second. California Tiger being asked for more on the inside. Coming to the top of the lane, he's saving ground. Rocket Sanders tries to join him. Pat's Property needs to pick it up as they swing off the turn, and here's Dynamis in the 3-path. Dynamis going by El Rey Dorado at the 3/16 pole here. El Rey Dorado is struggling. Rocket Sanders trying to reel in that front runner Dynamis, who still has the lead with a 16th to go. He kicks on to a 2.5 length lead, and it's going to be Dynamis and Jane Elliott to win it. El Rey Dorado holds on for second. Systematic Change was 3rd. Huge Bigley between them was 4th.
Walter De La Cruz having a big day. It's Dynamis at a huge price, 19-1.
A couple of no-shows in there. The pace not really playing out as we anticipated. Pat's Property rating, and the pace setter ended up finishing a good second.
Back to Belmont of the Big A here as they get set to load into the gate. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, taking a look at the outside runner at a huge price, a stamp of approval for Mark Hennig. Actually, the first start on the turf for the barn. Now, it is very hard to claim a horse that looks more turf inclined from Chad Brown, but I do get why they tried the dirt experiment with her. Clearly, it did not work out. Now, she looks great. She's nicely settled. She was nicely on the bridle. Sometimes she can get a little bit nervous. That wasn't the case today. And she's a massive price there as she's run numbers that should make her competitive as a 3-year-old, even in this race here now as a 4-year-old, if she takes a little bit of a step forward. Now, her post doesn't give her, that much of an advantage, as she is one that had speed in those 2 races, but look for her to be forward, and we'll see if that pays off, sitting at 33-1, Greg.
Well, we'll see if Romero Mirage, can use that speed and try and get over, because that's certainly a tough outside post, particularly with that first turn coming up pretty quick.
Absolutely, and there is some other speed in this race, but there are some good things to like about this horse, and just thinking that, yes, she's had limited starts, especially on the grass, and has some numbers that would put her in the mix at a gigantic price right now, and she just hasn't had that opportunity to run on grass for Mark Hennig and New Connections as of yet, so I see where Maggie's going with this one. I like Awesome Check. I think that she's in some ways the horse to beat. She's tactical. She has the proven turf form. She took a step forward from 2 to 3, and maybe she can do so again from 3 to 4.
First start for her, and there she is, the 3 in those black and white silks of Barry Schwartz. First start of her 4-year-old campaign coming up. Very impressive in that Susie O'Kane win against New York breds last summer, Saratoga. Set for the 9th, our feature coming up next in that Grade 3 Ford Marcy. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Of approval. Stamp of approval. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Awesome Check breaks with early speed. In between horses, also next on stage is in the early mix, and there's Ori. Ori is now put ahead in front, and At the Rail will be next on stage as these two into that first turn together. Trying to join them out wider, there comes Stamp of Approval as they back off the tempo, and next on stage will Press On is clear, is now up by 2. Right there in second, At the Rail is Ori, and then followed in third is Stamp of Approval. At the Rail is Windflowers in the 4th position as the leader starts to sprint away. Awesome Check is in 5th. Further back in the field comes Scarlet Poppy, who's traveling alone there as they're very well strung out. Towards the back end of the field comes Ola Gata. Second to last will be Highland Light, and the trailer is Annihilate. 22-4. That's why they're strung out here as they're moving up front. And the leader is next on stage. Next on stage went 46.50 for a half-mile time, has gone quickly throughout. We'll take him into the far turn. Ori, who took off of that early heat, is now back for more. Windflower is saving ground towards the inside, starts to move forward of an all-in Stamp of Approval from 4th. No move yet from Awesome Check, is moving towards the outside. Here, launching a rally. Adam Beschizza on Scarlet Poppy is looking for room, is now lifting and accelerating. The leader is next on stage. Next on stage is in front. Scarlet Poppy made that big move. Is here on the grandstand side. Also Windflower. They're chasing the leader, who's still there. Next on stage is Tiring Late. Scarlet Poppy. Awesome Check is in pursuit too. Complexion completely changes as Scarlet Poppy is now sprinting for home. The main danger is Awesome Check to the outside. These two horses down the line. It's going to be a tight photo. Give it to Scarlet Poppy. Scarlet Poppy over Awesome Check. Next on stage. And Highland Light did 1 minute 35 seconds flat.
4 in a row for Scarlet Poppy, and she just would not let Awesome Check get by.
No, it seems as though once she angled out and got that momentum going, that she really kicked things into high gear. Next on stage, hot pace and able to still hang around in some of the later stages, getting back onto the grass for Christopher Elliott and Ray Handel. And the ones with the proven turf form, they were charging at her late. Awesome Check just coming up a little bit short as Scarlet Poppy able to hang on.
Incredibly sharp form for this Wesley Ward filly. 4 straight, 3 for 3 at a mile now. And holding off a tough customer in Awesome Check, who you would got to think has to benefit from that start coming back.
And it just ran well in her return race. She hasn't been seen in quite some time, and she showed up in a big way while having to angle out and go around horses and maybe not get that full-on momentum really built up until a little bit too late. But Scarlet Poppy was resilient. She really did not want to let her go by, and it seemed like it was going to be a lot closer, and then like she was never getting by, and then getting really close at the end. But Scarlet Poppy had enough to hold off Awesome Check.
4-3, 6-2, 2-1 favorite. Scarlet Poppy, that win streak intact, 4 in a row and counting. Wesley Ward, Stone Street Stables, and Adam Beschizza, your winning connections in this 9th at Belmont. Our feature to come in the Ford Marcy. We'll set the stage for that when we come back. We'll talk more Kentucky Derby as well. Maybe the best story on this Triple Crown season heading into this first Saturday in Make Whole battle. Lonnie Briley and company. What a story he has been. Can it continue? We'll be back.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back in our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us on Kentucky Derby Day as we close in on the big one. 6:57 Eastern start time when the gates open. Run for the Roses. How about this win streak from Scarlet Poppy off a few months rest? Does not matter. 4 in a row now.
And able to handle that stretch out and distance effectively. Got a great trip and ride here. The pace was hot, but held together. And she's able to save ground at the pivotal moment before switching out and ultimately getting that clear run and having that quick turn of foot. She's just been good since breaking her maiden and keeps that win streak rolling with 4 in a row. We'll see what she does from here. Maybe they'll try to step her up in class.
Game effort in defeat. Awesome check here on the outside, and those Silks of Barry Schwartz. And again, that was her first start back as a 4-year-old since mid-December. So she's one certainly keep your eyes on next time out on a productive return to the races here. 4-3 long shot next on stage at 18-1 to complete that trifecta. But it's your favorite Scarlet Poppy with the winner. Feature on the Saturday card. Here we go. Grade 2 Fort Marcy, 4-year-olds and up. Mile and an 1/8 on the lawn, and K Army coming in undefeated. Perfect 9 for 9. Multiple Group 1 winner on the grass. Group 1 winner on dirt as well for Belmont in the state's debut. What will we get?
Big question mark, but this one has yet to taste defeat. He's certainly one that has been able to handle a lot of different circumstances, but now he has to contend with over a year off to the sideline.
Stablemates deterministic. And Carson's Run going at it again, too, for Christophe Clement. So far, Carson's Run has gotten the better of deterministic in their 2 prior matchups. We'll see if today is a different story as we take a look at the odds for the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. And Cole Battle, what a incredible story he has been. He was a perfect 5 for 5 on dirt until finally that defeat in the Arkansas Derby where his trainer felt maybe his rider moved a little bit too soon. Connections that came from humble beginnings. They're not nationally known. We've not heard a lot about them, but they're on the ride of a lifetime.
My father was a very talented young man. Right after he graduated, I was born, and shortly thereafter, he had major brain surgery. He passed away at 53. And his dream was to be in the grocery business. And so one of the greatest things that I was ever able to do was allow him the last few years of his life for us to have our own grocery store. To give him that gift has always meant so much to me. You know, my father was also a Southern Baptist minister. Divorce was not something that I was raised up around or was really accustomed to it. But there again, like his health issues, life sometimes throws you curveballs. And so I was at an apartment after the divorce, and I was flipping through the channels one night, and it was the horse racing channel, and then they did a documentary on Union Rags. That's when the idea sprang in my mind that I was going to buy a racehorse and win the Kentucky Derby and do all these great things.
You know, he got it all. Good shoulder, good hip.
I'm glad we got him. Now, we met Lonnie the first year we got into racing. We wanted somebody that was honest and somebody that would help people that had basically zero knowledge, and that was us. You know, we depended on everybody 100%, you know.
Give me that ball, boy. Huh? You don't want to let me have it, huh?
Cole Battle's that dream that you never thought was going to happen. Lonnie went to the Texas sale. I knew Cole Battle was his favorite. I was going to buy Lonnie that horse, so he stopped at 70, but I was willing to make him the sale topper that day. For him to have that opportunity to have a good horse because he knows what a good horse is, that means all the world to me.
Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. Cole Battle, the story continues, this fantastic story.
Look what he's turned into, over $1 million made. That was one of the best decisions in horse racing that I've ever made. You think he's ready? It goes back to my father, always surrounding yourself with good people.
Oh, Chuck. Just an incredible story of this horse who has just shown so much grit and determination, was counted out in the Rebel, continued along with that big Grade 2 victory, And we'll see, maybe the rider did move a little bit too soon in that Arkansas Derby, and he'll get back to being this Cinderella story.
He's so interesting coming in. He's done very little wrong, and even last time, supersonic pace, he made the first move. If you had to move at that point, it's understandable because you have to go after some of the horses that are more forwardly placed than you are at some point. But looking at him, I sort of question the distance. I don't question his tenacity, his determination, and his tactical ability. He's done things with a variety of different running styles and been successful.
Well, what a job Lonnie Briley, 72 years old, has done with this horse. Actually put him on the grass for a couple of starts. Good move, putting him back on dirt, and here he is in the Kentucky Derby. Maggie Wolfedale had a chance to catch up with him.
Here with our good friend Lonnie Briley. And Lonnie, it's Derby week. Have you been able to enjoy it at all?
It's been different, shall I say. You know, it's pretty stressful and you know, and all the interviews, stuff you're not used to, you know. And, man, I ain't used to talking to these people. And at the end of the day, it's fun, you know, tiresome, but, you know, it's fun. I mean, I never, ever expected to be doing this, you know, but it's an experience, you know, at the end of my career, you know. And then to have this monkey show up, you know, he, you know, you go to a lot of sales and buy horses, but it's like you're not looking for particularly a Derby horse, you know, they kind of come around, you know, and this horse showed himself at Kentucky Downs. That's when I realized that there's a lot more to this horse. I'm going to give him a chance. And he just kept climbing the ladder, you know, and I said, well, here we are, you know. I don't know if we belong or not, but we're here.
Lonnie, you're obviously a loyal man, though you have been critical sometimes of Juan Vargas. Why stick with him, somebody that hasn't been on this stage before?
He won 5 races on him, made over $1 million on him, you know, and he knows the horse very well. I've had 2 or 3 jockeys talk to me about, you know, maybe trying to ride him. But Vargas is a good guy, and he tries hard, and he's not a bad rider. It's just his first time with this marathon, and it'll be an experience for everybody, I reckon. But this horse breaks sharp enough. I think he can break, and the speed's on the inside, break and get on over and place him. I kind of hope to see him maybe 10th or 12th, you know, getting over, and then just kind of work his way up and just, like Corey told me, wait, wait, and wait. And he said, when you think you waited too long, wait some more, you know?
We saw Mystic Dan scoot up the rail. I mean, would that be kind of the dream trip for you?
Yes, yes, like that, and like Mine the Bird did and stuff like that. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. That would be the plan, you know, if it would work. Hey, buddy, what's wrong?
One more question, Cole Battle. Have you given yourself a chance to think about what it would mean to you to win the Derby?
I don't know. You'd probably have to hit me in the head and say, hey, you just won the Derby. You know, I said, did I? You know, I don't know what I'd say. We'd love to win, but in all honesty, if he'd run in top 3, I'd be happy.
Well, he's accomplished an incredible amount just getting into that starting gate, the job he's done with his horse.
It's really been incredible, and that fairy tale story that we've gotten the privilege to follow along with through the road to the Kentucky Derby, through Hot Springs, because he's really done very little wrong. He's got the talent, he's got the likability, and it just shows you that you can have that Derby contender really come from anywhere and be successful on the big stage.
Was a perfect 5 for 5 on the dirt, Mig, until that 3rd place finish in the Arkansas Derby. How do you feel about his chances going forward off that first defeat on dirt?
Well, I give him a puncher's chance. I don't think he's without a chance. Now, he has to improve, obviously, but think about the Arkansas Derby. He was keen early, kind of was trying to run off in between the 2 horses. His rider did a good job of backing him out of it, but then he was relegated into making that first run into the teeth of a very fast pace. And he also was carrying 3 more pounds than Sandman or Publisher, and now they're all carrying equal weights. You know, talked to Lonnie Briley immediately after the race, and he was saying, you know, I missed the work, felt like he was a little keener than he normally is, and he gave me that sly wink and said, you'll see a better horse on Kentucky Derby Day. And he did have the luxury of already having enough points to gain a berth into the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby, so he wasn't under the same kind of pressure. And guys, if you think back to last year, Mystic Dan ran a kind of a flat race, was beaten 6.5 lengths in the Arkansas Derby. Well, Cole Battle was beaten 7 lengths in the Arkansas Derby. They both were third, and they came, Mystic Dan came back with a huge win in the Kentucky Derby. So I do think there are some things to like here, and what people should know, Lonnie Briley maybe wasn't known by the racing public, but he was known by his racing colleagues for years. He was a critical member of the team for an owner, John Franks, who was leading owner in the country for many years. And I liken it to, an assistant coach or maybe the offensive coordinator. He's not going to get the attention that the head coach gets, but now Lonnie Briley's in that head coach position, and I think he's getting the recognition that he's always deserved, but he was a more behind-the-scenes kind of guy.
Been tremendous what this horse has accomplished. Been a really fun story, and we'll see what happens this afternoon. Seemingly has not run a race fast enough against several of these to put him in contention, but he is 2 for 2 on an off track. Maybe he moves up on this kind of surface.
That's certainly a possibility, and he should get the right kind of trip because he's shown that he can sit that mid-pack position just like your favorite journalism. He's going to be eyeing the same kind of tactics in all likelihood, and maybe he's one that keeps tabs on that favorite, runs with him, and ends up getting a slice at a big price.
Could not be a more striking difference in the man we're about to tell you about, Lonnie Briley. And then there's 6-time Derby winning trainer Bob Baffert, 3 years away, finally back, able to try and contest the Kentucky Derby again. We'll talk about his 2-year-old champion when we come back.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good Vermouth, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's All Hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Bucaro, any day. Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
And it's Queen Maxima in a one-horse race. She is absolutely brilliant. Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Heading to the final furlong of the Kentucky Derby. American Pharoah on the outside. Firing Line hanging tough from the back of the pack. It's Frosted Dortmund down toward the rail. 16th to go. And American Pharoah and Firing Line. And it's American Pharoah pulling away late. American Pharoah rules the Derby.
American Pharoah would end that long drought in the Triple Crown, completing the sweep, but of course went through Oaklawn in that final prep.
He did, and we'll see if Sandman can follow suit. He'll try to win the Arkansas Derby and then go on to take the Kentucky Derby, maybe even the rest of that Triple Crown. But American Pharoah, as Larry Coleman said in the final call of Belmont Stakes, finally the one. Able to get the job done and then justify a couple years later. So Bob Baffert has had the ability to do what some thought was no longer possible.
Yeah, there was all that talk, 37-year drought, saying we need to change the way the Triple Crown is run because you can't do it anymore. And then, yeah, Bob Baffert wins it 2 times in 4 years. 6 Derby wins in all for Bob Baffert, tied for the most ever with Ben Jones, and a win with Citizen Bull on Saturday. He'd stand alone with his 7th Kentucky Derby winner, 2-year-old champ who was obviously incredibly precocious early on, came back as a 3-year-old, won that Robert B. Lewis. Santa Anita Derby, though, a little bit disappointing against Journalism, who became the head of the class.
And I think that's when we figured out that he needs the lead to really show up and run his race, a horse that was not in the type of position that he'd been most effective in that Santa Anita Derby, when another horse was able to take that early pace presence away from him. Now they know with the experiment, he can't really show up on the biggest day and be rated, and especially drawing the rail in here and Rodriguez coming out for Bob Baffert, you have to imagine they're going to be extremely aggressive with him and try to establish some front-end position.
Questions with that mile and an eighth race now and how he faded about the distance for him?
I question the distance. I question him able to secure a lead against some of the others towards his outside, and I think that he's ultimately not going to fare well in terms of dynamics. Even if he could get the distance, I just don't think he's really going to get a controllable early tempo to work with, especially from the rail.
12-1 right now from that 20-1 morning line for Citizen Bull, who is the 2-year-old champion. But yeah, coming off that defeat, well behind Journalism and Baeza for that matter, who was able to draw into this race. So we'll see what happens for Bob Baffert trying to win a 7th Kentucky Derby. Pretty remarkable.
It is. I don't think this is his likeliest chance to do so, but we'll see what we get. A horse that's certainly on his day. He's capable of running some fast races if he gets things to go his own way.
Baffert, of course, too, that scratch that happened just a couple of days ago with Rodriguez. Another speed in there who comes out of the mix, but still plenty of speed left to keep Citizen Bull company on the front end in this year's Kentucky Derby. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Features still to come from Oaklawn later on this afternoon. Closing day. We'll get to race 8 when we come back, approaching the 11-minute mark to post. Palm Tree coming off a win favored. We'll return right after this.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
Sandman trying to get him. Speed King holding on. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way. Cole Battle, 16th left for the Rebel Stakes win. He's on top from Manicat Road, and Sandman, who's run out of ground. Cole Battle, the story continues. Cole Battle does it. And Sandman in front by 2. Publisher is second. And Sandman, he's run his A race, and he gets a confidence booster heading to Kentucky.
I thought he was going to put it together today, put everything together today, and he did. And I'd just like to say thank you to all the partners across the board. And, you know, we're a great group, and we're on to the first Saturday in May.
Quiet side on the outside, neck in front now. Simply Joking, resilient from the rail. Quiet side digging in. She's got a half-length lead, and she has the fantasy victory.
Johnny, you can take a deep breath now. What a horse race that was.
That was very exciting. I mean, it was an incredible battle down the stretch. Couldn't ask for a better performance.
Kentucky Oaks?
Absolutely.
Booth and Anarchist, they need to find more. Booth's finding more. Anarchist done. Rivet coming on late, but Booth's gonna do it. Booth, a gold star in the count plate. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna.
She just keeps amazing us every time, you know, we think she's good. She just gets better and better, and you hear it all the time, a once-in-a-lifetime mare, but she really is a once-in-a-lifetime filly.
So many incredible moments at this meet out in Hot Springs. We love to partner with them and bring you all this coverage. It's been a lot to enjoy. And we'll see if we get a Kentucky Derby winner out of the mix as we did last year. And Kentucky Derby winner, by the way, will be off the air by then, but still to come on today's card from Oaklawn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have seen the road through the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby go through Oaklawn and be one that plays out as having a major impact in both races for the fillies and the colts going forward several years. And especially last year, of course, we saw both Mystic Dan, Torpedo Anna take the Oaks and the Derby respectively. So we'll see what we get. It seems as though there's plenty with live chances coming in.
Yeah, Mystic Dan later on in the card after we have signed off. Mig, you've been there for a lot of this meet. Able to enjoy it up close and personal. What are you going to take away from the time you've spent there?
So many good things. Obviously, the fans here at Oaklawn, so enthusiastic. It has a Saratoga feel to it every day. But the jockey colony, they had been so generous with their time with me, with their interviews. Spent a lot of time up in the jockeys room. We've had such a competitive jockey race. Francisco Arrieta pulling it out on the last day. And he was ready to pack it in. He was struggling early in the meet, and his valet told him, you know, take a breath, dig in, let's make this work, and look what he wound up doing. And that's just pure testimony to you never give up. When it's tough, you work harder. When it's good, you work even harder because you can create. It's all about your desire, your work ethic, and your effort. And he put it all together. Guys, it's been a lovely experience here.
I love that story. It's just, it shows perseverance and, yeah, willing to fight for it and struggling so much. You're going to walk away, and now you wind up leading rider at the meet. Good for Francisco Arrieta. Congrats as well to Christian Torres. Both those two tremendous meets from start to finish.
Absolutely, and it seems as though we might see Richard Migliori as an honorary Arkansas bred from time to time now going forwards, but it seems like he really enjoyed his time out there, and really great to follow along with all the coverage and quality racing. But that jockey race we did see get very tight, nail biter down to the finish, and both of them having the same agent as well, so certainly that person had to be feeling pretty good about how things were going.
Cody Autry, tremendous job that he has done with both those two. Of course, he'll represent Christian Torres now in Kentucky, but Francisco Arrieta, who did not have an agent moving forward. Mig assisting in that, and now he'll be at Ellis with an agent, so good for him. It's going to be the last race we bring you from Oaklawn for the meet. Hard to believe. Since early December, we've been covering these races. We want to say a huge thank you to everyone out in Hot Springs and part of this tremendous product we're able to bring you these last few years. It has been a thrill for us and hopefully for our fans to enjoy some of the best racing we get all year long.
And some of the best stories, too.
Mig, your thoughts on this eighth year coming up?
Well, we got a very competitive race, but guys, I'm going to take this opportunity to thank so many people here that made this day as great as it was. Immediately, Logan Wilbanks and Sean Morris, Logan, my cameraman, all meet. Sean, my security, standing behind me, but obviously my host, Louis Sella, Wayne Smith, the GM, Pat Pope, the racing secretary, Jason Milligan, the VP of racing, Steve Moyer, the paddock judge, who was assistant trainer to Jimmy Jerkins when he had Artie Schiller, Heath Chavette, Horseman Relations, Matt Dinnerman, obviously the announcer, all of the trainers, Ron Marquette, Steve Asmussen, Wayne Lucas in particular, Darren Fleming, Steve's main assistant trainer here. Great horse conversations with him. Your Kirker Scales, Coleman Lloyd, giving me full access to the jockey's room. And a very, very special thanks to Chris Ho, the VP of marketing here, who's not only been so supportive, but become such a great friend, and Nancy and Paul Holthus. Nancy could not have been more kind, generous, showing me around here. And Paul is one heck of a cook. If you can wrangle an invitation to Nancy and Paul's house for dinner, Paul is a gourmand, guys.
And that's saying something from a man who knows his way around a kitchen as well. Mig, in another life, I think, would be a head chef at a top restaurant.
I could see that. I could see a horse trainer. I could see a lot of different successful careers, from working at a national park as a tour guide. It seems as though he's kind of the Renaissance man himself with his options going forward.
Made the most of his time out there in Hot Springs. And hard to believe it's coming to an end, but it's been a lot of fun covering this meet. And we're going to close it out. This race, mile and a 16th. Allowance optional claiming field. It's 4-year-olds and up, and it is Palm Tree. Favorite off a win, Cipriano Contreras. His nephew, Manny Esquivel, will ride. We'll get back to it in a moment. It's feature time here in New York. Grade 2, Fort Marcy, mile 8th on the turf. And the stable mates for Christophe Clement. Deterministic, Carson's Run, go at it one more time.
They do. We'll see if Deterministic can turn the tables on Carson's Run, who's gotten the better of him when they have matched up.
Acacia Clement back with us. Let's go downstairs.
And Greg, as we get ready for this Fort Marcy, I do feel like it is worth it to start down to the rail with the biggest wild card of the race, and that is the undefeated Chilean-bred K Army, who finally makes his long-awaited U.S. debut. And I say that because this is a horse that was actually entered in the Woodward last year for Bill Mott. He scratched, he went to the bench, obviously something keeping him on the sidelines, and now he comes back on the turf. Now, of course, in his native Chile, he has a very strong turf resume overall. He's the Chilean Triple Crown winner, and as I mentioned, he is undefeated, but it is, a bit of a question that he was entered in a graded stake on the dirt, away from the races for a very long time, and now comes back here. Now, that being said, he has been stable down at Payson Park for the winter and has worked strong on both surfaces. And one of the benefits of Payson is being able to work on the turf down there. Seeing him, I'm not familiar with him, but he is a very big horse and also looks like he's carrying a bit of excess weight. It's been a long time off the layoff. He does have a bigger belly, a bigger barrel to him as well. But he's been very professional, very laid back, and watching that last race in Chile, which you can find on YouTube, I'm not surprised to see that he's laid back because, as is often the case in Latin America and the Southern Hemisphere, afterwards, he was swarmed by a million people in the winner's circle, everybody kind of handling him, and he took it all in stride. But he won impressively in that last out effort. So we'll see if he can bring those Chilean Group 1s over here to America. Now, the number 4, Carson's Run, is we'll start there. He's your current favorite. He is making the first start of his 4-year-old season. Now, he's not a horse that grew or changed drastically from 3 to 4, but he didn't really grow or change much from 2 to 3 either. And he's not a horse that physically or on his pedigree you would look at and say he strikes you immediately as the type of horse that wanted to go those long distances on turf, but he obviously is able to handle it, and he has been training very forwardly in South Florida as well. He looks incredibly fit coming back. He certainly looks ready, and he's gotten a bit sharper once they put the tack on him as well. He is a horse that sometimes can be a little bit on edge in the paddock. Not seeing that at all. He's just bubbling beneath the surface, which
that you do appreciate to see. I'm excited to see Carson back on the track, and of course, named for Carson Yost and that beautiful story that he has carried with him for the Yost family and West Point Thoroughbreds. His stablemate Deterministic does have some recency on his side. Now, he is a horse that has changed and developed. When I last saw him, when he returned down to Payson, I couldn't believe how much he had grown and filled out and strengthened coming back as a 4-year-old. And he was kind of a lighter frame type of 3-year-old as well. He does have one race off the bench, which was an off the turf race, and obviously he won the Gotham on the dirt on a very wet track, but he was involved in a very fast pace at Keeneland last time out, and he ended up kind of jumping the tracks a bit late. He got a bit tired, which was understandable given how quick that pace was, but I thought overall he ran exceptionally well. That was going 1 mile and an 1/8 on the dirt. I think this distance on the turf suits him perfectly as he has taken a step forward this year, Greg.
So can he turn the tables? He has a recency edge, Deterministic, on his stablemate Carson's Run. He'll be making his 4-year-old return to the races in this Grade 2 Fort Marcy. We'll get back to it in a moment with the post parade. It is back to Oaklawn again. Final race of the meet we'll be bringing you here on America's Day at the races. Who do you like here?
I think Palm Tree is going to be dangerous. That last race on dirt, a big step forward, showed some good early position in there. Last time was the time to bet, but this horse ran a competitive effort in here that really stands above what we've seen from many of these as of late.
Tom Amoss had a big shot with the 7, My Noble Knight. I'm shocked. Myra's Boy, I thought would be the favorite in here. 6-1 on Myra's Boy with Keith Asmussen for Norm McKnight.
That is a bit of a surprise. I guess maybe some just thinking that others have a little bit more upside. He's been a big price over his last couple of starts, but kind of has a class edge.
This last race, if he can repeat that, everyone's running for second. We'll see if he can back it up. Here is the 8th. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Dick Best has gone into the gate. Wrecker Point goes in as well. Plausible Denial, post position at number 6. They've loaded first bid. And to the outside post, Imperial Gun, who drew in from the also eligible list for our leading trainer, Steve Asmussen. We're ready to go. And they're off. Getting squeezed at the break was Myra's Boy, drops to the rear. Betty's Cash from the inside going to the lead from Wrecker Point. Hearn had a steady hard off of heels, drops back to 4th. Palm Tree just past him as they corner into the first turn run. They've sorted themselves out. Betty's Cash on the front end, a length in front. Palm Tree runs in the second position. Wrecker Point off the speed today. He's 3rd. Hearn is tugging on the inside of horses. My Noble Knight with him. The gray Plausible Denial is there swinging up the back stretch. And first bid, who's 4 deep. Gap of 2 to Imperial Gun. Then Spoiler in the purple jacket, 4th last. Myra's Boy makes his way into the 3rd last position. Inexorable is 2nd to last as they head down the backstretch. First bid trailing just 6 lengths from 1st to last. They are compact. Betty's Cash went quick early, slows the tempo down pretty hard here. And Betty's Cash is the pacemaker by 3 parts of a length. Going pretty well here as they approach the 4th turn run. Palm Tree running in the 2nd position. My Noble Knight right behind the horses here as Wrecker Point is 3 wide going into the 4th turn run. My Noble Knight still searching for racing room, going okay as they round the 4th turn. Plausible Denial, 5th sent along. First bid, Dick Best. They've both lost position. Hearn is giving way as they come to the top of the lane. Myra's Boy is next within 4 lengths of the lead. They're still packed up at the top of the lane, and My Noble Knight in the blue cap is the one who catches the eye. He looks loaded. Can he find a way out of traffic? He's going to duck to the inside. Palm Tree has the lead. My Noble Knight, now he's going to weave outside. He finds a seam between horses. My Noble Knight on the outside. No excuses from here, and he grabs the lead with a 16 to go. Palm Tree trying to move with him. My Noble Knight head in front. My Noble Knight from Palm Tree coming back. Photo finish. The heads were up and down, but I'm going to give it to My Noble Knight. I think he got a great bob there and had the head in front over Palm Tree, who ran well in defeat.
My Noble Knight indeed does get that nose down. Tom Amoss, Rafael Bejarano, another one who had an exceptional meet with that victory as we get back to the post parade for the Grade 2 Fort Marcy and the state's debut of the undefeated K Army.
We'll see what we get from this one. As Acacia said, well, a big wild card, but he's handled a lot of different surfaces, distances, and going different directions as well.
This is crazy. This is probably the horse to beat off for Masterpiece. 9-year-old debut. He's 10-1.
He won this race last year, and if he can find that effort yet again where he defeated heavy favorite Ottoman Fleet, he's way too big a price.
So many races that are faster than everyone in here. Here's deterministic Christophe Clement.
And using his early speed as a tactical weapon that may put him at an advantage over Carson's Run.
Carson's Run has beat deterministic the 2 times they've met. He's a Grade 1 winner.
And he had a tough trip last time when he didn't fire in California in that Grade 1 Hollywood Derby as the favorite.
And first time on the grass, Todd Pletcher's Tuscan Sky.
This one has quite a bit of turf pedigree as a half to an accomplished turf sprinter in Private Creed.
So let's look back at the stablemates when they met in the Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Only 3/4 of a length would separate them. Carson's Run would add another graded stakes win and get the best of deterministic once again.
And I've always thought that Carson's Run was perhaps a little bit better in terms of the trips that he was able to secure, because with deterministic they had tried some different tactics, whether or not they were going to really fully utilize his early speed or not. And I think that last time on the dirt, using that early speed and then finishing second to the very accomplished Money Supply maybe shows that they're going to be a little bit more aggressive with him, and that could give him the edge as well as the recency. But as of yet, Carson's Run has been able to defeat him when they've matched up, and Carson's Run is going to get the trip from off the pace, though he is one that is coming in off of that layoff.
So 9-5 on the horse who's beat his stablemate the 2 times they have met. But yes, recency might be an issue. He hasn't raced since November 30th. That defeat in the Hollywood Derby. Dylan Davis for Christophe Clement. This is the barn that gave Dylan Davis really his first big opportunities to win big races. First Group 1 win for Dylan came for this barn.
And it was a story we were following along with all year, especially over the summer at Saratoga, and getting that first Grade 1 with Carson's Run, a great story as well for the aptly named horse for Carson Yost. I mean, Dylan has really shown up as one of the top riders overall, but that was a moment that was a big accomplishment for him with a horse that he got along with well, for barn that he'd been familiar with for quite some time, and he's able to continue that partnership and show up again almost a year later here.
Well, this horse right here, first time trying this surface with more. Let's go back to Acacia.
And as Sarah mentioned, there is some pedigree to suggest that he should handle it. But Private Creed, much more of a sprinter, as she also touched on. And this is a horse that physically I've never really been wowed by, because he's that smaller, very angular type of build. A build that often can really lend itself to turf. So I've actually written down in the past that I think he kind of fooled quite a bit of people early on Tuscan Sky, because his first 2 races were on a wet track and maybe just looked so much better than they were, but he was just kind of built more like a wet track horse. I think he could handle the grass, certainly with the pedigree and certainly the way he's put together physically. The Dam also won on the grass, and Vino Rosso can certainly have turf runners too. Now, he's another one that never really went on and developed as I always would have hoped, but he does come back as a gelding. I think it's kind of a, you know, he's not going to become a stallion now. Let's give it a try and see if he can handle it, because he does have pedigree for it. And he was running as a 3-year-old in particular against some very, very tough competition, and even most recently finishing 3rd in the Go Sapper behind White Abari. He's moving beautifully in the warm-up. Now the 2 masterpieces, I think, big overlay right now at 9-1, as he is a horse that it maybe is not the most consistent, and you can be perhaps a little suspicious of his most recent form, but he won this race last year, the Fort Marcy, with a 101 Beyer speed figure. He also won the Red Smith here at Aqueduct. He's run very good races here. Now, I guess he's a 9-year-old. He's a big burly horse that always carries a lot of attention, but I had written down last time out in the Red Smith when he disappointed that he was very quiet in the paddock. Today, he's much brighter, much more alert. He's had a rather reserved warm-up. The one thing that does concern me a little bit, though, is that the front wraps do go on. It's not something I normally key into. However, on turf, unless it's typical of the trainer or typical of the horse, you typically don't see them. So just something that's maybe a food for thought, and especially with a horse that is cold on the board, even though he does have past credentials, make him a big player in here, Greg.
Someone must know something for him to be that price. I mean, obviously that last race was bad, but he went to the bench. The 7 races prior, no one can touch him in here. Unless we don't know what K-Army is. Maybe K-Army is this incredible freak and he's just too good. But of the horses we know with the form here in the States, no one's close to him.
Well, I think the upside is gone with a horse like this. And you have those horses that are those newly turned 4-year-olds that had the successful seasons as 3-year-olds, both going out for the Clement Barn, as well as wild card of K Army, who's undefeated, and someone who's doing something new for the first time, and all the potential in the world to take to the turf. So yes, he's the known commodity, but he's also coming off of a really poor performance. And even when he did win this race last year, he had some good forward position, and that's something we usually see when he's been more effective. But the favorite in that race also didn't get out of the gate all that quickly. Ottoman Fleet broke slowly and then broke inwards, and then was really keen in behind horses and just had everything go against him. So yes, he was able to get the victory with a fast race that if he repeats it, he's going to be dangerous at a big price. But the horse that was more highly touted on the board had things really working against him that day as well.
But still, I mean, it doesn't matter. He still ran as fast as he ran, and it's not just that race. It's 7 races in a row where he's put together that kind of figure. I'm not saying he's going to win today. He may not. He shouldn't be this price.
What price should he be?
I mean, he's the horse to beat off form. 3-1, 7-2.
So he should be a shorter price than the 5?
I would think so. Oh, no question.
Yeah, but I don't think that he should be a shorter price than 1, 3, 4.
They're going to have to step up and show improvement to beat him if he runs his race. But that is a question mark, and yeah, he is 9. There's upside with them, but 8-1 is just crazy. See what happens here coming up. In terms of the rematch with Deterministic and Carson's Run, on assuming even terms, and we know Carson's Run's coming off the bench, Deterministic has that recency, but who do you feel is the better of the two?
I think that from what we've seen so far, it's Carson's Run, but Deterministic last time, having that recency, having that start on the dirt, and finally going to the lead with him as we take a look at what is a nice crowd here at Aqueduct for Derby Day, and we've been hearing some of them here in Equestris up here by the set, but he's had a rider in Joel Rosario who I am critical of sometimes for just not going to the lead or not putting horses in the right kind of position to be forward and having all the patience in the world. And usually it works out on the grass to have the ability to save ground and make the last winning move. But he's getting Kendrick Carmouche today. And Kendrick, to me, if you ask me who was more aggressive at face value, I would say Kendrick more so than Joel.
Let's not forget, and there's Deterministic in those pink silks. Couple of months ago, last year I should say, we thought this was going to be a major Kentucky Derby contender. His Gotham was incredibly good off a maiden race that was just sensational. Just did not pan out on the dirt for him. And now we've seen him turn into a very good turf horse, and that return race, very productive. He's become the favorite now over his stablemate.
He's going to be ahead of him early on in all likelihood. He has the recency edge. He's getting that rider change to someone that might have him in a slightly better early position. There isn't a ton of speed signed on in this race. I get it. I think that Carson's Run is a little bit better than him, but there's room for improvement with both of these horses. And I mean, K Army is who I ultimately settled on in here, but he's got a lot of questions to answer as well if he can face this level of competition and show up off of over a year away.
Grade 2 Fort Marcy feature on this Saturday card here at Belmont of the Big A, opening Saturday of the meet. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
$. Tuscan Sky. Last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off in the Fort Marcy. Deterministic wanted to get on the front end, and Deterministic finds the lead, is in front, and will get over to the rail. Deterministic is going to show the way, and K Army was off a step slow, but now moves forward, is going to secure second, is to the outside of Masterpiece. Tuscan Sky is settled towards the back end of the field, and the trailer, Carson's Run. They're chasing Deterministic, and Kendrick Carmouche, who has the lead. Deterministic is up by a length and a half. Comfortable now in second as K Army is stalking. Gets in closer to the pace setter now as they start to back off the tempo and work to the backstretch. 24 seconds flat for that opening quarter mile. Deterministic has the lead. Right to the outside, K Army is a challenging second. Here's Masterpiece moving through at the rail, followed by Tuscan Sky. The trailer is Carson's Run, who's still at the back end of the field through a 47 and 4 half-mile time. So honest fractions for Deterministic. Deterministic trying to take him all the way in the Fort Marcy. K Army with no excuse right to the outside here, stalking from second. Now encouraged to keep up. Jose Lescano wants to move forward, and they work into the far turn, and Deterministic is still strong. K Army continues to give chase. Masterpiece is back there in third, is challenging with Tuscan Sky. Carson's Run, now unleashed from the back, was dead last, but now Carson's Run starts to roll. 110.48 for a 3/4 of a mile. Deterministic is very strong at the top of the lane. K Army is trying to run this rival down. Carson's Run is lifting, but has a lot of ground to make up on front running Deterministic, who approaches the final furlong. Deterministic is still running away with it. Deterministic inside the final 16th. This is a dominating effort here. Deterministic front running wins the Fort Marcy by plenty. Carson's Run second, K Army, then Masterpiece finished fourth in 1 minute 45.70 seconds. That would be a track.
I believe that is a new track record for the mile and an eighth here for Deterministic. What a performance as he turns the tables for the first time on his stablemate.
Good things happen when you get position, and this is the first time he's ever actually been on the lead, out and out on the grass. A horse that had shown some versatility in rating but hadn't been able to defeat Carson's Run. We knew he was going to get the jump on him today, but he established a clear early lead this time, and nobody was able to run by him or with him early on. Seemed like K Army was really spinning his wheels. Carson's Run with a lot of work to do to try to close from last, but Deterministic, we always knew he had talent, and now he got the right kind of ride.
Maybe finally starting to put it all together here. Dominating performance, getting back on the grass here. Grade 2 victory, and demolishes this field in course record time. 1:45.3.
And it's not as though he didn't run well on the dirt last time out either. So there's so many options going forwards with this horse who's tactical, he's versatile, he can handle multiple surfaces, and he can compete at a great stakes level on either surface.
Long way back to his stablemate, Carson's Run, who certainly could close that gap here with a start now under his belt. But this was impressive.
It was. And look, Carson's Run ran his race. He's the only one to really make a move from the back. Ended up finishing second in here after closing from last. Everybody else kind of standing still in their positions, unchanged throughout. But Deterministic, this is a statement kind of performance. And maybe this is a sign that he will be aggressively ridden from now on and just allowed to do his thing on the front end.
He's teased us before with his immense talent when we thought he was a Kentucky Derby contender, but now maybe here to stay as a turf star. This was a big statement win in his second start back of his 4-year-old campaign. Bishop's Bay, his task got a little bit easier in Sunday's Westchester when Fierceness decided to opt for another spot in a win out in Kentucky. We'll talk about Bishop's Bay when we come back.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
The champion 2-year-old. One of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family. Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 Saturday coverage on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you where you can play it all, including today's Kentucky Derby at NYRA Bets. If you've not already, get signed up. Go to NYRABets.com, Derby25, that code to use to get a $25 free play. Kendrick Carmouche, Christophe Clement, St. Elias Stable, Deterministic. What a performance in the Grade 2 Ford Marcy Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds training sale will be held May 19th, 20th in Pomona, Maryland. After the Preakness, where will you be? This was dominant.
This was impressive. We've all known that this horse has ability for quite some time. Maybe now this is the year that he's really going to put things together and show up in a big way in some graded stakes, maybe on either surface.
Huge effort, course record time, third win on the lawn. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
I'm working another morning. Oh, so good.
I'm happy to be here with Kendrick Carmouche. Kendrick, you were just telling me you got a chance to work Deterministic before riding him. He is just such a genuine type of horse, isn't he?
Oh, just so cool, laid back. You know, he does exactly what you want him to do. You can't overdo it. You know, I thought watching his replays, you know, they didn't whip him as much. And, you know, you can see at the top of the lane, I hit him a couple of times, he kind of just like, then I caught across, then he really leveled off, you know. So he's just a cool horse, you know. Christophe Clement had this horse ready to come off the bench, and he ran a good race last time, and this was beautiful today, you know. I didn't think they could have beat him if I went to the lead.
And when you did, I mean, he got so comfortable out there. It seems that using his natural speed really made a difference.
Yeah, you know, going into the first turn, when he switched to the left lead, he slowed himself down and pricked his ears up, and I was like, man, this is good, you know. Lascano kind of pressed me going down the backside, so I let him go a little bit more, get his feet flowing a little bit more, and once I got away from that horse, he went right back into slow mode. Usually when that happens, game over.
I know we talked last week about the passion and the love that you have for the game, and I can just see how your face lights up talking about a well-laid plan coming to fruition on the racetrack.
Oh, man, it's just, this is what we live for, you know. This is what we come out to ride horses for, you know, ride good horses, you know, and just the love of the game, you know. Each time you go out there, you can become a winner, you know. Sometimes you leave out of here without being a winner, but when you make it back safe, you're a winner, believe it or not.
Amen to that. Well done, Kendrick. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Louisiana, baby, you know it.
In the house, as Kendrick likes to say, got to feel good to be on one like this. And now, you know, a day like this, it's Kentucky Derby Day. That's where all the attention is. But we just had a horse sort of announce himself as a major player now in his division.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a sign of good things to come. And as you mentioned, we have been tricked in a way by this before with Deterministic, but he's really shown up in a big way. And I hope that they continue to use that early speed as his main weapon moving forwards, because he's extremely dangerous when they do.
Nightcap still to come, about 15 minutes to post in the finale tomorrow. Everyone was running for second in the Westchester, and then Fierceness and owner Mike Rapoli decided to run on the undercard on Kentucky Oaks Day. Wound up beating his stablemate, maybe the best older horse in the country, and Locked in showing up in that spot. And as a result, the Westchester got a whole lot easier.
It did, and it's a competitive betting race, and it's really the bookenders, I think, that are going to both be forwardly placed, Bishop's Bay being one of them, a horse who has been favored in every single race of his except for one when he finished second to 2 fills in the Ohio Derby.
He's won 3 of his last 4 starts. His only defeat during that run, barely missed on a muddy seal track at Oaklawn. This is the American Pharoah Stakes win last time out.
He's been able to put some races together finally, a horse that had had some stops and starts over his career, had always shown a level of excitement, a level of ability, and good natural early speed to kick things off when he was a 3-year-old, especially when he finished second, a close second, to eventual Belmont and Travers winner Arcangelo back in 2023 in the Peter Pan. But last time out, he showed up in a big way with an effort that's pretty in line with what we are used to seeing from him, a buyer in the mid to high 90s, good early speed. And we'll see if he can keep things rolling, because he's at least been able to put a race together January, 2 starts, and then March having one, and now coming in, maybe we'll finally get to see him really show us what he can do if he stays on the racetrack.
A lot of horses look like they want to be either on or near the lead, but it looks like he has a little bit of versatility in what he can do. Meanwhile, Bank Frenzy As we take a look at the stymie, has put together 4 in a row for Rudy Rodriguez.
He's been in incredible form and able to hold that for quite some time, and really has had a wet track to deal with in 3 of his last 4 starts. This one over a fast track where he's able to finish ahead of Worcester, and he's tactical too. He's just been able to be so consistent as of late, and he's one, he can adapt. If other horses want to go out and show that good early speed, he doesn't need the lead to be effective and still run his race.
6 for 9 here with 3 runner-ups, never been worse than second. With Fierceness out, it's become a much better race.
It has, and I think I'm looking forward to even Quince Brew towards the outside, a horse who finished a narrowly defeated second last time out in his Naira debut, to Crazy Mason, who seems like one of the more exciting sprinters, a closing sprinter at that going forward. So he put up a valiant effort in defeat, and I'm excited to see what we get from him against some high-level competition yet again.
That's a Sunday feature. Hope you join us tomorrow. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Derby when we return. Even with Rodriguez out, plenty of speed left in this year's Run for the Roses. East Avenue, part of that pace. Can he take it 1.25 miles? Stay with us.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back in our Saturday coverage on Kentucky Derby Saturday. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Nightcap still to come here at Belmont at the Big A, opening Saturday of the meet. We just saw a sensational performance in the Grade 2 Fort Marcy from Deterministic. Derby still to come. A look at the current odds. Journalism the favorite, 4-1 as your favorite. And the pace, still plenty that want to be forward in this race, including the horse we talked about going to break. East Avenue, who looks so good early in his career. That Grade 1 win, Breeders' Futurity. Didn't get out of the gate well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Certainly had an excuse in that race. Risen Start comeback race did not really have an excuse, but then he got back to his old self in the Bluegrass with a nose defeat.
he was so courageous and tenacious on the front end in that race, using his early speed in there, the best weapon that we had seen from him in the past. And I think they've realized he is that need the lead type of horse, so they have to go and have some intention out of the gate with him. But it seems as though he will have some company on the front end.
Yeah, can he win sitting off? I guess that's a question for all these speedsters, because it's not going to be a bunch of horses, 4 or 5 of them on the front end together.
No, I mean, it seems as though whoever really has the intent and who has the horse underneath of them as well to go forward and establish that early lead, maybe you can scare away some of the other horses that want to have that forward position with you, not wanting to get too embroiled in a hot pace. But I expect both him and the number 1 Citizen Bull to be ones that are confirmed going for the early lead.
If you want to play this Kentucky Derby, the rest of the Triple Crown, Saratoga this summer, get signed up with NYRA Bets. Go to NYRABets.com. Do not wait. Derby25, that code to use for new members. Get a $25 free play for today's Kentucky Derby, plus that $200 deposit match customer bonus. That's the code to use to get all those offers, Derby25, and you're ready to roll right there at NYRABets.com. Sarah, who do you like in the Kentucky Derby?
I went to Journalism, who is your favorite right now. He's just really done nothing wrong since stretching out in distance. He's going to sit the right kind of trip, mid-pack, get first run on some of the deep closers, but also not have to be a part of that contentious early pace. I think he showed that he can sit kindly in behind horses and have gears in that last start in that Santa Anita Derby, and I'm really excited to see what we get from him, a horse that has the pedigree to handle that 1.25 miles without any problems.
I'm going with Sovereignty in this spot. He was precocious early on, had a show that he loves this racetrack as well in that Grade 3 Street Sense win at Churchill as a 2-year-old. But more importantly, he took that big step forward from 2 to 3. And he's put together back-to-back really big performances where if he can improve just a little, he's right there with Journalism. Even if Journalism runs his A-plus race, and the biggest thing, he's shown that maturity to kind of wake up and finally get after it in the morning. He used to get outworked by horses that were a lot lesser than he is, and all of a sudden now he's blowing those horses away in the morning. Shows me that he's really taken a jump forward. Let's go to Acacia to see who she likes in the Derby.
And Greg, I too like Sovereignty. I've been high on him, but from the beginning, a horse that just always looked like he was one that wanted more ground to work with and needed to mature physically and mentally. I think that he is peaking at exactly the right time. Obviously, it would have been nice to win the Florida Derby, but I think that he is a horse that you can look at that race and say, that's the perfect build-up to the big one in the Kentucky Derby for trainer Bill Mott. Thought it was a big effort from him. I agree with how he's been training coming into this race. And to me, the Kentucky Derby is kind of in 2 groups where you have a lot of horses that want to be forward and could be on the pace, and then several horses that are deep closers. To my eye and what I've looked at in watching all those replays several times over, he is the best of the closers, and we'll see if he can work out a trip, as he will be rolling late, Greg.
Not to mention his price has become pretty enticing as well. I believe 9 to 1 when we last looked. Here's a look at all the selections of everyone on the program. A lot of Journalism's up there.
I know, and you know me, I would do anything to find a long shot to go against a favorite, but I just think he's going to be a fair enough price coming in, and we're throwing a couple of prices underneath, but he is top dog, and if he runs his race with a good trip, he's going to hit that trifecta.
Let's get back to the nightcap. Here at Belmont of the Big A, 6 furlong sprint, $12,000 claiming race. It is 4-year-olds and up, and Hot Rod Rumble right now is the 2 to 1 favorite. As we get set for our post parade, we'll start things off with Bronx Bomber from the rail.
He's been in good form. We did see the horse that beat him last time come back and finish a narrowly defeated second in Persistent Danger. He can be forward.
Cut back in distance for Allure of Money.
He has a big effort finishing second 2 starts back behind Valenzen Day, but didn't really show that much in his next start.
Hopefully there's not a story here. Return the Ring, 5 to 1.
This one has a big effort, a couple starts back, but just hasn't really shown up with that kind of race in quite some time.
Hot Rod Rumble. So here's the favorite with Matty Ulver.
This one caught a wet track last time out, and we've seen horses go to Antonio Arriaga and really take a step forward and improve.
Drop down in class, honorary degree.
His race 2 back puts him in the mix. He was facing much better company in there, and he should sit a mid-pack kind of trip.
10-time winner, including a win against Better here in February. Prince of Joy, Christian Mirage aboard.
Another of the Mirage family, this one getting the 10-pound weight allowance. A horse that at times can be forward, perhaps a little bit outclassed.
And Letty, making the 6-year-old debut coming up, drops down in class as well.
And this one we haven't seen for quite some time. This one will result in the pick 6 paying 4 of 6 rather than 5 of 6, so we will see a double carryover into tomorrow.
Let's go back down to Acacia.
And we'll start off with the number 4 Hot Rod Rumble, who is currently your favorite. As Sarah mentioned, we've seen the barn Strike in particular was a very big price horse the other day, and some other logical ones as well. So this was one that was claimed 2 starts, or should say, moved to this barn. And last start was the first start with Antonio Arriaga, is what I'm trying to say. And I thought last time out, what was a very, very wet track, and this one kind of had to steady back a bit, chasing when Love Takes Over, who was very keen on the lead. That one wired the field, and this horse just not able to sustain that. Looked to me like this is one who just didn't really love the conditions of the track that day, didn't love chasing a horse. I think he likes to be forwardly placed. Now, he's one that in the past they've kind of fiddled around with the equipment, with the noseband or no noseband and different types of bits. He's got just kind of basic equipment on today, but he seems to be handling himself very, very well. He warmed up well on the track, very healthy, and I think we're going to see him be aggressive with Maddie Olver and hopefully get a more comfortable type of trip this time. Now, the number 1 Bronx Bomber is a horse that comes in where he just wasn't able to really rally off of that 3rd place finish last time out. He's one that always carries his condition very well. I always appreciate that about him. Now, as a 9-year-old, he has that race 3 starts back in February with the 79 Beyer speed figure that was so impressive. To me, that's just a bit of an outlier type of race. And for him to be the favorite right now, I just really wish he would have shown a bit more kick last time out. And I don't know if I can trust that race back in February and that he will run back to it. He certainly looks the part in here. I don't have a problem with him. I just really wonder, and I think his last race is more indicative of who he actually is. Now, the number 5 Honorary Degree, as Sarah mentioned, his race 2 starts back, would certainly put him into contention. He was trying to close in the center of the track last time out against Tougher and going the 7 furlongs. I think the 6 suits him far better. While he does have a little bit of size to him, he's very round, very downhill in his build. I think just a bit shorter suits him much better, and his best races have come at the 6 furlongs, and he has races on the go back that would make him a huge contender in here. Warmed up nicely with Lane Leslie. I think that he is more appealing than your current favorite for the rail in Bronx Bomber, who's 2-1. Greg?
Well, slight drop down for the 5, 9-2 right now. But you have favoritism, Bronx Bomber down on the inside.
And I did end up going with this one, and I agree with Acacia's sentiment that he has a race 3 starts back that isn't necessarily indicative of what we're likely to get from him today, because he was in for the $10,000 claiming tag. That's the bottom level here, and he also was able to have good early forward position, a horse that I think there are others that are a little bit quicker early on than he is in here, even though from the rail he likely ends up having some good forward speed, but I don't think he's making the lead in this spot out and out, and maybe that was also what contributed to his level of success in the fast race that he ran 3 starts back at a big price, as well as the level of company he was facing in there.
It's a throwback horse. We don't see many horses these days anymore making, and this one here, making a 73rd career start
Just
as
incredible.
a 9-year-old.
What he's been able to do on the racetrack, amassed more than $500,000 in earnings, doing it the hard way, running his races at levels where the purses aren't quite the same as the Kentucky Derby that we'll have later on today. But I mean, he's one that's shown up in his last couple of starts that he has a little bit more to give, a little bit more of that consistent form, and kind of turned a corner since cutting back in distance, though maybe there are others at a better price that seem a little bit more enticing.
The last win, you had 3 starts to go. That was for $10,000. That was a surprise that day. It was better than 16-1 as that big upsetter back on February the 2nd. And today, the favorite, which is a little surprising. There's several in here facing a lot easier company.
This is true. I think that just the level of consistency he's had as of late perhaps could be a contributing factor, as well as some of the horses that he ran into last time coming back and doing well and showing that that's been a productive race. But I hear you. There are other horses that are changing things up a little bit and perhaps offer some more value on the board.
Yeah, back to that 5 that Acacia was talking about. If you can forgive that last effort, 2, 3 starts back, looks like the 5 could be very tough.
He would be right there if he's able to come up with some sort of excuse for that last race. He is running off pretty short rest following that April 17th start where he just really didn't show up or get any position going forward that day while wide. This is a spot that probably suits him quite a bit better, and he was in some good form.
Down to 9-5 now. Bronx Bomber from the rail. Jose Gomez for Oscar Barrera on this race to close things out on our Saturday card. Opening Saturday of this Belmont at the Big A meet. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Thank you, Greg. And we've got Hot Rod Rumble going in. Here's Honorary Degree. Honorary Degree. Stepping forward, goes in, 2 out. Prince of Joy. Prince of Joy. Christian Mirage goes in. And Letty to the outside. 11th and final on the program this afternoon. There's Letty. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off slowly was Letty and also Honorary Degree. The speed is with Prince of Joy, and here comes Through Horses is going to be Return the Ring and Hot Rod Rumble in the early mix 2. It's Return the Ring, who's a half length in front, is chased by Hot Rod Rumble towards the outside. Prince of Joy is a stalking presence from 3rd, and at the rail, that's Bronx Bomber, who's in 4th. Little Keen moving forward as Allure of Money is in the 5th position, gets passed to the outside by Honorary Degree, who moves forward. Letty is the distant trailer. They're into the far turn, 22.77 for that opening quarter mile. The leader is Return the Ring. Hot Rod Rumble, but here comes Prince of Joy in a 3-wide move. Prince of Joy has now put a nose in front, battling on still towards the inside. Return the Ring. Hot Rod Rumble is working there, is in between horses back to 3rd. Honorary Degree has made up a lot of ground too and is in this on the grandstand side. The leader, Return the Ring, is right there still with Prince of Joy. This is a big effort from Honorary Degree on the grandstand side. Hot Rod Rumble got over to the rail. It's Prince of Joy who's in front. Prince of Joy is approaching the final 16th. Honorary Degree is grinding up on the outside. These two down the line. Prince of Joy is back in front. Prince of Joy, Christian Mirage, they win the finale. Honorary Degree was second. Hot Rod Rumble and Allure of Money in 1 minute 11.33 seconds.
Christian Mirage with his brother in town to return to ride today as well. Romero gets the win here to close things out on this long shot Prince of Joy.
15-1 for him, a horse who ranged up like he was going to be a threat at the top of the stretch here, and Honorary Degree getting the best momentum, making that wide sweeping move, but just not able to go by a horse who it's been a while since he's seen himself in the winner's circle, but he attacked that pace that was coming apart late, and he held off another horse that got the right kind of setup as well.
Prince of Joy, 7-year-old who had been 0 for a very, very long time. Gets the 4th win of his career in 55 starts in this young 10-pound apprentice. His brother, of course, worked with us last summer, Saratoga. It was a great experience having Rajiv on the set with us, and I'm sure he is rooting harder than anybody right now. And excited about this win for his brother.
And great for his brother to get the win on a day that he's here as well, because we don't often see everybody all congregated into one place, and this is a big moment, so I'm sure it's very exciting for the family.
5th career win for Christian, and 10-pound apprentice. He now moves to a 7-pound apprentice with this victory, so good for him as he's trying to make it on this extremely difficult circuit here in New York. Take another look at these Kentucky Derby odds before we sign off. We are just about an hour exactly away from post time for the gates opening for this 151st edition. And what stands out to you as we look at those odds?
Somebody really likes Final Gambit, the number 3, Citizen Bull, the number 1, and a little bit in the middle for everybody else. Journalism's a pretty fair price, I think, at 4-1.
And again, a lot of love for Luxor Cafe. We saw how great Forever Young, who probably, you could argue, ran the best race of anybody in that race last year. Luxor Cafe 8-1 right now. Big pedigree. It's won 4 in a row. Can it finally be Japan's year in the Derby? We're back tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on FS2. Journalism, right now 4-1 on the board as the favorite for the Santa Anita Derby winner, Bill Mott. Kentucky Derby winner back in 2019 via disqualification. Can Sovereignty bring him another? What a big improvement he's made, jumping from 2 to 3. And Sandman Mark Cassidy has a Belmont win. Can he get a Derby? With his Arkansas Derby winner, it's going to be coming from very far back.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.